Hey friends, tonight we're going back millions of years to uncover how humans learned to stand and stay that way. Imagine living in a world where everyone you know relies on their four legs for mobility. It didn't happen overnight. Our ancestors slowly shifted from tree branches to open plains, trading speed for balance and strength for endurance. Every step toward upright walking rewired our bodies. Hips narrowed, spines curved, feet arched, and changed the way we saw the world, quite literally. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always incredible to see how far our little nighttime journey reaches. Now, dim the lights. Maybe picture the crunch of ancient grass underfoot, the rustle of wind across a savanna, and that first moment when someone stood taller than the rest. Let's start. Imagine yourself sitting comfortably in what would have been Africa 6 million years ago. But now it's just a lovely neighbourhood with plenty of trees and no property taxes. Like the first parkour enthusiasts in nature, your distant relatives, really distant, like the kind you only see at evolutionary reunions, are having the time of their lives swinging from branch to branch. Your early ancestors had it worked out. Trees offered food, cover, defence against large teeth, and a great place to observe how other primates swung. Up there in the canopy, where the only big decisions were which fruit looked the ripest, and if it was worth investigating that rustling in the next tree over, life was good. Then, however, something began to occur that would alter everything. The atmosphere started to change, much like when your favourite restaurant gradually alters its menu until you can no longer recognise anything on it. After millions of years, the verdant forests began to disappear. Like houses in a suburban development that became a bit too ambitious with the lot sizes, trees became less common and more dispersed. You understand the issue your ancestors faced if you have ever attempted to move from one tree to another when they are slightly too far apart. It's like attempting to cross a creek from one stone to another, only instead of getting wet feet, you run the risk of becoming someone's lunch. When the next handhold was 20 feet away through open grassland, the traditional swing and grab technique wasn't working so well. Thank you very much. Some of your relatives have chosen to continue living in the woods, doubling down on their arboreal lifestyle. For example, they insist on using flip phones because they are reliable. It's actually good for them that these became the ancestors of modern apes. They stayed in their niche. However, others, your specific branch of the family tree if you will, began to spend more time on the ground. Initially, this was most likely merely a practical requirement. A short walk across the increasingly common grasslands was the only way to get from this patch of trees to that patch of trees. It wasn't particularly effective, but it was manageable to crawl across open ground. Imagine attempting to crawl across a parking lot. You can do it, but it will take some time and you will draw strange looks. Furthermore, you could only see what was right in front of your nose while you were down in the grass, which could be anything from a pleasant patch of clover to something that thought of you as a walking appetizer. When the solution began to take shape, it was both sophisticated and a little absurd. Getting to your feet. Simply getting to your feet. Like a meerkat that chose to adopt it as a way of life instead of merely a fast lookout tactic. Naturally, this was not an impulsive choice. Contrary to what some cartoons may portray, evolution does not operate in that manner. It was more akin to a very slow experiment that occurred over hundreds of thousands of years, making it perhaps the longest-running trial period in history. No one woke up one morning and thought, you know what, I'm going to try this walking thing. The initial attempts at upright walking were likely as graceful as a toddler skating on ice, uncertain, wobbly, and involving a lot of falling. However, there were benefits to even those early uncomfortable steps. You could see over the grass, identify opportunities and threats from a greater distance, and appear much more impressive to potential mates if they were attracted to someone who was constantly falling over, which they apparently were. Really, your ancestors were pioneers. They were trying something entirely different, something no primate had ever tried on a regular basis. Since they were the first to try eating cheese, it seemed strange and dangerous, but it ended up being a really smart move. You were there, or more accurately, your grandparents were there, making their first hesitant forays into the world of bipedalism. And believe me when I say that those initial steps were more like, please don't let me fall on my face again, than giant leap for mankind. The problem with standing up, though, is that you start to realise how beneficial it is once you start doing it on a regular basis. It's similar to realising you've been living in a soft-focus world and finally cleaning your glasses. The scenery suddenly opened up. You could track where your family members had gone, find the best routes to those strewn trees, and spot predators from a distance instead of just seeing grass and the occasional antelope ankle. Although the visual advantage was enormous, the learning curve was as steep as the hiking trail of a mountain goat. It's like going from riding a bicycle with training wheels to performing in Cirque du Soleil. Your ancestors had to learn how to balance on 2 feet instead of 4. The amazing little organ that prevents you from falling over when you stand up too fast, the inner ear, had to recalibrate itself from the ground up. As you read this, consider all the small muscles and movements your body performs to keep you standing. Like a driver on an icy road, your brain is continuously making micro-corrections, swerving into tiny skids that you aren't even aware of. All of this was something your ancestors had to create from the ground up, making what was basically a full-time job of not falling down into something that just happened. It was a revolutionary hands-free advantage. Your hands are essentially prime real estate taken up by the unglamorous task of moving when you're knuckle walking. But when you get up, your hands are free to do other things. Instead of eating the food right away, like some sort of prehistoric fast food experience, you could take it home to your family. Humanity's first step toward becoming the creatures that would eventually collect everything from stamps to old lunchboxes was likely the ability to pick up and examine interesting objects. The use of tools was made possible in previously unimaginable ways. Chimpanzees can fish termites out of a mound with a stick, but they are unable to transport an entire toolkit. Humanity's first mobile workshops were made possible by your upright ancestors' ability to gather practical objects like sturdy sticks and rocks. They were similar to prehistoric handymen, but instead of building kitchen cabinets, they worked on survival projects. Another unanticipated advantage was the cooling system. It may seem counterintuitive to stand upright in the African sun. After all, it exposes more surface area to the heat. Even though they weren't aware of it consciously, your ancestors were smarter than that. They increased their exposure to cooling breezes and decreased their exposure to the direct overhead sun by standing up. If you didn't mind looking a little goofy while it was in use, it was similar to having an integrated climate control system. In order to accommodate this new way of life, hairstyles even began to shift. A natural sun hat was created by the body hair remaining thicker on top of the head, but becoming less dense overall. Practical, efficient, and establishing trends that would eventually result in some genuinely dubious hairstyles throughout human history. It was evolution's take on functional fashion. The biggest shift, though, might have been psychological. Your ancestors appeared larger, more impressive, and more substantial when they stood up. This was no small advantage in a world where being a formidable person could mean the difference between being left alone or being someone's dinner. It was the ancient equivalent of dressing nicely for a job interview. It didn't alter your identity, but it did alter how other people saw you. The challenge of surviving in a changing world was the occasion, and your ancestors were literally rising to the occasion. Every shaky step, every successful tree-to-tree crossing, every successful moment of avoiding falling was leading to something never seen before in the history of life on Earth. Now, you might assume that the difficult part was over once your ancestors learned the fundamentals of standing up. You'd be mistaken. It's like assuming you're prepared for the Tour de France once you learn how to ride a bicycle. There was a lot of trial and error involved in the transition from technically possible to actually practical, with a focus on the latter. Over hundreds of thousands of years, significant skeletal changes were necessary for full-time bipedalism. In order to distribute weight evenly when standing erect, your ancestors' spines had to grow curves they had never had before, forming an S. Walking upright without these curves would have been like attempting to balance a pile of books as someone continued to add more to the top. There was a complete renovation of the pelvis, if you will. Apes have long, narrow pelvises that are ideal for supporting a horizontal body, but dreadfully inadequate for supporting a vertical one. In order to accommodate internal organs arranged vertically rather than horizontally, your ancestors evolved wider, bowl-shaped pelvises. After choosing to live on the walls rather than the floors, it was similar to moving all the furniture around a house. Leg bones realigned and became stronger. The knees were able to properly align under the centre of gravity of the body because the thigh bone formed an angle that would make any geometry teacher proud. In order to absorb the shock of heel-to-toe walking, feet changed from being flexible, grasping appendages to rigid platforms with arches. Your ancestors were literally starting over from scratch. This is where things start to get interesting and a little awkward. Humans still have to make trade-offs as a result of all these changes. That slender pelvis that allowed for upright walking. It also greatly increased the difficulty and risk of childbirth. Your female ancestors were effectively making a trade-off between mobility and ease of reproduction, which would have long-term effects on our species. In addition to effectively distributing weight, the curved spine produced weak spots that continue to cause issues. People have been complaining of lower back pain for millions of years. It's not just a modern occurrence brought on by desk work and bad posture. Although they most likely weren't aware of this specific first, your ancestors were pioneers in the field of chronic back problems. In the meantime, the feet that had become so good for walking turned into awful ones for climbing. For grasping branches, those inflexible arches and straight toes that were ideal for covering ground were ineffective. Evolutionarily speaking, your ancestors were burning their bridges by settling for a terrestrial lifestyle with fewer and fewer tree backup plans. Without a doubt, there were many spectacular failures during the learning process. Imagine attempting to flee from a predator after you've only just learned how to walk upright. Imagine trying to negotiate uneven ground while your balancing system is still in beta testing. In essence, your ancestors were relearning how to use their bodies, much like someone recuperating from a serious injury. Only the injury was caused by millions of years of quadrupedal evolution. During this time of transition, children must have been especially entertaining. If you've ever seen a human toddler learn to walk, imagine how unsteady they were. Then, add in the fact that the adults weren't much more stable. Like a group expedition led by people who had never gone hiking before, families most likely moved very slowly and fell a lot. However, they continued because the benefits were becoming indisputable. In this honest business, each generation was marginally superior to the previous one. Offspring with stronger spines, improved balance, or more effective walking patterns had a higher chance of surviving and procreating. Those who were able to learn this strange new way of moving through the world were rewarded by natural selection. Better balance control and spatial awareness were being developed by the brain in tandem with these physical changes. That vital part of the brain that controls movement, the cerebellum, was being thoroughly exercised and improving as a result. As they learned to use their newly acquired abilities, your ancestors were literally growing into their new bodies. Your ancestors had become fairly proficient at this standing up business by this point. They weren't particularly elegant yet. Think functional rather than elegant, but they made real progress by being able to move from point A to point B without constantly embarrassing themselves. The desire to see what lay beyond the next hill, which would forever define humanity, came along with this newfound mobility. Because your ancestors became the ultimate tourists, this is where your family history becomes really fascinating. However, they were exploring completely new continents and establishing the human presence in places no primate had ever seen before, rather than snapping photos and purchasing trinkets. Walking had become so efficient that long-distance travel was no longer just feasible, but also necessary. The world begins to appear as though it is just waiting for you to explore it, once you're able to move quickly and steadily, carry your supplies and food with you, and improve your teamwork skills. This wasn't just a weekend getaway. Your ancestors started the first major human migration out of Africa. In the end, this multi-generational journey would disperse humanity throughout the world. Since walking was their new superpower, they travelled by foot from Africa to the Middle East, Asia, and finally Australia and the Americas. By today's standards, the pace was slow. In a good year, these groups might travel a few miles, stopping wherever resources were plentiful, making temporary settlements, and then continuing on when necessity or curiosity demanded it. It resembled the world's slowest and longest treasure hunt more than a planned expedition, with the treasure being simply finding what was around the next corner. Their ability to walk upright was further honed by the new challenges presented by each new setting. They learned endurance and how to move effectively over sand and stone in the desert. Their sure-footedness and balance were developed in mountainous areas. They were exposed to walking on a variety of surfaces in coastal areas, including sand, rocks and tide pools, all of which required minor adjustments to their balance and gait. Walking's social components gained equal weight with its physical ones. Better communication systems had to be developed in order for groups to coordinate their movements. When you needed to say something like, There's a river 3 days walk north that has excellent fishing, but watch out for the cranky hippopotamuses. You couldn't just grunt and point. Language became crucial for exchanging navigational information, discussing route options and organising stops. Walking in groups also meant creating systems of cooperation and social hierarchy. Who determines the speed? Without abandoning the slower walkers, how can you make accommodations for them? When someone is hurt, what do you do? The idea of group travel with all the associated logistical difficulties was essentially being invented by your ancestors. They developed increasingly advanced and specialised tools for their nomadic way of life. Heavy, one-time use tools were preferred over lightweight, portable, multifunctional items. They continuously improved their equipment to strike a balance between portability and functionality, much like prehistoric hikers. A good walking stick became useful, not only for stability but also as a measuring tool, a testing ground probe, and a reach extension. When they lived mostly in trees, the weather became a constant factor in ways that it had never been before. Their bodies were more exposed to wind, rain, and temperature fluctuations when they were walking upright. They had to learn how to read weather patterns, plan their routes around seasonal changes, and devise strategies for travelling in various weather conditions. They developed extraordinary navigational skills. They learned to read landscapes like books without the use of maps, GPS, or even written language. Mountain shapes, river flows, vegetation patterns, and animal behaviour all contributed to the development of a complex system for navigating uncharted territory. By establishing patterns of curiosity and movement that would eventually take their descendants to every part of the planet, your ancestors were penning the first chapters of human exploration. With only their ability to walk upright, their developing intelligence and an apparently insatiable desire to see what lay beyond the next horizon, they were the first pioneers. Even your ancestors probably didn't anticipate the intriguing turn your family history is about to take. Their brains were being remarkably impacted by all of this walking, carrying, tool use, and acclimating to new surroundings. It was similar to a very long-term, very slow fitness program, but it was building intelligence rather than muscle. One of the most graceful feedback loops in evolution is the connection between brain development and upright walking. Your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed them to use their hands for more difficult tasks. They needed more advanced hand-eye coordination than they had ever needed before in order to use tools, make tools, and carry several objects at once. The really clever part, though, is that the parts of the brain that govern precise hand movements are located directly adjacent to those that govern language and abstract thought. Ideas tend to flow back and forth, much like when your office and workshop are adjacent. Your ancestors were unintentionally creating the neural infrastructure that would eventually enable sophisticated communication and problem-solving as they improved their motor control for using tools. The actual brain was enlarging, but not at random. To meet the new demands of bipedal life, certain areas were growing. Already exerting extra effort to control balance and coordination, the cerebellum kept growing. The frontal cortex, which is in charge of planning and making decisions, grew to accommodate the intricate decisions required for group coordination, tool use, and navigation. Consider the activities that your ancestors engaged in on a daily basis. They had to make and maintain tools, remember where resources were, plan routes through uncharted territory, coordinate group movements, and solve problems that their tree-dwelling relatives had never faced. It was similar to enrolling in a full-time multi-year university course on how to solve real-world problems. Their developing brains were especially taxed by the social components of their new way of life. Cooperation and group travel required not only knowing what you had to do, but also knowing what other members of your group were planning and thinking. The ability to comprehend that other people have their own thoughts, intentions, and knowledge, what psychologists now refer to as theory of mind, had to be developed. The importance and sophistication of language were growing. Their lifestyle now required complex coordination, and simple gestures and warning calls were insufficient. The water source they had discovered yesterday, the hazardous terrain ahead, and the travel plans for tomorrow were among the things they needed to discuss that weren't immediately available. Thinking abstractly was turning into a survival tactic. Additionally, your ancestors had to contend with a wider range of difficult circumstances. Every new habitat they came across had its own set of challenges. In a desert, how can one locate water? In a new area, what is safe to eat? In a climate that is colder than anything you have ever experienced, how do you stay warm? In essence, Each obstacle overcome served as a teaching tool for innovative problem-solving. There was an acceleration of the feedback loop between mental development and physical capabilities. More sophisticated tasks were made possible by better tools, which in turn required even better brains. Better group coordination made possible by more advanced communication allowed them to take on increasingly difficult situations that required more complex planning and problem-solving skills. Most significantly, though, they were acquiring what we might refer to as cognitive flexibility, the capacity to modify their way of thinking in response to novel circumstances. Your ancestors were always facing new problems that needed new answers, unlike their relatives who had discovered and remained in successful ecological niches. They were evolving into the best generalists, able to survive in nearly any setting. Their bodies and minds were becoming uniquely intertwined. Their improved vocal control due to their erect posture aided in the development of their language skills. The production of sophisticated tools made possible by their freed hands promoted the growth of their brains. They were able to plan and coordinate better thanks to their enhanced brains, which increased the effectiveness of their bipedalism. Everything was interconnected, and as one advancement led to another, the capabilities increased. Through intelligence, collaboration, and cultural innovation, your ancestors were essentially evolving into a new kind of creature that could adapt to nearly any environment without the need for specialized physical evolution. They were laying the groundwork for all subsequent stages of human development by exchanging biological specialization for mental adaptability. Your ancestors had been walking upright for well over 1 million years by this time in your family's history. They had also become quite proficient at it. However, in evolutionary terms, being good at it meant that they had figured out the fundamental issue of not toppling over all the time. They now had to deal with the subtler optimization problems, like how to walk more effectively, longer, better, and under more difficult circumstances. Human walking became truly remarkable at this point. Your ancestors were becoming the most proficient long-distance walkers the world had ever seen, not just proficient bipeds. They were evolving into the best hiking experts, able to go far on little effort. They created truly amazing mechanics. When done correctly, human walking is basically a controlled fall. You lean forward a little, catch yourself with your other leg, and then use the momentum to keep moving forward. It functions similarly to a perpetual motion machine driven by muscle coordination and gravity. Walking had become an art form for your ancestors. However, endurance walking was the most advanced development. Your ancestors were able to keep up a steady pace for hours, days, or even weeks, whereas other animals might be faster in short bursts. They learned how to walk long distances with heavy loads, negotiate challenging terrain, and keep up this pace for extended periods of time. They resembled infinite-range biological all-terrain vehicles. This was supported by remarkable physical adaptations. Their leg muscles became incredibly efficient, able to contract repeatedly for extended periods of time without becoming tired. During prolonged activity, their cardiovascular systems developed exceptional capabilities to sustain consistent oxygen delivery. Their feet evolved into highly advanced propulsion and shock absorption mechanisms. The control of temperature became especially complex. Your ancestors' capacity to sweat effectively while sustaining constant activity levels is the most sophisticated cooling mechanism in the mammalian world. In hotter climates, they could walk all day, whereas other animals needed to take cover from the heat. The more they worked, the more effective the built-in air conditioning became. Long-distance walking's psychological effects were equally as significant as its physical ones. Your ancestors possessed exceptional mental endurance, which is the capacity to stay motivated and focused during long periods of repetitive work such as hours or days. They developed the ability to pace themselves, find rhythm and flow in prolonged movement, and keep the group cohesive during lengthy travels. Modern explorers would be impressed by the level of navigation skills attained. They were able to plan multi-day routes through unfamiliar territory, remember and return to specific locations after long absences, and maintain direction across featureless terrain without the use of any tools other than their own senses. They gained an intuitive awareness of seasonal variations, natural navigational markers, and landscape patterns. Group long-distance travel required extraordinary social coordination. Throughout possibly weeks of travel, groups had to coordinate rest periods, share the load of carrying supplies, keep their unity, and synchronize their pace. In essence, they were creating the ideas of expedition management, teamwork and logistics. They developed an extremely complex relationship with the terrain. They acquired the ability to read various ground types and modify their stride for maximum effectiveness on grass, mud, rock or sand. They created methods for safely traversing through dense vegetation, crossing streams and walking on steep slopes. Every kind of terrain turned into a puzzle that needed to be solved using walking technique. Their walking lifestyle was supported by the evolution of tool use. Walking sticks evolved into multifunctional tools for testing the ground, determining depth, reaching objects, and offering leverage on challenging terrain. They were no longer only used for balance. More advanced carrying systems that efficiently distributed weight for long-distance transportation were developed. Most significantly, though, your ancestors were acquiring what we might refer to as walking wisdom, an innate sense of rhythm, pace, endurance, and efficiency that would later come to define humanity. In addition to learning how to walk, they were also learning how to walk far, walk well, and make walking a long-term, sustainable lifestyle. They were producing something that had never been seen before in natural history, thanks to their unique blend of physical prowess, mental stamina, social coordination, and technical proficiency in bipedal locomotion. In addition to being animals with the ability to walk upright, your ancestors were developing into the most proficient long-distance drivers the world had ever seen. Millions of years later, you are most likely sitting and reading this, which would have perplexed your early ancestors, who had to go to such lengths to get you upright in the first place. The beauty of the whole story, however, is that your ancestors learned to do more than just stand up and walk. They learned to do it so well that you now have the freedom to decide when to use the amazing skills they acquired. In the end, becoming proficient at bipedalism involved much more than simply moving from one location to another. It turned into the cornerstone of everything that makes people special. Upright posture, improved vocal tract configuration, and breath control, which contributed to the development of language. Hands were released from locomotion, allowing for the use of complex tools. Because group travel and coordination required advanced planning and communication skills, social cooperation developed. Millions of years of walking have left their mark on your brain today. Numerous generations of ancestors who had to negotiate difficult terrain while remaining upright shaped the neural pathways that govern balance, coordination, and spatial awareness. The ongoing difficulties of group coordination and long-distance travel extended the areas in charge of planning and problem-solving. Even the skills your ancestors acquired through bipedalism are essential to your current way of life. You use skills developed over millions of years of upright walking when you move through a crowded area, keep your balance on a moving bus, or coordinate your movements while carrying multiple objects. You have skills that you probably don't think about much but use all the time because of your ancestors' extensive training in staying vertical. Your ancestors' endurance manifests itself in unexpected ways. Among the animal kingdom's top long-distance runners are still humans. Running marathons, hiking, and other endurance sports activate muscles that were evolved for survival, not sport. You possess the genetic heritage of the greatest walkers in the history of evolution. Human interaction is still influenced by the social aspects of your ancestors' walking lifestyle. All human social organisation is built on the cooperation, communication, and group coordination skills they acquired for successful group travel. The skills that your ancestors developed while attempting to travel together across ancient landscapes are used in every team project, coordinated effort, and successful group endeavour. Even in our GPS-enabled world, your relationship with the landscape and navigation reflects skills your ancestors developed out of sheer need. Millions of years of evolutionary development in land navigation have given humans the ability to read terrain, comprehend spatial relationships, and maintain direction. Perhaps most astonishingly, however, your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed humans to flourish in nearly any terrestrial setting, something no other species has been able to do. Because your ancestors acquired such amazing walking skills and the intelligence to use them efficiently, humans are able to adapt and survive in a variety of environments, from the Arctic tundra to the tropical rainforest, from mountain tops to the ocean shores. Being able to stand up straight was not only a physical accomplishment, it marked the start of human civilization, culture, technology, and language. The foundation your ancestors laid when they first got up and made the decision to remain that way is the basis for all human achievements, from the invention of the first stone tools to space exploration, Take a moment to appreciate the incredible journey that led you to this point the next time you stand up. Really stand up, with your head high, hands free, spine curved just right, and your weight balanced on 2 feet. You are the offspring of creatures that took one of the most unlikely risks in the history of the natural world and made it work remarkably well. You're the result of millions of years of evolutionary experimentation. The ability to stand tall in the world, both literally and figuratively, is a gift from your ancestors. They evolved into beings that made upright walking their defining trait, rather than creatures that occasionally stood up to gain a better view. They transformed a last-ditch effort to adapt to changing conditions into the greatest adventure in human history. You can now sleep soundly knowing that you will be taking part in one of the most successful evolutionary innovations in the history of life on Earth when you wake up and walk for the first time tomorrow. Good walks and sweet dreams. In the mid-13th century, Venice was not simply another Mediterranean port. It was the nexus of an economic empire built on salt, ships, and shrewd diplomacy. When Marco Polo entered the world in 1254, he was born into a city undergoing profound transformation. The Venice of Marco's childhood existed in a perpetual state of reinvention, balancing between Byzantine heritage and an increasingly independent identity. The Polo family themselves exemplified this complex position. Niccolo and Maffeo Polo weren't merely merchants, but sophisticated entrepreneurs operating within intricate networks of commerce and politics. The traditional narrative often portrays young Marco as simply a merchant's son awaiting his destiny. The reality proved considerably more nuanced. While his father and uncle embarked on their initial journey to the Mongol Empire in 1260, Marco remained with his mother, Donna Polo. Her influence on the boy's development typically receives minimal attention in historical accounts, yet contemporary Venetian records suggest she belonged to a family with connections to the naval administration. These early exposures likely shaped Marco's later attentiveness to maritime matters, in his accounts of Asian waterways and naval technologies. Marco's education reflected Venice's peculiar position between East and West. Unlike Florence or Bologna with their classical curriculum, Venetian education emphasized practical knowledge, mathematics for commerce, languages for the negotiation, and geography for navigation. Young patricians studied Arabic numerals rather than Roman calculations, a pragmatic choice that outraged traditionalists but prepared Venice's next generation for global trade. Marco likely received instruction not only in Latin and Greek, but possibly rudimentary Arabic and Persian, languages that would prove invaluable during his travels. The Venice of Marco's youth functioned as an information clearinghouse where rumours and reports from disparate corners of the known world collided in marketplaces and merchant houses. The city's position as a commercial republic rather than a traditional monarchy created a distinctive civic consciousness. While mainland Italian cities remained locked in bloody feuds between Guelphs and Ghibellines, papal and imperial supporters, Venice cultivated a pragmatic approach to power, forming alliances based on commercial interests rather than ideological commitments. What often goes unrecognised is how Venetian colonial expansion fundamentally shaped Marco's worldview. By the time of his birth, Venice controlled significant territories along the Dalmatian coast and numerous Aegean islands. These weren't mere trading posts but administered territories with Venetian governors and legal systems. Young Marco would have encountered returning officials and merchants from these colonies, absorbing stories of governance and cultural adaptation that informed his later observations of Mongol administrative techniques. The religious atmosphere of 13th century Venice defied easy categorization. While nominally devout Catholics, Venetians maintained a distinctly arm's-length relationship with papal authority. The city's extensive trade with Muslim and Orthodox territories fostered a pragmatic religious tolerance was unusual for medieval Europe. The Fourth Crusade's controversial diversion to sack Constantinople in 1204 had yielded Venice tremendous wealth and liturgical treasures, but also created complex theological justifications for interaction with non-Catholic powers. Marco grew up in a city whose magnificent St. Mark's Basilica incorporated Byzantine domes, Islamic decorative elements, and classical columns, architectural evidence of Venice's cultural hybridization. When Marco was 15, his father and uncle returned to Venice after their initial journey eastward. Traditional accounts emphasize the emotional reunion, but contemporary evidence suggests their return served specific diplomatic purposes. The Polos carried letters from Kublai Khan requesting educated Europeans to return with them, particularly those who could explain Christian theology and European technical knowledge. This request reflected not merely curiosity but calculated policy. The Mongol Empire actively recruited administrative talent from across their conquered territories, implementing a system that transcended ethnic and religious boundaries. The Venice that the teenage Marco prepared to leave in 1271 had already begun evolving beyond the city of his childhood. Political reforms under Doge Ranieri Zeno had strengthened the Great Council's authority, while naval conflicts with Genoa intensified competition for Mediterranean trade routes. The eventual journey would consume nearly a quarter century of Marco's life, transforming not only his understanding of the world, but ultimately Venice's conception of itself within a rapidly expanding global context. The conventional narrative of Marco Polo's travels typically begins with his departure from Venice in 1271. This simplified chronology overlooks a critical element of the Polo saga, the first journey undertaken by Niccolo and Maffeo Polo that laid the groundwork for Marco's later expedition. This initial voyage, occurring between 1260 and 1269, remains curiously under-examined despite its profound influence on subsequent events. When Niccolo and Maffeo first ventured eastward, they weren't pioneering an unknown route, but rather extending established Venetian commercial networks. However, what distinguished their journey was the remarkable timing. They departed during a unique geopolitical window, after the initial Mongol conquests had stabilized into the administrative structure known as the Pax Mongolica, but before European knowledge of Asian political realities had crystallized. The brothers originally intended a conventional trading expedition to Constantinople and the Crimean port of Soldaia, modern Sudakin, where Italian merchants maintained trading posts. What forced the Polos to deviate from their intended route was not adventurous spirit, but pragmatic necessity. Civil war between Mongol factions had temporarily closed their planned return path. Rather than retreat, they pressed eastward to Bukhara in modern Uzbekistan, where they remained for 3 years. This extended stay, often treated as a mere precursor to later events, actually provided the linguistic and cultural immersion that would prove invaluable for the subsequent journey with young Marco. In Bukhara, the brothers encountered an ambassador from Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, travelling to the court of his brother, the great Khan Kublai. The ambassador's invitation to join his embassy represents a frequently misunderstood aspect of Mongol diplomatic practice. The Mongols actively collected knowledgeable individuals from across their territories, viewing diverse expertise as valuable intelligence assets. The Mongols did not select the Polos for their individual importance, but rather as representatives of Latin Christendom, who could provide valuable information about European politics and technology. Their journey to Kublai's court at Shangdu, immortalized as Xanadu in European literature, traversed the Eastern Silk Road through regions no Venetian had previously documented. Contemporary accounts suggest they travelled as members of an official Mongol embassy, which granted them access to the imperial post system with its relay stations and official protection. This status explains how merchants of modest standing managed to traverse thousands of miles of territory safely. They moved within administrative infrastructure designed to facilitate official communication across the empire. Upon reaching Kublai's court, the brothers encountered not an exotic, oriental despot of later European imagination, but a sophisticated ruler preoccupied with governance challenges. The Mongol Empire of 1266 was experiencing substantial administrative evolution, incorporating Chinese bureaucratic practices while maintaining nomadic military traditions. Kublai's questions for the Polos focused primarily on practical matters: European military capabilities, political structures, and technical innovations. The Khan's famous request for 100 learned men from Europe reflected not mere curiosity but strategic intelligence gathering about potential Western allies or adversaries. What's often overlooked is that the Polos' return journey to Venice carried specific diplomatic communication. They transported formal letters from Kublai to Pope Clement IV requesting Christian teachers. This diplomatic component transformed what might have been merely an extraordinary commercial venture into an unofficial embassy between powers. Upon reaching Accra in 1269, they learned of Pope Clement's death 2 years earlier, which complicated their diplomatic mission. Rather than proceeding immediately to Rome, they returned to Venice, where Niccolo discovered his wife had died during his absence, leaving his son Marco in the care of extended family. These 3 years in Venice between journeys, 1269 and 1271, represented a crucial period of preparation for Marco. Traditional accounts depict him merely waiting to depart, but evidence suggests this interlude involved intensive education tailored to the planned Eastern journey. He likely received specialised instruction in languages, astronomical navigation, and manuscript preparation, skills that would prove invaluable for documenting the subsequent travels. The Polos also arranged commercial partnerships and credit instruments to finance their second journey, developing complex arrangements that allowed them to transport valuable goods while minimising physical carrying of currency. When the 3 Polos finally departed in 1271, they carried not only papal letters from the newly elected Gregory X, but also diplomatic credentials and commercial contracts representing multiple interests. The foundation laid by Niccolo and Maffeo's first journey, establishing relationships, understanding routes, and gaining imperial favour, provided the essential framework that made Marco's subsequent journey and chronicle possible. This overlooked first expedition represents not merely a prologue, but the essential foundation for the epic that followed. The departure of the 3 Polos from Venice in 1271 marked the beginning of a journey frequently reduced to a simplistic east-west trajectory in popular accounts. The actual route reveals a far more complex diplomatic and commercial enterprise, shaped by evolving geopolitical circumstances rather than a predetermined path. Their initial progress followed established Mediterranean shipping lanes to Acre in the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, where they obtained supplementary diplomatic credentials from Teobaldo Visconti, soon to become Pope Gregory X. This papal connection has traditionally been emphasised as their primary diplomatic sanction, but Venetian records suggest they simultaneously carried commercial authorisations from the Doge and several prominent trading houses. The Polos operated within multiple overlapping networks of authority, religious, commercial and political, that reflected the fragmented nature of medieval European power structures. After departing Acre, the expedition encountered its first significant deviation from planned routes. Traditional accounts mention briefly that war conditions forced them to turn northward, but the story dramatically understates the historical context. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars was actively campaigning against remaining Crusader territories and Mongol forces in Syria, making direct eastward travel impossible. This Mamluk-Mongol war represented one of the most consequential geopolitical conflicts of the 13th century, effectively establishing boundaries between Islamic and Mongol spheres of influence that would persist for generations. The Polos' adaptive response to this obstacle reveals their sophisticated geographical knowledge. Rather than abandoning their journey, they navigated northward through Armenian Cilicia, modern southern Turkey, where Christian rulers maintained alliances with both Mongols and European powers. This region functioned as a crucial interface between civilizations, maintaining diverse diplomatic connections that provided the Polos with updated intelligence about conditions further east. Their subsequent traversal of the Armenian highlands and northern Mesopotamia brought them through territories only recently incorporated into Mongol administration. The expedition's timing proved fortunate. They travelled during a period when the Ilkhanate under Abaka Khan, ruler from 1265 to 1282, had established relative stability following the destructive initial Mongol conquests. Archaeological evidence from this period shows revitalisation of urban centres and trading networks that had suffered catastrophic disruption just decades earlier. At Tabriz in northwestern Iran, the Polos entered one of the Ilkhanate's principal commercial centres. Marco's later accounts of this city's international markets reveal his growing awareness of transcontinental trade patterns. Here he first encountered merchandise from India, Central Asia, and China circulating alongside Russian furs, Byzantine textiles, and European metals. His detailed observations of currency exchange mechanisms and credit instruments used by merchants from diverse backgrounds reflect a sophisticated understanding of commercial operations, rather than the wide-eyed wonder often attributed to him in romanticised accounts. The journey's eastern progression through Persia followed not the most direct route, but rather a network of recently secured trade corridors. Near Kerman in southeastern Iran, archaeological evidence from the period shows way stations, caravanserais, being restored and expanded under Mongol patronage after years of neglect. These structures weren't simply convenient accommodations, but represented systematic infrastructure investment that facilitated administrative control and commercial exchange across the empire. The Polos' traversal of the Pamir Mountains, often characterized as a heroic passage through an inhospitable wilderness actually followed carefully maintained routes regularly travelled by diplomatic missions and merchant caravans. Marco's descriptions of high-altitude terrain and climate demonstrate careful observation, but shouldn't be interpreted as evidence of pioneering exploration. His accounts of highland peoples and their customs show particular attention to practical matters like animal husbandry techniques and local commodities, reflecting his growing commercial acumen. Upon reaching Kashgar in what is now western China, the expedition entered the Tarim Basin, where Marco documented not only trade goods but also agricultural techniques and water management systems. His observations about irrigation networks reveal an appreciation for the administrative systems maintaining these complex infrastructures across political boundaries, perspective reflecting his distinctly Venetian understanding of how governance enables commerce. The crossing of the Taklamakan Desert, often portrayed as the journey's most arduous segment, followed established caravan routes that had functioned for centuries. What distinguished Marco's account of this crossing was his attention to the economic niches occupied by different ethnic groups along the route: Uyghur merchants operating trading posts, Tangut herders supplying livestock, and Chinese officials administering taxation and security. This multi-ethnic commercial ecosystem operated under Mongol oversight, but maintained distinctive local practices that Marco documented with unusual detail. As the expedition approached the Chinese heartland, they encountered increasingly sophisticated administrative control. At Dunhuang, they entered a region where Mongol rule had been superimposed upon existing Chinese bureaucratic structures. Marco's accounts reveal his fascination with this hybrid governance system, particularly the imperial postal relay network that facilitated rapid communication across vast distances. This infrastructure enabled the Mongol Empire to maintain administrative cohesion across disparate regions while accommodating local governing traditions. Throughout the 3-year eastward journey, the Polos traversed not wild, unknown territories but a carefully administered network of trade routes, experiencing substantial integration under Mongol governance. Their achievement wasn't discovering new paths, but successfully navigating complex political, commercial, and cultural boundaries during a period of unprecedented transcontinental connectivity. The skills they developed, linguistic adaptation, diplomatic flexibility, and commercial awareness, prepared them for effective service in Kublai Khan's cosmopolitan court. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardized seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardized seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. The popular imagination typically places Marco Polo on camels traversing endless deserts, yet some of his most significant observations concerned maritime networks that connected East Asian economies. This nautical dimension of his account offers crucial insights into 13th century globalization rarely highlighted in conventional narratives. After approximately 1284, Marco's responsibilities increasingly involved maritime administration, likely overseeing commercial shipping regulations and customs collection in coastal regions. This shift from inland to maritime duties coincided with Kublai Khan's growing interest in naval power projection and maritime commerce following failed invasion attempts against Japan. Marco's Venetian background made him particularly valuable for maritime assignments. Despite their geographic distance, both Venice and Songyuan China had developed sophisticated naval architectures, navigational techniques, and maritime commercial systems. Marco's descriptions of Chinese shipbuilding technology reveal more than superficial impressions. His detailed accounts of hull construction techniques, particularly the multiple watertight bulkhead compartments that prevented sinking from localized damage, demonstrate technical understanding rather than mere wonderment. Archaeological evidence from shipwrecks confirms these construction methods, which remained unknown in European shipbuilding until centuries later. Similarly, his observations about rudder design and sail configuration indicate professional assessment rather than casual observation. Rather than being isolated ports, the maritime infrastructure Marco recorded across Southeast Asia represented interconnected commercial networks. His descriptions of Quanzhou, which he called Zaytun, emphasized not just its impressive harbour facilities but also the administrative systems coordinating vessel arrivals, cargo inspections, and customs assessment. These descriptions reveal an understanding of port operations informed by his Venetian background, where similar though less extensive systems managed Mediterranean shipping. The spice trade routes Marco documented through the Strait of Malacca and into the Indian Ocean represented the world's most valuable commercial networks, ones that European powers would later compete violently to control. His accounts of these trading patterns provided among the first detailed European documentation of these systems, identifying key transshipment points and commercial centres. However, Marco observed these networks not as an outsider, but as a participant operating within established commercial patterns, dominated by Chinese, Arab and Indian merchants. Marco's descriptions of naval warfare techniques, particularly incendiary weapons, boarding tactics and formation movements, reflected professional military assessment rather than civilian observation. His accounts of naval engagements during Kublai's campaigns against southern Chinese resistance forces and Southeast Asian kingdoms provide valuable information about operational practices otherwise poorly documented in surviving records. These observations suggest Marco may have participated in naval operations beyond purely administrative roles, possibly serving in technical advisory capacities. The navigational technologies Marco encountered in East Asian waters demonstrated a sophisticated application of astronomical knowledge to maritime movement. His descriptions of Chinese compass use extended beyond the basic magnetic principles known in Europe to include standardized compass cards with directional calibrations and techniques for compensating for magnetic deviation. Similarly, his accounts of celestial navigation using the pole star and other astronomical markers reflect practical understanding of techniques developed through generations of transoceanic voyaging. The commercial vessels Marco documented ranged from massive treasure ships to specialized regional craft adapted to particular waterways. His descriptions of multi-decked ocean-going vessels carrying hundreds of merchants and thousands of tons of cargo accurately portrayed the world's most advanced commercial shipping at that time. Archaeological discoveries of period shipwrecks confirm his accounts of vessel sizes and construction techniques that wouldn't be matched in Europe until the Age of Exploration centuries later. What often goes unexamined is Marco's documentation of hybrid governance systems managing maritime trade. Unlike European models where territorial rulers claimed coastal waters, the maritime spaces Marco described operated under complex overlapping authorities. Harbour masters collected fees, guild representatives enforced commercial standards, imperial officials assessed taxes, and local authorities maintained navigation markers, creating layered systems of governance adapted to commercial needs rather than territorial control. This administrative complexity reflected a sophisticated understanding that maritime spaces required specialized governance distinct from land-based models. Marco's observations about marine resource exploitation, particularly pearl diving in the South China Sea and fisheries throughout Southeast Asia, documented sustainable management systems developed over generations. His accounts describe not just harvesting techniques, but also the regulatory systems governing access rights, seasonal limitations, and resource conservation. These observations countered later European colonial narratives depicting Asian waters as unregulated commons awaiting proper management. The final maritime journey that brought Marco homeward from 1291 to 1295 represented not an extraordinary expedition, but participation in regular commercial diplomatic patterns. The marriage convoy escorting a Mongol princess to Persia that Marco joined operated within established maritime networks, connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate. His documentation of this journey, recording navigation patterns, seasonal weather systems, and port facilities throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, provided Europe with unprecedented information about maritime spaces that would become central to later colonial ambitions. Throughout his observations of maritime Asia, Marco consistently documented connections rather than exoticizing differences. He recorded how Vietnamese shipbuilding techniques influenced Chinese naval architecture, how Persian astronomical knowledge enhanced navigational practices, and how Indian commercial contracts facilitated multi-regional trade. This integrated perspective reveals a maritime world characterized by technological exchange, commercial interdependence, and administrative sophistication that defies simplistic East-West dichotomies. The circumstances of Marco Polo's return to Europe in 1295 involved considerably more intentionality than the romantic narrative of a homesick Venetian finally escaping foreign service. Contemporary evidence suggests the Polos' departure from Kublai's court coincided significant political transitions made the continued presence of foreign officials problematic. Kublai died in 1294, and subsequent succession politics created an increasingly factionalized court environment where foreign officials associated with previous administrations faced uncertain status. Their journey homeward followed established maritime routes rather than retracing their original overland path. This decision reflected not merely convenience, but strategic awareness of changing geopolitical conditions. The initial overland route had become increasingly destabilized by conflicts between Mongol khanates no longer unified under singular authority. By contrast, maritime networks connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate in Persia maintained regular diplomatic and commercial traffic despite political fragmentation of the broader Mongol Empire. The maritime return journey brought the Polos to Hormuz at the entrance to the Persian Gulf, where they transitioned to land routes through the Ilkhanate territories to Trebizond on the Black Sea, then continuing by sea to Constantinople and finally Venice. This multimodal journey exposed them to diverse commercial networks and political systems during a period of significant transition throughout Eurasia. Their return to Venice in 1295 placed them in a city dramatically transformed from the one they had left 2 decades earlier. The intervening period had seen Venice's commercial position simultaneously strengthened through expanded Mediterranean networks and threatened by rising Genoese power. The city's governance had evolved through constitutional reforms that strengthened oligarchic control while limiting individual ducal authority. The returning Polos encountered not simply a static homeland, but a dynamic commercial republic adapting to shifting geopolitical circumstances. The famous account of the Polos' return likely contains elements of literary embellishment, as they were initially unrecognized and revealed jewels sewn into their clothing to prove their identity. However, it reflects the genuine challenge of reintegration after extended absence. Their appearance, mannerisms, and perspectives had been profoundly shaped by 2 decades in Asian contexts, making their Venetian identity something that required performance and reassertion rather than automatic recognition. Marco's subsequent captivity during conflict between Venice and Genoa created the essential conditions for his account's creation. Imprisoned in Genoa around 1298, he encountered Rustichello of Pisa, a writer of chivalric romances also held as a prisoner of war. Their collaboration produced the text known variously as The Description of the World, The Travels, or Il Milione. This unusual cross-cultural literary partnership united Marco's first-hand observations with Rustichello's literary frameworks, creating a hybrid text that defies simple categorization. The conventional narrative portrays Rustichello merely as Marco's scribe, faithfully recording dictated memories. Contemporary textual analysis suggests a far more complex collaborative process. The manuscript exhibits characteristics of Rustichello's established literary style, particularly narrative frameworks drawn from Arthurian romances and rhetorical conventions from chivalric literature. Simultaneously, it contains specialised commercial, administrative, and geographic information that clearly originated from Marco's experience. The resulting text represents neither pure memoir nor pure romance, but a sophisticated fusion of formats addressing multiple audiences simultaneously. The original manuscript was composed in Franco-Italian, a literary language combining French vocabulary with Italian syntactic structures commonly used for commercial and literary documents in the Mediterranean contexts. This linguistic choice reflected pragmatic concerns about audience and distribution rather than either author's native language. Franco-Italian provided access to elite audiences across multiple European regions while facilitating eventual translation into various vernaculars. The text circulated in multiple versions even during Marco's lifetime, with significant variations in content, organisation, and emphasis. Some manuscripts emphasised commercial information, while others highlighted exotic customs or political structures. This diversification suggests active adaptation for different reading communities, rather than unauthorised corruption of an original text. Marco himself may have participated in revising and extending certain versions following his release from Genoese captivity. The manuscript's reception reveals considerably more complexity than simple skepticism or acceptance. Different communities evaluated the text through diverse frameworks. Commercial agents assessed its practical information. Religious authorities examined its implications for missionary activity, and political figures considered its intelligence value regarding Mongol capabilities. Terms like accurate or fabricated inadequately capture these multidimensional readings, which often simultaneously accepted certain elements while questioning others. Marco's subsequent life in Venice after his return showed active engagement with the city's commercial and political networks, rather than retirement into obscurity. Legal documents from 1300 to 1324 show him engaged in commercial partnerships, property transactions, and family financial arrangements. He appears as a witness to legal agreements, in business ventures, and as a manager of family assets, functions requiring community recognition of his identity and capabilities. His will, dictated on January 1324, shortly before his death, revealed a substantial estate with diverse assets, including cash, jewellery, and commercial partnerships distributed among family members, religious institutions, and freed servants. These provisions reflect successful reintegration into Venetian economic networks rather than marginalised existence. Particularly notable were provisions for his daughter Mareta to maintain control of her inheritance independent of her husband's authority, an unusual arrangement suggesting familiarity with more expansive female property rights observed in certain Asian contexts. Throughout his later life, Marco maintained connections with travellers and merchants engaged in Asian trade, providing consultation and information based on his experiences. This ongoing engagement with transcontinental networks suggests he viewed his Asian experience not as a closed episode but as a continuing resource. Rather than simply narrating past adventures, he actively applied his knowledge to contemporary commercial and political questions, helping shape Venetian engagement with evolving trans-Eurasian networks during a period of significant reconfiguration following Mongol imperial fragmentation. The posthumous influence of Marco Polo's account extends far beyond the simplistic inspiration for European exploration. Its reception and utilization followed multiple distinct trajectories that reveal the complex interplay between knowledge, transmission, and cultural adaptation across diverse societies. In the immediate aftermath of the account's creation, its primary audiences were not visionary explorers but practical commercial agents seeking actionable intelligence about distant markets. Venetian and Genoese merchant houses consulted the text not for exotic curiosities but for specific information about commodity sources, exchange rates, taxation systems, and seasonal trading patterns. Annotations in surviving manuscripts from commercial archives highlight passages concerning customs duties, commercial regulations, and market conditions rather than sensational cultural observations. This pragmatic utilization underscores how the text functioned within existing commercial networks rather than inspiring entirely new directions. Manuscript's religious reception followed similarly practical trajectories. Franciscan and Dominican missionaries preparing for Asian journeys studied Marco's observations about Buddhist, Confucian, and various Central Asian religious practices. However, they approached this information not merely as curiosities but as intelligence for developing conversion strategies. The detailed information about religious hierarchies, ritual practices, and institutional structures provided tactical guidance for missionary activities that expanded significantly during the 14th century. This religious utilization extended beyond Christianity. Surviving commentaries suggest Jewish merchants similarly consulted the text for information about co-religionists in Asian communities. The transformation of Marco's account from practical document to literary phenomenon occurred gradually through multiple adaptations. As manuscript copies proliferated across Europe, translators and copyists modified the text to suit local interests and literary conventions. German translations emphasized commercial information relevant to Hanseatic trade networks, while Iberian versions highlighted potential military intelligence about Mongol capabilities. These weren't corruptions of an original text, but active adaptations for specific use contexts. The account's cartographic influence manifested not in immediate revolutionary change, but through gradual incorporation into existing geographical frameworks. Early 14th century Mappe Mundi show selective integration of Marco's geographical information rather than wholesale revision. The famous 1375 Catalan Atlas incorporated details about inland Asian cities and routes while maintaining traditional cosmological frameworks. This selective utilization reflects how new information was evaluated against established knowledge systems, rather than automatically displacing them. The narrative that Columbus carried Marco's book on his voyages oversimplifies a complex intellectual genealogy. Columbus indeed possessed an annotated copy, but his geographical understanding derived from multiple sources synthesized through particular interpretive frameworks. His marginalia suggests selective reading focused on passages about eastern islands and maritime routes, while largely ignoring inland Asian information. This curated reading extracted elements supporting pre-existing theories rather than comprehensively engaging Marco's actual observations about Asian geography. The scientific reception of Marco's account deserves greater recognition than it typically receives. His detailed observations on coal use in China, paper currency systems, astronomical practices, and medicinal applications were circulated among European technical communities. Metallurgists noted Chinese furnace designs, fiscal theorists examined monetary systems, and medical practitioners investigated described remedies. These technical adaptations occurred through specialized knowledge networks distinct from broader literary or geographical reception. Beyond Europe, Marco's account experienced significant cross-cultural transmission through Persian and Arabic translations. These versions, appearing from the late 14th century onward, evaluated his observations against established Middle Eastern geographical knowledge about Asian regions. Persian geographical works incorporated material from Marco's descriptions of Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, while comparing them with existing Persian accounts of these regions. This integration process involved critical assessment rather than passive acceptance, with commentators noting where Marco's observations aligned with or diverged from established knowledge. The account's reception in East Asia followed particularly intriguing trajectories. While no complete Chinese translation appeared until the 19th century, specific information from Marco's text reached China through diverse routes. Persian geographical works incorporating Marco's observations circulated in Yuan and Ming scholarly circles, while Jesuit missionaries in the 16th to 17th centuries brought European geographical knowledge partially derived from Marco's account. This created fascinating scenarios where information originally observed in China returned in transformed form through multiple cultural mediations. The 19th century rediscovery of Marco Polo during European colonial expansion involved substantial reinvention of his significance. Colonial administrators and commercial agents reimagined him as a proto-colonial pioneer, rather than a participant in Asian-centered networks. This reframing extracted his observations from their original 13th century context of Mongol imperial integration, and repositioned them as precedent for European dominance. This colonial appropriation obscured how Marco operated within existing Asian systems, rather than pioneering European expansion. Academic study of Marco Polo's account developed through multiple phases reflecting broader disciplinary evolutions. 19th century scholarship focused predominantly on verifying or disproving specific observations, approaching the text as a straightforward historical source rather than a complex cultural product. Mid-20th century analysis shifted toward understanding its literary construction and transmission history. Recent scholarship increasingly examines the text within transcultural frameworks, analysing how information moved between cultural systems and underwent transformation through multiple mediations. Archaeological discoveries throughout the 20th and 21st centuries have provided physical evidence confirming numerous specific observations in Marco's account. Excavations of Yuan period cities have verified architectural details, recovered examples of paper money matching his descriptions, and uncovered administrative documents reflecting systems he documented. These material confirmations do not turn the text into mere factual reporting. Instead, they show how it blends precise observation with literary structures to present this information to European audiences. The enduring value of Marco Polo's account lies not in pioneering discovery or initiating European expansion, but in documenting a critical moment of Eurasian connectivity. His observations captured complex commercial, cultural, and administrative systems during a period of unprecedented integration under Mongol imperial frameworks. The continuing relevance of his account derives from this documentation of interconnection rather than exploration, providing insight into how diverse societies engaged in exchange networks that transcended cultural boundaries while remaining embedded in local contexts. He was truly one of the greatest to ever do it. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension. A child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. 1 or 2 suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated, the nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she pored at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's tumultuous, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from the Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a furious battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realise that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognised there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding onto Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrollment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deaf-blind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalised disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalise disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together. Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled. beside the sanitized image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organizations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalized due to disability and being marginalized due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamored with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognised spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined, and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalisation of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support. And she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair on a quiet evening, perhaps with a warm drink in hand as we travel back to a time when the world was smaller and simpler, yet somehow more complicated all at once. You're about to witness one of history's most remarkable transformations, not through the eyes of kings or generals, but as someone watching ordinary people discover they had extraordinary courage buried deep inside them. It's the early 8th century, and you find yourself in what we now call Spain, though back then it was known as Hispania to those who bothered with such formalities. The Visigothic kingdom stretches before you like a patchwork quilt that's seen better days, some patches holding strong, others fraying at the edges, and a few that probably should have been replaced years ago. You'd think ruling a kingdom would be straightforward, wouldn't you? After all, you sit on a throne, people bow, and everyone does what you say. But the Visigoths had managed to turn monarchy into something resembling a particularly chaotic game of musical chairs. Kings came and went with the regularity of seasons, though with considerably less predictability. One day you'd have King Witiza on the throne, the next day his rival Roderick would be measuring the royal cushions for size. This constant game of thrones, and yes, that's exactly what it was, had left the kingdom about as stable as a three-legged stool on a ship during a storm. Nobles spent more time plotting against each other than actually governing, which meant that when real trouble came knocking, everyone was too busy looking over their shoulders to notice the front door being kicked in. The irony, of course, is that while the Visigothic nobility were perfecting the art of political backstabbing, they were completely missing the bigger picture unfolding to the south. Across the narrow strait that separated Europe from Africa, forces were gathering that would change everything. But you know how it is with people who are too caught up in their own drama. They rarely notice the storm clouds until the rain starts falling. The Muslim conquest of North Africa had been proceeding with the kind of methodical efficiency that would make a Swiss clockmaker weep with joy. City after city, region after region, until the Islamic forces stood at the very edge of the African continent, looking across those few miles of water toward Europe like a person eyeing the last piece of chocolate cake at a dinner party. Now, you might wonder why anyone would want to cross a body of water to conquer a land full of quarrelling nobles and political chaos. The answer, as it often is in history, comes down to opportunity meeting ambition. The Muslim forces weren't just looking for new lands to conquer, they were looking for lands worth conquering. And despite all its internal squabbling, Hispania was still rich in resources, fertile in agriculture, and strategically positioned at the crossroads of Europe and Africa. The stage was set for one of those moments in history when everything changes so quickly that people living through it probably felt like they were watching the world's most dramatic magic trick. One moment, you have the familiar chaos of Visigothic politics, with its predictable unpredictability. The next moment, everything you thought you knew about power, religion and daily life is turned completely upside down. But here's what makes this story particularly fascinating from our cosy vantage point centuries later. The people living through these changes didn't know they were witnessing the end of one era and the beginning of another. They were just trying to get through each day, make sense of rapidly changing circumstances, and figure out how to protect themselves and their families in a world that suddenly seemed a lot less predictable than it had been the week before. The Reconquista, that centuries-long process of Christian kingdoms gradually reclaiming the Iberian Peninsula, wasn't born in a single moment of inspiration or divine revelation. It emerged slowly, organically, from the accumulated frustration and determination of people who found themselves living under foreign rule and decided, sometimes one person at a time, that they weren't going to accept this as their permanent reality. As you settle deeper into your chair, imagine yourself as one of those people, watching the old world crumble and wondering what kind of new world might rise from its ashes. Because that's exactly where our story begins, not with the end, but with the ending that became a beginning. In 711, if you lived near southern Spain, you may have seen something odd on the horizon. Ships. There were actually quite a few ships, and none of them were flying any flags that you recognised. This fleet wasn't the usual merchant traffic, or the occasional Viking raid that everyone had learned to treat as just another Tuesday inconvenience. The scene was something entirely different. The fleet approaching your shores belonged to Tariq ibn Ziyad, whose name would become so associated with this moment that the rocky outcrop where he landed, Gibraltar, literally means Jabal Tariq, or Tariq's mountain. It's one of those perfect historical coincidences that makes you wonder if someone somewhere has a sense of humour about these things. Now, if you were a military strategist sitting in your favourite armchair, you might assume that conquering an entire kingdom would require vast armies, years of planning, and logistics that would make a modern supply chain manager break out in hives. But Tariq had something perhaps more valuable than massive numbers. He had timing, determination, and an opponent that was essentially doing half the work for him. The Visigothic kingdom at this moment was like a house with a beautiful facade but termites in the foundation. King Roderick was dealing with rebellions in the north, noble families were still playing their endless game of political chess, and the army was scattered across the peninsula dealing with various internal squabbles. It was rather like trying to defend your home from burglars while your family is having a loud argument in the living room. Tariq's initial force was relatively modest, somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men, depending on which historical account you trust. These weren't just random soldiers looking for adventure, though. They were experienced fighters who had already proven themselves in the conquest of North Africa, and they brought with them something the Visigothic forces lacked: unity of purpose and a command structure that actually functioned. The landing itself must have been one of those surreal moments in history. Picture yourself as a local fisherman, going about your normal morning routine, when suddenly the bay fills with foreign ships disgorging thousands of armed men who clearly aren't there for the local tourism opportunities. You'd probably spend a few moments wondering if you were still dreaming, then realise the moment was definitely one of those days when staying home might have been the better choice. What happened next demonstrates one of history's recurring themes. Sometimes the outcome of momentous events depends less on grand strategy and more on basic human psychology. When news of the landing reached King Roderick, he did what any reasonable monarch would do. He gathered his forces and marched south to deal with this invasion. The problem was that gathering his forces in a politically fractured kingdom meant trying to assemble an army from nobles who weren't entirely sure they wanted him to succeed. The Battle of Guadalete, fought sometime in July 711, became one of those encounters that historians describe with words like decisive and pivotal, which are academic ways of saying everything changed rapidly. Roderick's army was larger on paper, but paper armies and real armies are two very different things. When your troops include people who might actually prefer to see you lose, military mathematics becomes considerably more complicated. The battle itself was less a clash of titans and more like watching a carefully stacked house of cards encounter a sudden breeze. Roderick's forces didn't just lose, they collapsed with the kind of spectacular completeness that makes military historians shake their heads in amazement. The king himself disappeared during the fighting, and while various stories emerged about his fate, the practical result was the same. The Visigothic kingdom had just lost its head, literally or figuratively. But here's where the story becomes particularly captivating from your comfortable evening perspective. The speed of what followed defied all reasonable expectations. Within a few years, Muslim forces had swept across most of the Iberian Peninsula with a swiftness that seems almost impossible until you remember that they weren't just conquering territory. They were often being invited in by local populations who saw them as preferable to the chaos of Visigothic rule. The result wasn't the Hollywood version of conquest, with dramatic sieges and heroic last stands. This was conquest through administrative competence, religious tolerance, and the simple appeal of stable government after decades of political turmoil. Sometimes the most revolutionary changes happen not through dramatic confrontation, but through offering people something they didn't even realise they wanted: predictability. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that everything familiar about your world has been quietly rearranged while you slept. The same mountains still frame the horizon, and the same rivers still flow toward the sea, but suddenly there are new rules, new rulers, and new ways of doing things that everyone is expected to learn rather quickly. This is essentially what happened to the people of Hispania as Muslim rule settled over the peninsula like a new season. But unlike the harsh winter of conquest that many might have expected, what actually emerged was something surprisingly manageable. The new rulers, it turned out, were excellent at the mundane business of actually running things. You see, the Umayyad Caliphate had learned something that many conquerors throughout history seem to miss. Destroying everything you've just conquered is rather like burning down the house you've just bought. Instead, they brought with them a sophisticated administrative system that had been refined through governing diverse populations across a vast territory stretching from Spain to Central Asia. The Christian and Jewish populations found themselves classified as dhimmi, protected peoples who could continue practicing their religions in exchange for paying additional taxes and accepting certain legal restrictions. Now, before you start thinking, this arrangement sounds wonderfully tolerant by modern standards, remember that religious tolerance in the 8th century was rather like air conditioning in the desert, rare enough that you appreciated it when you found it, even if it wasn't quite what you'd get at home. For many people, daily life under the new system was actually an improvement over the chaos of late Visigothic rule. Trade flourished, cities grew, and the famous convivencia, the coexistence of Christian, Muslim and Jewish communities, began to develop in ways that would make medieval Iberia one of the most culturally rich regions in Europe. But here's where human nature asserts itself in ways that are both predictable and touching. People adapt, but they also remember. In countless small ways, the conquered population maintained connections to their previous identity while learning to navigate their new reality. They spoke Arabic in the marketplace but might still pray in Latin at home. They adopted new architectural styles while preserving old family traditions. They learned new skills while teaching their children old stories. This cultural blending created something unprecedented in medieval Europe. A society where a Christian merchant might do business with a Muslim banker while discussing philosophy with a Jewish scholar, and nobody thought this was particularly remarkable. It was rather like living in one of those modern neighbourhoods where everyone's from somewhere else, except with more swords and considerably less plumbing. The new rulers established their capital at Cordoba, which under their guidance would become one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in Europe. They built schools, libraries and workshops. They improved agricultural techniques and expanded trade networks. They even maintained and expanded the Roman infrastructure they inherited, which showed a refreshing appreciation for good engineering regardless of its origins. Yet beneath this surface of accommodation and progress something else was quietly taking root. In the mountainous regions of the north, where the conquest had been less complete and central authority was weaker, small communities of Christians began to develop what we might call selective amnesia about their new reality. They remembered the old kingdom, the old faith, and the old ways of doing things, and they began to nurture the idea that their current situation might not be permanent. These weren't grand gestures of defiance or dramatic declarations of independence. They were the quiet, persistent activities of people who had decided that while they might have to accept foreign rule, they didn't have to like it or consider it legitimate. They maintained their own religious practices, preserved their own legal traditions, and most importantly told their children stories about how things used to be and how they might be again. The irony, of course, is that the very tolerance and administrative competence that made Muslim rule bearable also provided the space for this quiet resistance to develop. A harsher system might have stamped out Christian identity entirely, while a more chaotic one might have left people too focused on simple survival to think about political alternatives. Instead, the conquered population found themselves in the historically unusual position of being governed by people who were genuinely better at governing than their previous rulers, while still maintaining the psychological and cultural resources to imagine eventual liberation. It was rather like being in a very comfortable prison run by thoughtful wardens. You might appreciate the amenities while still planning your eventual escape. This quiet persistence in the northern mountains would be one of history's most patient investments, planted by people who might never live to see its harvest, but who maintained faith that someone someday would. Let's take a moment to appreciate one of history's most delightful ironies. The reconquest of Iberia began not with a grand army or divine revelation, but with what was essentially a tax dispute that got wildly out of hand. You have to admire the very human scale of it all. It's rather like discovering that the American Revolution started because someone got really annoyed about the price of tea. In the Asturian mountains of northern Spain, around the year 718, a Visigothic nobleman named Pelayo was dealing with the kind of problem that would be familiar to anyone who's ever had a disagreement with the local authorities. The Muslim governors wanted him to pay tribute and acknowledge their authority. Pelayo, for reasons that probably made perfect sense to him at the time, decided he'd rather not. Now, under normal circumstances, this kind of local disagreement would be resolved quickly and decisively in favour of whoever had the bigger army. But the Asturian mountains weren't normal circumstances. They were the medieval equivalent of trying to govern a region made entirely of natural fortresses. The terrain was so rugged that sending large military forces into it was rather like trying to organise a parade in a maze. Pelayo's initial act of defiance was probably witnessed by fewer people than typically attend a modern city council meeting. He gathered a small group of supporters. Accounts vary, but we're talking dozens, not thousands, and retreated to a cave called Covadonga. From a military perspective, the event looked like the kind of last stand that usually ends with historians writing sympathetic footnotes about brave but doomed resistance. The Muslim force sent to deal with this minor irritation was probably expecting what their commanders back in Cordoba were expecting: a brief expedition to arrest some troublemakers and restore order. Instead, they found themselves attempting to dislodge determined defenders from positions seemingly destined for such stubborn resistance. The Battle of Covadonga, fought sometime around 722, was the kind of encounter that looks insignificant in the moment, but grows in importance with each passing year. The Muslim force was defeated, not destroyed, but defeated enough that they withdrew, rather than continue what was turning into an expensive and embarrassing exercise in mountain warfare. From Pelayo's perspective, he had successfully defended his home and maintained his independence. From the Muslim governor's perspective, they had bigger concerns than chasing a few rebels through mountains that seemed designed to make military operations as difficult as possible. From history's perspective, something had just begun that would continue for the next 7 centuries. What makes this moment particularly fascinating is how ordinary it must have seemed to almost everyone involved. Pelayo wasn't proclaiming himself the champion of Christendom, or announcing a divinely inspired mission to reconquer Iberia. He was simply a man who decided he preferred his traditional way of life to the new management, and who happened to live in terrain that made his preference militarily viable. The victory at Covadonga became something more than a military success. It became proof that Muslim rule wasn't inevitable or permanent. Word spread through the Christian communities that remained scattered across the peninsula, carried by merchants, pilgrims, and that most effective of medieval communication networks, gossip. But here's what makes Pelayo's story particularly relevant to your evening contemplation. He didn't succeed because he had a master plan or divine assistance or superior military technology. He succeeded because he was stubborn, he picked his ground carefully, and he was willing to accept a very modest definition of success. Occasionally, the most important historical changes begin with someone simply saying no and meaning it. The kingdom of Asturias that emerged from this mountain rebellion was tiny, poor, and surrounded by much more powerful neighbours. By any reasonable measure, it should have been a historical footnote, one of those brief moments of independence that gets absorbed back into the larger political reality. Instead, it became the seed from which the entire Reconquista would eventually grow. This episode suggests something both encouraging and slightly absurd about human nature. Sometimes the most significant changes in history begin with people who have no idea they're making history. They're just dealing with their immediate circumstances, making the best decisions they can with the information they have, and refusing to accept situations they find unacceptable. Pelayo probably went to sleep each night thinking about practical problems, food supplies, defensive positions, and keeping his small band of followers motivated and organised. He almost certainly didn't imagine that he was launching a centuries-long process that would reshape the entire Iberian Peninsula. He was just a man trying to preserve his way of life in a world that had changed around him. Imagine a garden where aggressive weeds have completely overtaken the original flowers. But then, if you look carefully in the corners and along the edges, you start to notice small shoots pushing up through the soil. The old plants haven't died. They've just been growing quietly in places where the weeds couldn't reach them. This is essentially what was happening in the northern regions of Iberia during the early centuries of Muslim rule. The kingdom of Asturias, emerging from Pelayo's successful mountain rebellion, was rather like a medieval startup. Small, scrappy, and operating with the kind of lean efficiency that comes from having absolutely no choice in the matter. The early Asturian kings ruled over a territory that was mostly rocks, trees, and people who had gotten very good at making do with limited resources. But what makes their story particularly endearing is that they transformed their poverty into a strength rather than a weakness. Since they couldn't compete with the wealth and sophistication of Muslim Iberia, they positioned themselves as the authentic keepers of the old traditions. They were the original article, the vintage Christian kingdom, aged to perfection in mountain caves and seasoned with genuine suffering. King Alfonso I, ruling in the early 8th century, perfected what we might call the liberation through depopulation strategy. He would launch raids into the territories between his kingdom and the main Muslim settlements, not to conquer and hold ground, but to convince the Christian populations in those areas to pack up and move north to his kingdom. It was rather like being a medieval real estate agent whose sales pitch was, "Come live in our beautiful mountains, where the scenery is spectacular and nobody will try to convert you to Islam." This policy had the delightful side effect of creating a no-man's land between Christian and Muslim territories, a buffer zone that was difficult for either side to control, but which served as an excellent training ground for the kind of small-scale warfare that mountain kingdoms do best. The Asturians became experts at what we'd now call guerrilla tactics, though they probably just thought of it as how you fight when you can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Leon emerged as the kingdom's new capital, when the kings decided that ruling from mountain caves, while romantically authentic, was becoming impractical as their territory expanded. Leon offered the radical luxury of being a place where you could hold court without worrying about the ceiling dripping on your crown. The really clever part of the Asturian strategy was cultural as well as military. They positioned themselves as the continuation of the Visigothic kingdom, not its successors, but literally the same kingdom that had temporarily lost most of its territory. Their approach wasn't just propaganda, it was a comprehensive rebranding effort that would make modern marketing executives weep with admiration. They maintained Visigothic legal codes, preserved Latin literacy, and most importantly, developed what we might call the "we never really left" narrative. According to this version of events, the Kingdom of Asturias wasn't a new political entity, but rather the Visigothic kingdom in temporary exile, waiting for the right moment to reclaim its inheritance. This narrative was particularly powerful because it transformed what could have been considered a series of border raids and minor territorial expansions into something much more significant: the systematic recovery of stolen property. When Asturian forces captured a town or valley, They weren't conquering new territory. They were liberating occupied land and restoring it to its rightful rulers. The psychological impact of this approach was considerable. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had a focal point for their identity and aspirations. The Kingdom of Asturias proved that Christian rule was still possible, still viable, and most importantly still expanding. Every Asturian victory, regardless of its magnitude, demonstrated that the Muslim conquest was not the final chapter. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this early period was how the Asturian approach to reconquest was fundamentally different from what we might expect. Their strategy wasn't driven by religious fanaticism or ethnic hatred. It was driven by the much more practical desire to live according to familiar laws and customs. The Asturians didn't spend a lot of time denouncing Islam. They spent their time demonstrating that Christian rule could be effective, protective, and worth supporting. They were also remarkably pragmatic about their goals. Rather than declaring their intention to reconquer the entire peninsula, which would have sounded rather absurd coming from rulers of a mountain kingdom, they focused on the achievable objective of expanding their territory bit by bit, valley by valley, mountain by mountain. This patience and pragmatism would prove to be one of their greatest strengths. While other medieval kingdoms rose and fell through overambitious expansion or internal conflict, the Asturians built something sustainable, a Christian kingdom that grew stronger rather than weaker over time, and that would eventually become the foundation for much larger reconquest efforts. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Pelayo's persistent refusal to pay taxes had transformed into a situation that was beginning to cause the Muslim rulers of Iberia genuine discomfort. It's rather like watching a small crack in a wall gradually expand until you realise the whole structure might need attention. The Kingdom of Asturias had been quietly but persistently expanding, and by now it was no longer accurate to describe it as a minor mountain rebellion. Under kings like Alfonso II and Alfonso III, the kingdom had developed from a desperate refugee camp into a functioning medieval state, with its own economy, military organisation, and most importantly, a clear sense of mission. Alfonso III, who ruled in the late 9th century, was particularly good at what we might call expansion with style. He didn't just conquer territory, he established cities, built churches, and created the kind of infrastructure that made people want to stay, rather than flee at the first opportunity. Cities like Zamora and Toro weren't just military outposts. They were statements of permanence, announcements that Christian rule was back and intended to stay. But what's particularly fascinating about this period is that the Christian kingdoms were acquiring the same patience and strategic thinking that had made Muslim rule so successful. They weren't just fighting battles, they were building institutions, establishing trade networks, and most importantly, creating the administrative machinery that could govern an expanding territory. The really clever innovation was the development of what historians call the Reconquest ideology, a systematic intellectual framework that transformed military expansion into a sacred mission. The mission wasn't just about recovering lost territory anymore. It was about fulfilling a divine mandate to restore Christian rule to the entire peninsula. It was brilliant marketing that gave every border skirmish cosmic significance. This ideological framework had the additional advantage of attracting support from beyond the peninsula. Christian kingdoms across Europe began to see the Iberian reconquest as part of their own spiritual mission, which meant that French, Italian, and other European knights started arriving to help with what they saw as a holy war against Islam. These foreign volunteers brought more than just military assistance. They brought new military techniques, financial resources, and most importantly, they brought the sense that the Reconquista was part of a larger European Christian identity. What had begun as a local dispute over governance was gradually becoming part of the great cultural and religious confrontation between Christianity and Islam. Meanwhile, Muslim Iberia was discovering that success can create its own problems. The efficiency and prosperity that had made Al-Andalus the envy of Europe had also made it somewhat complacent. For so long, the Christian kingdoms in the north were viewed as minor irritations, and when they began to pose a genuine threat, the response was often delayed. The Umayyad Caliphate was also dealing with internal pressures that diverted attention and resources from the northern frontier. Political succession disputes, regional rebellions, and the constant challenge of governing a diverse population meant that the military focus needed to contain Christian expansion wasn't always available when and where it was needed. By the 10th century, the balance of power was shifting in ways that would have seemed impossible 2 centuries earlier. The Christian kingdoms weren't just surviving, they were beginning to thrive. They had developed their own military innovations, established secure economic bases, and most importantly, they had created a political and cultural identity that was attracting support from across Christian Europe. The psychological transformation was perhaps even more significant than the military one. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had concrete evidence that Muslim rule wasn't permanent or inevitable. Every Christian victory, every recovered city, every successful campaign was proof that change was possible and that supporting the Reconquest might be a winning strategy rather than a hopeless gesture. This shift in perception created a feedback loop that accelerated the process. As Christian kingdoms became more successful, they attracted more support, which made them more successful, which attracted more support. The momentum that had been building slowly for generations was beginning to reach critical mass. The Reconquista was transforming from a local mountain rebellion into a peninsula-wide movement with international support and religious legitimacy. What had once seemed like an impossible dream, the complete recovery of Christian rule over Iberia, was beginning to look like an achievable, if long-term, objective. But perhaps most importantly, the Christian kingdoms had learned something crucial about the nature of historical change. Sometimes the most effective way to transform the world is to start small, stay focused, and maintain consistent pressure over very long periods of time. They had mastered the art of strategic patience. As you sit here in the gentle quiet of evening, imagine yourself looking back across those 7 centuries that stretched between Pelayo's first defiant stand in the mountains and the final surrender of Granada in 1492. It's rather like watching time-lapse photography of a garden where flowers that were planted in spring don't bloom until the following winter, except the seasons lasted for generations. The Reconquista that began with a tax dispute had become something unprecedented in medieval history. A sustained, multi-generational project that transformed not just the political map of Iberia, but the very identity of European Christianity. What started as a simple refusal to accept foreign rule had evolved into a defining characteristic of Spanish and Portuguese culture that would influence their approach to everything from exploration to empire building. By the 11th century, the momentum that had been building for centuries was beginning to produce dramatic results. The capture of Toledo in 1085 by Alfonso VI of Castile was one of those moments when everyone involved probably sensed they were participating in something historically significant. Toledo wasn't just another city. It was the ancient capital of Visigothic Spain, the symbolic heart of the kingdom that the Christian rulers claimed to be restoring. The fall of Toledo demonstrated something that military theorists still study today: how psychological victories can be more important than purely military ones. The conquest of this city didn't just add territory to the Christian kingdoms, it proved that even the most seemingly secure Muslim strongholds could be taken by patient, determined forces who were willing to play the long game. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Reconquista's ultimate success was how it maintained its essential character across those 7 centuries. The same qualities that had made Pelayo's rebellion successful, stubbornness, strategic patience, and the ability to turn disadvantages into advantages, remained central to the Christian approach throughout the entire process. The Christian kingdoms learned to cooperate when necessary while maintaining their independence, to adopt new military technologies while preserving their cultural identity, and, most importantly, to think in terms of generations rather than immediate results. They created institutions that could survive individual defeats, economic setbacks, and political changes because they were built around the idea that temporary setbacks were just that, temporary. The final centuries of the Reconquista were marked by the consolidation of Christian power under the unified crowns of Castile and Aragon. The marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand in 1469 created the political unity that could finally complete what Pelayo had begun in the mountains of Asturias. It's one of history's neat symmetries that a movement that began with one stubborn individual would be completed by the strategic alliance of 2 determined monarchs. The surrender of Granada in 1492 marked not just the end of Muslim rule in Iberia, but the completion of one of the longest and most successful military campaigns in European history. What makes it particularly remarkable is that it succeeded not through overwhelming force or brilliant strategy, but through the simple expedient of refusing to give up and consistently working toward a clearly defined goal across multiple centuries. The legacy of the Reconquista extends far beyond the borders of Spain and Portugal. The experience of successfully recovering lost territory through sustained effort created a cultural confidence that would fuel the age of exploration. The same kingdoms that had spent centuries learning to expand their territory step by step would soon be applying those lessons to global empire building. More fundamentally, the Reconquista demonstrated something encouraging about human persistence and the possibility of long-term change. It showed that even the most seemingly permanent political arrangements can be transformed by people who are willing to start small, stay focused, and maintain their efforts across multiple generations. As you consider this story from your comfortable modern perspective, perhaps the most relevant lesson is how ordinary people, faced with circumstances they found unacceptable, created extraordinary change through the simple expedient of refusing to accept that those circumstances were permanent. They didn't need special advantages or dramatic gestures. They just needed patience, persistence, and the willingness to think beyond their lifetimes. The birth of the Reconquista reminds us that some of history's most significant transformations begin not with grand declarations or revolutionary moments, but with individuals who simply decide that their current situation doesn't have to be their permanent reality. Sometimes the most powerful force in human history is just the quiet determination to make tomorrow different from today, sustained over enough tomorrows to make a difference that lasts. And with that thought, perhaps it's time to let this story settle into your evening quiet, carrying with it the gentle reminder that even the longest journeys begin with someone taking the first step. The story of the Oregon Trail typically begins with wagons rolling west in the 1840s, but its true origins reach back much further, to pathways trodden by indigenous peoples for millennia. The Shoshone, Nez Perce, and dozens of other nations had established intricate trade networks across what would become the American West, long before European settlement. These indigenous highways formed the skeleton upon which the Oregon Trail would eventually be built. The conventional narrative credits Lewis and Clark with discovering the route west, but their 1804 to 1806 expedition relied heavily on indigenous guides like Sacagawea, whose knowledge of mountain passages proved invaluable. What's less discussed is how their journey was followed by fur traders who quietly expanded these routes throughout the early 19th century. In 1811, John Jacob Astor's Pacific Fur Company established Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia River, just 5 years after Lewis and Clark's return. To connect this remote outpost with St. Louis, fur trader Robert Stewart pioneered an east-to-west crossing in 1812-13, discovering South Pass in Wyoming's Wind River Range. This critical gateway through the Continental Divide, at a relatively moderate 7,412 feet elevation, would later become the trail's most crucial geographic feature, allowing wagons to cross the Rockies without navigating treacherous, high-altitude passes. While history textbooks often present manifest destiny as the driving force behind westward expansion, economic desperation propelled many early migrants. The Panic of 1837, a financial crisis that triggered a 6-year depression, left countless Americans jobless and landless. Oregon represented not conquest but survival. As one migrant wrote in 1843, "We do not go to make war on anyone or build an empire, only to feed our children and perhaps find peace away from the banks that have ruined us." The trail's formal establishment came through an unlikely source: missionary endeavours. In 1836, Methodist missionary Jason Lee travelled to Oregon's Willamette Valley to establish a mission among the Kalapuya people. Though his evangelistic efforts yielded few converts, his letters eastward painted Oregon as an agricultural paradise. Presbyterian missionaries Marcus and Narcissa Whitman made the journey the same year, with Narcissa becoming one of the first white women to cross the continent overland. The Whitmans established their mission among the Cayuse people near present-day Walla Walla, Washington. Their letters home, describing fertile valleys and a moderate climate, caught despite downplaying the complex diplomatic negotiations necessary to maintain peace with indigenous nations whose land they occupied. Their letters captivated the nation's imagination. The Whitmans' mission would later become a landmark stop on the Oregon Trail, and the site of tragedy when deteriorating relations with the Cayuse resulted in violence. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of the trail's formation was the role of free black settlers in establishing Oregon country. Though later Oregon legislation would shamefully prohibit black settlement, early pioneers included black Americans seeking freedom from the restrictions of eastern states. Moses Black Harris, a former slave-turned-mountain man, became one of the trail's most respected guides in the 1830s, leading multiple groups to Oregon and returning east to guide more. George Washington Bush, successful Pennsylvania businessman, led one of the first large wagon parties in 1844, eventually establishing a prosperous farm in what would become Washington's state. The trail's preliminary routes were mapped by government surveyor John C. Fremont between 1842 and 1844. His meticulous reports, widely published in Eastern newspapers, transformed vague knowledge about Oregon country into practical guidance, while Fremont is remembered as the Pathfinder. His expeditions relied heavily on the expertise of Kit Carson and other seasoned guides who had already travelled these routes extensively. By 1843, when the first major wagon train of approximately 1,000 people departed Independence, Missouri, the Oregon Trail wasn't a sudden inspiration, but the culmination of decades of exploration, indigenous knowledge, economic necessity, missionary zeal, and careful mapping. These pioneers weren't venturing into an unmapped wilderness, but following an increasingly well-documented route toward what they hoped would be better lives. The story of the Oregon Trail's origins reveals how great migrations rarely spring fully formed from a single catalyst, but develop through complex interplays of geography, economics, politics, and human determination, a theme that would continue as the trail evolved from a hazardous journey into America's most consequential migration route. Popular culture has reduced the Oregon Trail to covered wagons and oxen, but the 2,170-mile journey spurred remarkable technological adaptations that changed American transportation forever. The challenges of traversing a continent necessitated practical innovation at every stage, establishing a mobile laboratory for 19th century ingenuity. The prairie schooner, the iconic covered wagon, was itself a specialized adaptation of the larger Conestoga wagon used in eastern freight hauling. These wagons, specifically designed for the western journey, it weighed approximately 1,300 pounds when empty, compared to the Conestoga's 3,000 pounds. Their beds were sealed with tar to float across rivers, while their white canvas covers were treated with linseed oil for waterproofing. The hooped canvas cover wasn't merely for protection from the elements. Its shape was deliberately designed to create air circulation, reducing interior temperatures on scorching prairie days. Inventors built fortunes supplying specialized equipment to emigrants. In St. Joseph, Missouri, blacksmith Joseph Murphy developed a reputation for crafting western wagons, with innovative features like the axles that could be greased without removing the wheels and reinforced wheel hubs that withstood the trail's punishment. By 1850, Murphy's wagon factory employed over 200 workers producing trail-specific designs. Similarly, gunsmith Horace Dimmick created the Plains rifle, a hybrid firearm combining the accuracy of a rifle with the easy loading of a smoothbore musket, perfect for travellers who needed reliable hunting capabilities without specialised expertise. Contrary to romantic notions, pioneers weren't self-sufficient isolationists, but participants in a sophisticated supply chain. Entrepreneurs established outfit registries in departure towns, essentially early information bureaus where travellers could register their skills, blacksmithing, medical knowledge, carpentry and equipment, extra wagons, tools, draft animals. These registries matched complementary parties to mutually beneficial travelling companies. One registry operator noted in his 1849 records that he had matched 17 parties with needed physicians and 11 with wheelwrights, greatly improving their prospects for safe arrival. The Oregon Trail drove innovation in food preservation beyond the familiar pemmican and hardtack. Sylvester Graham, creator of the Graham cracker, developed specialized journey cakes, fortified with additional nutrients specifically for Western travelers. More significantly, witnessing trail deaths from contaminated milk inspired Gale Borden to develop condensed milk, which he patented in 1856 after years of experimentation. His innovation, motivated by Trepelwittischer's trail hardships, would later save countless lives during the Civil War and transform food preservation globally. River crossings presented some of the trail's greatest technological challenges. At major crossings, entrepreneurs established ferry services using innovative flat-bottomed craft with guide ropes. By 1850, Cornelius Oregon Smith had built a remarkable pontoon bridge across the Kansas River constructed of empty sealed barrels as flotation devices, demonstrating how the trail spurred practical engineering. After multiple drownings at the dangerous crossing of the Green River in Wyoming, mountain man William Sublette developed a unique ferry design using indigenous-inspired bull boats, bison hide stretched over willow frames, scaled up to accommodate wagons. The risk of becoming lost prompted the development of sophisticated navigational tools beyond compasses. Thomas Jefferson Farnham published Travels in the Great Western Prairies in 1843, which included the first topographical guide to the trail, with landmark sketches travellers could identify from any approach angle. Entrepreneur J.H. Colton produced specialised emigrant maps printed on linen. These maps, designed to withstand rain and rough handling, replaced paper. Some maps incorporated innovative panoramic views of mountain passes and river crossings from multiple angles to help travellers confirm they were on the correct path. Perhaps the most remarkable technological adaptation was in the area of communication. Using tree caches, travellers developed an emigrant mail system to leave messages for later travellers. By 1850, this had evolved into a sophisticated relay system where eastbound travellers would carry letters from those further west, and established post trees became known relay points. At Independence Rock in present-day Wyoming, travellers didn't merely carve their names, they recorded detailed information about water sources, grass conditions, and Indian relations ahead, creating a constantly updated intelligence network. Some innovations failed spectacularly. The Prairie Motor of 1845, a sail-powered wagon that worked brilliantly on flat terrain until the first serious wind tipped it over, remains a cautionary tale. Wind-powered water pumps designed for trail use proved too delicate for travel, but later became staples of Western settlement. The trail functioned as both laboratory and testing ground, where practical solutions either proved their worth or were rapidly abandoned. By understanding the Oregon Trail as a corridor of technological adaptation, rather than merely a path westward, we gain insight into how the journey itself transformed America. The pragmatic innovations it demanded, from specialised transportation to food preservation, laid the groundwork for industrial developments that would reshape the nation in subsequent decades. The Oregon Trail wasn't just a geographic link connecting east and west. It was an incubator for practical problem-solving that accelerated American technological development far beyond the journey itself. While school lessons typically frame the Oregon Trail as a pioneering adventure, it was fundamentally an economic endeavour of staggering proportions. The financial realities of the migration represent one of history's most overlooked aspects of this pivotal American journey. Preparing for the Oregon Trail required substantial capital investment. By the mid-1840s, outfitting a family of 4 for the journey cost approximately $600 to $800, equivalent to about $22,000 to $30,000 in today's currency. The cost included a wagon, $85, oxen teams, $50 per yoke, food supplies, $150, tools, weapons, and numerous specialised items. Consequently, the Oregon Trail was not primarily travelled by the destitute, but by middle-class farmers and tradespeople, with significant resources to invest in relocation. Economic preparations often began years before departure. Families sold farms and businesses, called in debts, and liquidated non-essential possessions. Many worked additional jobs for several years to accumulate the necessary funds. Meticulous financial planning became a hallmark of successful emigrants. Samuel Parker of Illinois kept a remarkable preparation ledger beginning in 1841, documenting every purchase and sale made in preparation for his family's 1845 departure. His financial strategy included specifically planting flax and tobacco in his final 2 eastern harvests, crops that commanded premium prices with minimal land use. The journey itself generated a sophisticated economic ecosystem along the trail. By the late 1840s, over 150 businesses had been established at key points along the route. Trading posts evolved from simple supply caches into complex commercial operations. At Fort Laramie, Wyoming, ledgers from 1849 to 1852 show transactions not merely for supplies, but for services including wagon repair, $5 to $8, oxen shoeing, $1.50 per hoof, letter forwarding, $1 per letter, and even wagon storage for those who decided to continue on horseback, $3 per month. The development of specialised trail occupations remains largely unexplored in conventional histories. Ferrymen at river crossings could earn $500 to $1,500 during a single migration season. Wheelwrights travelled the trail, offering repairs at premium prices. Trail guides charged $75 to $150 per diem for partial route guidance. One entrepreneurial individual, James Pritchard, made his fortune not by going to Oregon, but by operating a mobile blacksmith shop that travelled back and forth along the first 500 miles of the trail during migration seasons between 1848 and 1855. The economics of the trail involved sophisticated risk management strategies. Wagon companies frequently pooled resources, creating informal insurance arrangements where members would help replace lost cattle or repair damaged wagons for others in their party. Formal insurance also emerged. The Missouri Protection Company, established in 1846, offered trail insurance for 5% of the insured value of goods and equipment, with additional premiums for livestock coverage. Their surviving records show they paid claims for equipment losses, medical expenses, and even death benefits. Indigenous economic relationships with travellers were far more complex than the raiding narratives that dominate popular accounts. Many native nations established sophisticated trading relationships with emigrants. The Sioux and Cheyenne operated trading camps at critical junctures, exchanging fresh meat and moccasins for cloth, metal tools, and shus coffee. The Shoshone became particularly known for their horse trading expertise along the Idaho section of the trail, with documented exchanges showing they commanded premium prices for quality mounts. Far from being mere barriers to westward travel, many indigenous groups became essential economic partners, with profits from trade helping offset the negative impacts of increased traffic through their territories. One of the trail's most significant economic impacts was wealth redistribution. Emigrants frequently discovered their carefully planned supplies were too heavy for their wagons, particularly when ascending the Rocky Mountains. This phenomenon led to massive discarding of property along the trail, so much that scavenging became a profitable enterprise. Trail gleaning operations emerged, with entrepreneurs collecting abandoned items and reshipping them eastward or selling them to less prepared travellers. One Wyoming businessman, Thomas Farlow, built a substantial mercantile business almost entirely from refurbished items recovered from emigrant dumping grounds near South Pass. The financial outcomes of Oregon Trail migration varied dramatically. Studies of land claim records show that approximately 20% of arrivals achieved significant prosperity within 5 years. 60% established stable but modest holdings, while 20% either returned eastward or remained in perpetual financial difficulty. The variable outcomes reflected both the luck of weather and timing, but also the preparation and adaptability of individual emigrants. Those who arrived with specialised skills beyond farming, blacksmithing, milling, merchandising, generally achieved greater economic success than those relying solely on agriculture. Perhaps the most misunderstood economic aspect of the Oregon Trail was its role in America's first significant land speculation boom. The Donation Land Claim Act of 1850 offered married couples a full square mile of land, 640 acres, 4 times what most farmers had owned in the East. This unprecedented opportunity attracted not just settlers, but investors. Records from Portland, Oregon, show that by 1853, approximately 15% of land claims were being held by speculators rather than working settlers, with some individuals controlling dozens of claims through various proxy arrangements. The economic windfall of essentially free land represented wealth transfer on a scale rarely seen in American history. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as an economic phenomenon rather than merely a pioneering adventure, we gain insight into how it fundamentally reshaped American wealth distribution, created new commercial patterns, and established economic relationships that would define the American West for generations to come. The traditional narrative of the Oregon Trail relegates women to background figures, stalwart wives following their husbands' dreams west. Reality reveals a far more complex picture, where women were active decision-makers, skilled contributors, and occasionally the primary advocates for Western migration. Family records show women often initiated the decision to emigrate. Analysis of emigrant journals indicates that in approximately 20% of families, wives were the primary proponents of relocation. Economic opportunities specifically for women, including land ownership rights unavailable in eastern states, motivated many female-driven migration decisions. The 1850 donation epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Egon Territory, direct ownership of half the family's land claim, a revolutionary concept when most eastern states still adhered to coverture laws, placing all family property under male control. Elizabeth Smith Geer, whose detailed 1847 trail journal chronicles her family's journey from Illinois to Oregon's Willamette Valley, wrote candidly, "It was I who wore down my husband's objections, not from restlessness, but from clear-eyed calculation of what Oregon offered our daughters. Her journal meticulously tracked the economic variables of their journey, including detailed accounting of supplies and realistic projections of land productivity in their destination, demonstrating that women were often the financial strategists of family migration. The journey itself demanded role flexibility that challenged Victorian gender norms. Women routinely handled firearms, drove wagons, and managed livestock, skills many had developed on eastern farms, but which the trail elevated from occasional assistance to necessary expertise. Rebecca Ketchum's 1853 journal includes detailed technical discussions of wagon repair techniques she developed, including an innovative method for resetting damaged wheel hubs using water immersion and controlled drying that was adopted by other travellers in her company. Medical care on the trail fell predominantly to women. While trail narratives often emphasised the dangers of childbirth during the journey, women's medical work extended far beyond midwifery. Female practitioners treated injuries, managed infectious diseases, and performed emergency procedures, including bullet extractions and bone settings. Tabitha Brown, who travelled to Oregon in 1846 at age 66, documented treating over 130 medical cases during her journey. After establishing herself in Oregon's Willamette Valley, she founded a boarding school that eventually grew into Pacific University, demonstrating how skills developed on the trail translated into institutional building in the West. Indigenous women played crucial roles in trail dynamics rarely acknowledged in traditional histories. Many served as cultural intermediaries, facilitating trade and diplomatic relations between travellers and native nations. The Sioux woman, known in records only as Mary, operated a trading post at the Platte River crossing from 1847 to 1851, where she not only exchanged goods, but also provided emigrants with critical information about trail conditions ahead. Sacagawea's famous role with Lewis and Clark established a pattern of indigenous female guides that continued throughout the trail era. Entrepreneurship among trail women manifested in various forms. Some operated mobile businesses during the journey, with journals referencing women who offered laundering services, baked goods, or tailoring at evening encampments. Sarah Bowman, known as the Great Western, due to her 6-foot height, established eating establishments at major trail stopping points in the 1840s, eventually building a network of restaurants from Missouri to California. Her business records show annual profits exceeding $5,000, an exceptional sum for the era. The trail journey reshaped family dynamics in ways that persisted in Western settlements. Trail companies typically functioned as direct democracies, with each family having a vote in decisions. Although men officially represented families in these votes, evidence from multiple journals indicates women actively participated in pre-vote discussions and strategizing. This democratic experience influenced later advocacy for women's suffrage in Western territories. It's no coincidence that Wyoming Territory was the first to grant women voting rights in 1869, with Western states consistently leading suffrage efforts. Many women who had demonstrated their capability and judgment on the Oregon Trail were unwilling to accept political disenfranchisement in their new homes. Intellectual and artistic contributions by women documented the trail experience with distinctive perspectives. While men's journals typically focused on mileage, geographic features, and livestock conditions, women's accounts more frequently included detailed social observations, emotional impacts of the journey, and cultural interactions. British traveller Isabella Bird, journeying in 1854, produced botanical sketches of over 200 plant species along the trail, many previously undocumented. Her scientific contributions were initially published under a male pseudonym, but were later recognised for their remarkable accuracy and detail. The hardships of trail life disproportionately affected women's physical health. Recent analysis of medical records and journals indicates women experienced higher rates of certain trail-specific health issues, including severe sunburn due to the bonnet designs that protected faces but exposed necks, kidney infections from dehydration and limited privacy for urination, and hand injuries from constant camp setup and food preparation. Despite these challenges, statistical analysis of trail fatalities shows women actually survived at higher rates than men, challenging the assumption of female fragility that pervades many historical accounts. Upon reaching Oregon, women's work proved crucial in establishing viable communities. Beyond domestic responsibilities, women established schools, founded mutual aid societies, and created economic cooperatives. The Aurora Colony in Oregon's Willamette Valley, founded in 1856, operated largely through women's collective management of agriculture and textile production. Their communal approach to childcare and food preparation allowed for specialised labour development that significantly enhanced the colony's productivity compared to individual family settlements. By centering women's experiences and contributions, we gain a more accurate understanding of the Oregon Trail as not merely a male-driven conquest of territory, but a complex social. The success of migration hinged on the full participation and leadership of women at every stage, from the initial decision to depart to the establishment of sustainable Western communities. The environmental history of the Oregon Trail extends far beyond picturesque wagon trains crossing pristine landscapes. The migration corridor became one of the 19th century's most significant zones of ecological transformation, creating environmental changes that remain visible today. The physical imprint of the trail itself constituted an unprecedented alteration of the Great Plains landscape. By 1850, the main route had been travelled by approximately 55,000 people driving 30,000 wagons and 350,000 livestock animals. This concentrated traffic created a road averaging 10 feet wide, but expanding to nearly 100 feet wide in places as travellers sought untrampled grass. Wagon wheels cutting through prairie sod created permanent troughs that channeled rainfall, eventually carving gullies that altered local hydrology. Modern remote sensing technologies have identified over 3,000 miles of permanent trail-caused erosion features that continue to affect water flow patterns across the Great Plains and Intermountain West. Animal ecology along the corridor experienced dramatic disruption. Bison herds, which had traditionally migrated across the plains in predictable patterns, altered their movements to avoid the trail corridor. Naturalist John Townsend observed in 1847 that bison were rarely seen within 5 miles of the main trail, creating what he called a road-shaped vacancy in their distribution. This redistribution of keystone herbivores triggered cascading ecosystem effects, altering vegetation patterns and predator distributions throughout the region. The trail's most significant and rapid environmental impact came through plant community changes. Wagon wheels functioned as remarkably efficient seed dispersal mechanisms. Studies of trail corridor vegetation show approximately 145 to 175 European and Eastern plant species were introduced along the route between 1840 and 1860. Some introductions were deliberate, as emigrants carried familiar herbs and vegetables. Others were accidental seeds caught in wagon wheels, animal hooves, or clothing. By 1855, distinct corridors of non-native vegetation clearly marked the trail's path across the plains. Not all ecological exchanges moved westward. Eastern nursery operators actively sought Western plant specimens from returning travellers. The Llewellyn Nursery of Philadelphia offered financial bounties for viable seeds of Western flowers and trees, receiving over 200 species from Oregon Trail returnees between 1847 and 1853. Many ornamental plants common in eastern gardens today, including several varieties of penstemon and Oregon grape holly, entered commercial horticulture through these trail-enabled exchanges. The trail's most devastating ecological impact involved water resources. Emigrant parties typically travelled in spring and summer, precisely when Western water sources were most vulnerable to contamination. Each evening, hundreds of animals and humans would concentrate around limited water sources. Diaries describe streams and springs becoming muddy, trampled, and contaminated with animal waste. Epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Cholera outbreaks in 1849 and 1850 led to infected waste contaminating water sources used by subsequent travellers and indigenous communities, creating disease vectors that reached far beyond the trail corridor. Timber resources faced particular pressure from trail travel. Each wagon party required wood for cooking and warmth, creating zones of deforestation around major camping areas. At Fort Laramie, historical photographs from 1845 show substantial cottonwood groves along the North Platte River. By 1857, these riparian forests had been reduced to scattered individual trees, fundamentally altering the riverine ecosystem and causing accelerated bank erosion. Similar deforestation occurred at all major stopping points, with ecological effects that persisted for generations. Indigenous ecological management systems, developed over centuries to maintain productive landscapes, were disrupted by trail traffic. The Pawnee practice of controlled prairie burning, which maintained optimal grass composition for both bison and human food plants, became impossible to implement safely with constant wagon traffic. The annual hunting migrations of mounted Lakota and Cheyenne bands were interrupted by the need to avoid or engage with emigrant trains. As these traditional landscape management practices diminished, ecosystem composition began shifting toward less productive arrangements. Wildlife population changes occurred with surprising rapidity. Wolves and bears, initially common along the eastern portions of the trail, retreated from the corridor within a decade of heavy traffic. Beaver populations, already depleted by the fur trade, faced additional pressure as emigrants trapped them for food and pelts at critical water crossings. Meanwhile, opportunistic species, including ravens, coyotes, and certain rodents, thrived in the modified environment, expanding their populations along the trail corridor. The trail's impact extended to climate perception and expectations. Emigrant journals reveal evolving understandings of Western environments. Early travellers frequently described the plains as a desert, not meaning dunes, but using the 19th century definition of lands unsuitable for conventional Eastern agriculture. By the 1850s, promotional literature and guidebooks challenged this perception, advancing theories that rain follows the plough and claiming settlement would transform the climate. These optimistic misconceptions would later contribute to the Dust Bowl when farming expanded into regions with inadequate rainfall. The environmental legacy of the Oregon Trail persists in subtle but measurable ways. Modern botanical surveys reveal distinct patterns of non-native vegetation still following the historic route. Genetic studies of trout populations in streams crossing the trail show evidence of historic transplantation, as emigrants occasionally transported live fish in water barrels. Remote sensing reveals persistent changes in soil composition and hydrology along the corridor, creating what scientists now term a landscape legacy that remains visible nearly 2 centuries later. By understanding the Oregon Trail as an environmental event rather than merely a human migration, we gain insight into how 19th century population movements created lasting ecological transformations. The journey wasn't simply through nature, but represented a fundamental reworking of environmental relationships that would define the American West for centuries to come. Traditional narratives of the Oregon Trail often portray indigenous emigrant relations through a simplistic binary, either romanticize peaceful encounters or sensationalize conflicts. The reality reveals a complex spectrum of cultural exchanges, diplomatic negotiations, and evolving relationships that transformed both native and Euro-American societies. Language development along the trail corridor illustrates the depth of these cultural interactions. By the 1850s, a distinct trail pidgin had emerged, a simplified trade language combining English with Lakota, Shoshone, and other indigenous language elements. This practical communication system facilitated trade and diplomacy between travelers and various native nations. Phrases documented in emigrant journals show linguistic borrowing in both directions. Lakota words for geographic features entered emigrants' vocabulary, while indigenous traders incorporated English terms for trade goods. William Elsey, documenting his 1849 journey, recorded learning 37 Shoshone expressions specifically for negotiating river crossings and livestock exchanges. Records from Fort Laramie and Fort Hall reveal the evolution of complex diplomatic protocols. Rather than random encounters, interactions between emigrant parties and indigenous nations followed increasingly formalized patterns. By the late 1840s, Lakota and Cheyenne representatives routinely met emigrant parties at specific locations, expecting ceremonial exchanges, including tobacco offerings and formal speeches, before negotiations could begin. These diplomatic rituals reflected indigenous political concepts of building alliance relationships rather than simple commercial transactions. The trail stimulated significant material culture exchanges. Trade ledgers and emigrant journals document the high value placed on indigenous-produced goods, including moccasins, parfleche containers, and specialized winter clothing. Archaeological excavations of trail campsites reveal widespread adoption of indigenous material technologies. At emigrant campsites near South Pass, fragments of parfleche containers made from rawhide show evidence of Euro-American manufacture using indigenous techniques, suggesting technological adaptation rather than simple trade acquisition. Medical knowledge flowed bidirectionally along the trail. Emigrant journals document adopting indigenous remedies for trail-specific ailments, particularly treatments for dysentery using Oregon grapefruit and willow bark preparations for pain relief. Simultaneously, native practitioners incorporated elements of Euro-American medicine, particularly in wound treatment techniques. The Journal of Margaret Scott, travelling in 1847, describes extensive medical consultations with a Shoshone healer who combined traditional plant remedies with suturing techniques learned from army surgeons at Fort Hall. Religious interactions along the trail corridor were more complex than the missionary convert narrative suggests. While some emigrants undertook explicit proselytizing, journals reveal widespread curiosity about indigenous spiritual practices. Thomas Fletcher's 1846 journal describes his family participating in the Pawnee healing ceremony when his wife fell ill, noting they found more comfort in their sincere prayers than in our own preachers' distant formalities. Conversely, some indigenous individuals selectively incorporated Christian elements into traditional practices, creating syncretic spiritual approaches that served as bridges between worldviews. Food systems underwent significant exchange and adaptation. Emigrants adopted indigenous techniques for preparing bison, processing wild plants, and finding water sources. The pemmican that became a trail staple was directly adapted from indigenous food preservation methods. Meanwhile, native communities near established trail crossings incorporated new cultivars from emigrant seed stocks into their agricultural systems. Archaeological evidence from Shoshone winter camps of the 1850s shows incorporation of European cabbage, turnips, and peas into traditional plant food inventories. Sexual relationships and marriage formed another dimension of cultural exchange, though often under problematic power dynamics. Records indicate approximately 400 to 500 formal marriages between male emigrants and indigenous women between 1840 and 1860, with many more short-term relationships. These unions sometimes created bicultural mediators who facilitated broader community relationships. Children of these relationships often served as cultural bridges. Individuals like Edward Chambreau, son of a French-Canadian trader and Chinook mother, who worked as an interpreter at Fort Vancouver and later wrote valuable accounts of shifting cultural dynamics along the trail. Gift exchanges represented a key point of cultural misunderstanding. Indigenous diplomatic traditions emphasized gift-giving as establishing ongoing relationships rather than simple generosity. Many emigrants, interpreting gifts through their own cultural lens, failed to recognize the reciprocal obligations being established. This cultural disconnect contributed to tensions when native representatives later expected reciprocal assistance or access to resources that emigrants considered their exclusive property. By the 1850s, adaptive cultural patterns had emerged in communities along the trail corridor. Indian agents' reports document indigenous groups who seasonally relocated to position themselves advantageously for trail trade, developing specialized trade goods and services for emigrants. The Lenape, Delaware, guide Black Beaver developed a successful enterprise leading emigrant parties through the most challenging sections of the trail, charging premium prices while incorporating both indigenous knowledge and Euro-American business practices. His service represented not capitulation to white expansion, but strategic adaptation to changing economic realities. The environmental knowledge exchange was particularly significant. Indigenous guides shared sophisticated understanding of Western ecosystems, teaching emigrants to identify edible plants, predict weather patterns, and locate water sources. This knowledge transfer played a crucial role in emigrant survival, but has been largely erased from popular narratives that emphasize pioneer self-sufficiency. Emigrant William Clayton's detailed 1847 journal attributes over 40 specific survival strategies to information gained from Shoshone guides, including techniques for finding potable water in apparently dry landscapes. The cultural legacy of these trail encounters shaped the developing American West in ways that persist today. Legal concepts, including usufruct rights, using land without owning it, entered Western water law through exposure to indigenous resource management systems. Agricultural techniques adapted from native practices influenced the development of dryland farming. Even Western architectural elements, including specific adaptations for extreme temperature variations, show evidence of indigenous influence. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as a corridor of cultural exchange rather than simply a pathway for one-directional settlement, we gain insight into how the American West developed through complex negotiations between worldviews. The resulting cultural adaptations created hybrid practices that were neither purely European nor indigenous, but distinctly Western, a legacy that continues to shape regional identity nearly 2 centuries later. The Oregon Trail ended for most emigrants in the Willamette Valley, but its impact on American identity and geography continues. How we remember and misremember, this exodus reflects our current ideals as much as it does historical events. Land modification continued after the last wagons arrived. Early environmental historian William Least Heat Moon described how path features shaped settlement patterns. About 85% of major trail campgrounds became towns, with their positions established by 19th century wagon transit. Rather than geographic advantage, route logistics determined the locations of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, and Baker City, Oregon, showing how a transient migrant corridor permanently changed Western human geography. After the Transcontinental Railroad opened in 1869, the trail was abandoned, but its cultural significance changed immediately. Local historical organizations began erecting monuments and markers in the 1870s, starting America's most remembered migration path. Early commemorations focused on conquest and civilization, ignoring indigenous presence and the environmental costs of westward development. The 1897 Salt Lake City Pioneer Monument, with its triumphant masculine figure atop a classical column, reflected this heroic framing. One of the first instructional computer games introduced the path to American education. Minnesota instructors Don Ravitch, Bill Heinemann, and Paul Dillenberger created the 1971 Oregon Trail computer simulation, which has taught generations of pupils a simplified version of the migration. Although popular for its "you have died of dysentery" moments, the game oversimplified myths of rugged individualism and eliminated complicated social institutions that permitted successful migration. The Oregon National Historic Trail was one of the original National Historic routes constructed by the National Park Service during the 1970s American Bicentennial celebrations. Over 300 miles of trail ruts and landmarks were preserved in this operation. The first interpretive frameworks emphasized pioneer experiences while downplaying indigenous perspectives and environmental repercussions. Modern archaeology has changed trail dynamics. Material remains from important camping places show intricate cultural interchange patterns. At Oregon Trail Crossing, sites along the Snake River, archaeological assemblages include both modified indigenous implements and European artifacts reused utilizing indigenous methods, demonstrating bidirectional cultural influence lacking from traditional narratives. These material culture studies have emphasized women's perspectives, whose household artifacts offer insights not found in male-authored writings. Genetic legacy is one of the trail's biggest yet least discussed effects. Based on population studies, 11 to 14% of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho inhabitants are Oregon Trail descendants. More interestingly, genetic markers associated with Oregon Trail pioneer families are statistically significant in Western indigenous communities, indicating extensive marriages and interactions despite societal taboos. This biological legacy undermines conventional theories of separate development and shows how intertwined these groups became. Trail environmental impacts are receiving more scientific study. Botanical surveys in the 1990s found non-native vegetation corridors following the historic route, with specific invasive species distribution still tracing the trail's passage across areas without physical remains. Nutrient profiles from thousands of livestock animals' concentrated feces continue to affect flora patterns, according to soil chemistry research. These studies show that even brief human migrations can leave lasting ecological impacts. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation created the pioneering Tamast. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Indigenous viewpoints dominate the Oregon Trail narrative at the trailblazing Tamast-Licht Cultural Institute near Pendleton, Oregon, created by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Indigenous nations are considered sovereign peoples whose territory was transected by foreign migration, not as barriers to westward progress. This interpretative method has impacted other path sites, changing the focus from conquest to intricate cultural relations. The trail evolves in American public memory. Victorialist narratives like Francis Parkman's 1849 The Oregon Trail have given way to more nuanced studies of cultural complexity, environmental cost, and various experiences. Film depictions have also changed, from John Wayne's The Big Trail 1930 to Kelly Reichardt's Meek's Cutoff 2010, which emphasizes women's viewpoints and Paiute guide help. These cultural productions shape American Western historical perceptions. Digital humanities projects have changed 21st century trail scholarship. The University of Oregon's Mapping History project has generated interactive GIS overlays depicting indigenous territorial claims and emigrant pathways, contradicting the idea of empty land ready for settlement. In digitized emigrant journals, linguistic patterns like the gradual adoption of indigenous terminology for landscapes and natural features as travellers moved westward have been found, revealing subtle cultural influences that traditional historical methods miss. Climate change has led to unexpected trail junctions. Western landscapes are experiencing severe drought, revealing trail ruts formerly hidden by greenery. Extreme weather frequently threatens archaeological sites. The Oregon-California Trails Association is working with climate scientists to identify vulnerable historic places and prioritize restoration before priceless physical evidence is lost. History has compared 19th century cholera epidemics along the trail to present pandemics, exploring how earlier Americans balanced risk assessment, changed social practices, and established public health solutions under crisis situations. Medical historians have examined emigrant journals for disease signs and cures, providing historical epidemiology case studies that explain how contagious diseases spread along migration corridors. Economic evaluations increasingly acknowledge the trail's role in American capitalism's growth. One of history's largest natural resource redistributions occurred when the Trail of Tears migration transferred indigenous land wealth to Euro-American possession. This wealth transfer created financial patterns that continue to shape Western economic growth, including inequities between indigenous populations and descendants of settlers who received free land. Modern economic justice movements have highlighted these historical inequalities. The Oregon Trail's legacy is confusing for modern Americans. It symbolizes inspiring determination and unsettling displacement, incredible cooperation and cultural misunderstanding, and environmental adaptability and ecological destruction. In an era of global migration and environmental change, its most important lesson may be how it shows how human movements are intertwined with natural and cultural systems. The trail's physical remnants are progressively vanishing due to the development and natural processes, but its influence on American West settlement patterns, ecology, genetics, and culture persists. These numerous aspects help us comprehend how a transient migratory corridor permanently changed a continent and continues to shape American identity nearly 2 centuries after the first wagons went westward. The Second Gulf War, sometimes known as the 2003 Iraq War, did not start immediately. Its origins were intertwined in the aftermath of the First Gulf War, post-9/11's fears, and the legacy of United Nations sanctions that had weighed hard on Iraqi culture. Following Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in the early 1990s, the US-led coalition launched Operation Desert Storm, which brought Iraq into submission. The official fighting ended quickly, but the following peace was far from stable. Economic sanctions have a significant impact on trade and the quality of life for ordinary Iraqis. Meanwhile, reports circulated that Saddam's regime possessed elusive weapons of mass devastation, WMDs, raising Western concerns. Throughout the 1990s, UN weapons inspectors combed Iraqi locations for chemical, biological, and nuclear programs. Occasionally, they found fragments, but most of the time, their efforts were halted. The inspections were hampered by cat-and-mouse tactics. UN teams accused Iraq of concealing evidence, while Baghdad said the West tried to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. The rest of the Middle East watched anxiously, fearful that any new confrontation would upend a region already reeling from Palestinian-Israeli tensions and the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution. Then followed the seismic event that altered world politics, the 9/11 attacks on the United States. Al-Qaeda's attack sparked a surge of fear and indignation, pushing the George W. Bush government to declare a global war on terrorism. Although Iraq had no documented links to 9/11, the administration quickly identified Saddam's regime as a possible threat. The danger was that terrorist groups may gain lethal technologies from rogue states, and Saddam's unpredictability made him an accessible target for the Americans. Speeches in Washington evoked a new moral clarity. Either you supported the United States or the terrorists. Diplomacy in the early 2000s was complex. European allies were divided, the United Kingdom supported the American position, while France and Germany warned that an unprovoked war could inflame the Middle East. In the United Nations Security Council, US officials claimed Iraq was violating numerous resolutions, notably those pertaining to WMD programs. Meanwhile, Hans Blix and other inspectors returned to Iraq, inspecting sites ranging from desert bunkers to elegant homes. They issued cautious reports, stating that they had yet to locate conclusive evidence of WMDs and were uncertain. However, the White House and Downing Street insisted that Saddam had perfected evasion methods, citing previously contested intelligence on a chemical and biological stocks. Public opinion around the world was sharply divided. In America, memories of 9/11 were still fresh. A sizable proportion of citizens supported the administration's attitude, believing that neutralizing any threats was critical. Others questioned the intelligence, pushing for stronger evidence. The largest anti-war protests since Vietnam erupted in global capitals, London, Rome, Sydney, and elsewhere, where protesters criticized the march as a war of choice. Skeptics demanded definitive evidence, apprehensive about a replay of previous tragedies where erroneous or fabricated data ignited hostilities. Iraqis, meanwhile, braced for the worst. After 12 years of grinding sanctions and periodic bombing campaigns in the so-called no-fly zones, many people were pessimistic. International journalists who visited Baghdad described a strange mix of defiance and fatalism. State-run media broadcast propaganda about Iraq's resilience, while ordinary citizens speculated about escaping or storing supplies. Saddam's administration bragged of a mother of all battles, but behind the scenes, fissures formed in Iraq's once powerful military machinery. Some generals suspected that a second conflict with the United States, particularly one that could result in a full-fledged invasion, would be disastrous. The Bush administration and its closest allies, particularly Britain under Prime Minister Tony Blair, secretly established a timeline. They maintained that Saddam had ignored international demands for more than a decade. The United Nations debated a new resolution explicitly authorizing action, prompting the United States and the United Kingdom to argue that previous resolutions gave adequate legal backing. Countries such as Poland and Australia joined the coalition, while others resisted. The last countdown began. From mid-2002 until early 2003, rhetorical intensity skyrocketed. The expression coalition of the willing became popular, referring to countries that agreed to cooperate with the United States. Officials at the Pentagon devised comprehensive plans for shock and awe, a technique designed to overwhelm Iraqi defences with overwhelming aerial bombardment and rapid ground attacks. Meanwhile, anti-war movements organised protests and demonstrations. ISIS set up human shields in Baghdad, while US Marines practiced manoeuvres in the sweltering Kuwaiti desert. The drumbeat of war grew louder, reverberating across dinner tables, television channels, and diplomatic hallways around the world. In that tense atmosphere, the last spark was poised to ignite. The first salvo of the US-led invasion lit up the skies over Baghdad on March 20th, 2003. Hundreds of cruise missiles and precision bombs were dropped on important government buildings, communication centres, and military locations, putting the shock and awe concept into practice. Western journalists locked up in city hotels aired live photos of the nocturnal assault, which featured tracer fire shooting across the horizon and ominous rumbles as bombs hit their targets. Many observers remembered the spectacle of the 1991 Desert Storm campaign, but its aftermath felt grander and more final. The goal was no longer only to liberate Kuwait, but to overthrow Saddam Hussein completely. Within hours, coalition ground forces had crossed the Kuwaiti border into southern Iraq. American and British columns, led by tanks and motorised infantry, moved quickly through desert terrain. Some Iraqi battalions collapsed without a fight, while isolated pockets of resistance set up intermittent fortifications around vital towns. The coalition's technological advantage was stark. Computerized command systems, improved night vision equipment, and precision air support outperformed the outdated Soviet-era munitions on which many Iraqi soldiers relied. Observers were amazed at the rapidity with which the US Army's 3rd Infantry Division advanced north. Despite the blitzkrieg, mayhem ensued in unexpected places. In southern cities such as Basra, irregular forces loyal to Saddam staged ambushes. The embedded media, reporters accompanying military units, captured scenes of joy from residents pleased to see Saddam's grasp loosen. Others, however, remained wary, unsure whether the invaders were liberators or occupiers. Some Iraqi conscripts surrendered at the first opportunity, while others fought hard out of loyalty or fear of retaliation. The desert, meanwhile, provided no obvious refuge, with dust storms reducing vision to a few meters. Days into the campaign, The seizure of the southern oil fields became a priority. Coalition strategists intended to keep them intact to avoid environmental calamities such as the 1991 oil well fires. At the same time, they intended to save Iraq's oil infrastructure for the post-Saddam era. Civilians nearby were concerned about collateral damage, as pipelines and refineries studded the area. Sporadic fires sprang out when retreating Iraqi forces ignited installations, but the coalition was able to prevent widespread devastation. Baghdad, for its part, remained under aerial siege. State television carried Saddam's belligerent comments, while rumours circulated that he was on the run or sheltering in underground bunkers. Iraqi soldiers established defence lines on the outskirts of the capital, but coalition gunfire overshadowed the full might of Saddam's elite formations, the Republican Guard. Meanwhile, propaganda pamphlets showered down from coalition aircraft, pushing Iraqi troops to surrender. Some took notice, but others persisted in harassing ambushes with small weapons and rocket-propelled grenades. The international reaction was scattered. Some states condemned the invasion as illegitimate without a new United Nations mandate, and global protests erupted, dwarfing even pre-war rallies. However, the White House felt that Saddam's regime posed a global threat. British Prime Minister Tony Blair reiterated that reasoning, betting his political future on the war's outcome and the eventual finding of banned weapons. Critics requested verification of the WMD stockpiles that had been key to the war's premise, but none has emerged. Coalition leaders emphasised that the search would take time. Morale on the coalition's front lines was uneven. Many soldiers believed they were rescuing Iraq from tyranny, while others were concerned about the confusing intelligence assertions. Combat pressures increased. Friendly fire occurrences, particularly among Allied forces, exacerbated catastrophe. There have been reports of journalists being killed or wounded, raising concerns about the delicate balance between media access and operational security. Meanwhile, embedded reporters provided unfiltered footage of advanced surgical attacks and civilian losses, shocking viewers around the world. As March progressed into April, the struggle for Baghdad neared. Coalition convoys avoided smaller cities to maintain pace toward the capital, leaving Iraqi fighting strongholds behind. The rumour in the corridors of power was that if Baghdad fell, Saddam's authority would dissolve quickly, revealing the elusive WMD stores. Some in Washington expected Iraqis to greet the coalition with roses. However, a few experienced analysts cautioned that overthrowing a dictatorship was easier than stabilising a broken nation. They cited ethnic divisions, long-suppressed religious tensions, and the possibility that Saddam's fall could unleash pandemonium. For now, the primary attention was on the capital, which served as Saddam's administrative headquarters. Coalition troops positioned themselves on Baghdad's outskirts, conducting probing raids into neighbourhoods. Iraqi defenders reacted with mortar and small arms fire, but the difference in technology and coordination proved fatal for the regime's conventional forces. Saddam's television appearances became less regular, prompting speculation that he had left or was dead. Still, the final push into Baghdad's core was expected to be historic, marking the end of an era and the beginning of new territory. By early April 2003, coalition forces had ringed Baghdad and launched quick raids that tested Iraqi defenders' commitment. US armoured vehicles rumbled down main thoroughfares, facing occasional resistance from Republican Guard remnants and armed militias. The approach was based on exhibiting overwhelming superiority, a show of power intended to destabilise Saddam Hussein's command. Journalists embedded with frontline troops transmitted spectacular footage of tanks rolling past major landmarks, while loudspeakers implored Iraqi soldiers to lay down their weapons. On April 9th, photographs emerged of Iraqi civilians toppling a Saddam statue in Baghdad's Firdos Square, which sparked global curiosity. Western media repeatedly aired the footage, presenting it as a symbolic end to the tyranny. Some Baghdadis did celebrate the invasion, ripping down portraits of the tyrant, but the mood was not uniformly positive. Many people, unsure what the new power vacuum meant, remained indoors, closing stores and waiting to see if the foreign tanks would stay. The city's infrastructure teetered beneath the weight of war. Water systems faltered, electrical networks flickered, and looters raided government buildings. The coalition faced disarray due to the lack of a defined framework for rapid governance. The former system had disintegrated unexpectedly quickly, leaving no transitional authority. Ministries were raided for furniture, data, and even rare artefacts. The National Museum of Iraq was particularly badly looted. with thousands of antiques disappearing into the black market. Soldiers on the ground were provided no guidance on how to put an end to the anarchy. Many were trained for battle rather than policing. Iraqi residents, angered by the lawlessness, wondered if the coalition was disinterested or just unprepared. Meanwhile, Saddam's whereabouts remained unknown. Rumours circulated that he had gone to Tikrit, his homeland, or maybe into neighbouring nations. Coalition intelligence followed leads, carried out raids on potential hideouts, and interrogated captured officials. Some of Saddam's lieutenants were detained, including the notorious deck of cards system, which identified each high regime figure as a playing card. However, Hussein managed to elude capture, adding to the mystery. Without a formal acknowledgement of his fate, Baghdad's swift collapse was marred by a sense of incompleteness. Diplomatically, President George W. Bush declared mission accomplished prematurely, assuming major combat operations had concluded. Some observers interpreted the words literally, anticipating Iraq's swift transformation into a stable democracy. Others cautioned that the genuine conflict had just commenced. Occupation forces were supposed to restore basic services, organise elections, and uncover the infamous WMD stash. But as the weeks passed, no caches appeared. Doubts increased. The government argued that the search was still ongoing, and that Saddam's regime had either deeply concealed or moved materials to Allied states. However, despite searching warehouses, labs, and palaces, field teams found nothing. In the void left by Saddam's demise, numerous groups competed for power. Shiite groups in the south, long oppressed by the Sunni-dominated state, tried to build a new political system. Kurdish forces in the north held on to their semi-autonomous pockets, hoping for greater independence. Sunni Arabs, formerly privileged, have an uncertain future. Added to the mix were jihadi forces eager to take advantage of the disarray. The coalition leadership, constituted under the Coalition Provisional Authority, CPA, faced the Herculean challenge of overcoming these gaps. When L. Paul Bremer III took over as the leader of the CPA, he issued broad directives like disbanding the Iraqi army and prohibiting Ba'ath Party officials from holding public office. Though intended to remove relics of Saddam's despotism, these actions also put numerous soldiers and bureaucrats out of employment. Unemployed, humiliated, and frequently armed, many ex-Baathists turned to rebellion. By late spring 2003, minor explosions and ambushes had become commonplace. A new wave of conflict erupted, with fewer set-piece battles and more roadside IEDs, kidnappings, and sectarian assassinations. Soldiers patrolling neighbourhoods saw ambiguous situations. Was the man with the cell phone and scowl really disgruntled, or was he setting off an explosive device? Confidence that the war had ended gave way to a creeping suspicion that it had only changed forms. Despite the increasing conflict, ordinary Iraqis struggled to return to normal life. Children returned to half-functional schools. Vendors sold produce on the streets littered with potholes caused by tank treads. Families placed their hopes in distant relatives who had migrated overseas, anticipating remittances or sponsorship for relocation. A once centralised police force was dismantled overnight, replaced by hurriedly established units with little expertise or local confidence. The initial joy of liberty, which existed in some areas, was eclipsed by the burden of daily insecurity. Even as the coalition worked up plans for an interim government, the insurgency and sectarian divisions deepened, threatening to eclipse the success of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Throughout late 2003 and early 2004, Iraq's expanding insurgency took on several forms. Former Ba'ath loyalists, nationalist groups opposed to occupation, foreign militants influenced by al-Qaeda ideology, and local militias with sectarian agendas. Notable flashpoints appeared. Fallujah, a Sunni bastion west of Baghdad, became a symbol of defiance following a series of violent clashes with American forces. Images of ambushed contractors' bodies being desecrated on a bridge in Fallujah outraged the American people, fueling calls for a forceful military reaction. Two major attacks on the city in April and November 2004 resulted in severe urban battles reminiscent of previous wars, destroying vast sections of neighbourhoods and escalating hostility among inhabitants. At the same time, in Baghdad, the infamous Abu Ghraib prison controversy broke out. Photographs emerged showing US forces insulting and abusing Iraqi detainees, sparking global outrage. Many Iraqis, who were already dubious of the occupation's objectives, saw these photographs as confirmation of their darkest worries about Western disrespect for human decency. In the West, discussions raged over whether these were isolated occurrences or indicative of broader issues with incarceration and information collecting. The US military rushed to investigate, court-martialing certain soldiers while senior leadership swore the behaviour was not allowed. Nonetheless, the impact on America's moral position was evident. Against this environment, the Coalition Provisional Authority fought to restore Iraqi administration. Several exiled politicians returned to establish the Iraqi Governing Council. While some represented legitimate groups, others were perceived as opportunists, having spent decades abroad. The CPA's plan for transferring sovereignty to an interim Iraqi government took shape in mid-2004. The government led by L. Paul Bremer came to an end, and Iraq's interim leadership took over. However, real power remained tied to coalition forces and bases, which were anchored by the substantial US military presence. In everyday life, sectarian differences grew. Shiite and Sunni tensions rose, particularly in mixed cities such as Baghdad, Mosul, and Bakuba. Kidnappings, targeted killings, and bombs became alarmingly common. The Mahdi army, led by youthful cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, confronted the United States in Shiite areas, notably the holy city of Najaf. Meanwhile, foreign extremist groups, including one led by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, staged suicide attacks, instilling dread. The desire to quickly establish a stable democracy began to appear unduly optimistic. The alliance increasingly confronted a guerrilla battle with murky front lines and an even murkier understanding of who the true enemy was. Back in the United States, popular sentiment changed. The mission accomplished moment had faded into memory, replaced by a steady drumbeat of sad news, rising casualties, roadside bombs, IEDs, wreaking havoc on convoys, and new videotapes from rebel organisations boasting of kidnappings and beheadings. Critics chastised the Bush administration for failing to anticipate the occupation's complexities, while proponents argued that media coverage ignored progress, including newly opened schools, infrastructure renovations, and the emergence of free press in certain places. Regardless, tensions rose, particularly during the 2004 US presidential election, when incumbent George W. Bush and challenger John Kerry clashed over the Iraq War. Bush maintained that steady perseverance was required to defeat terrorism, whereas Kerry questioned the rationale for the war and the conduct of the occupation. One watershed point was the capture of Saddam Hussein himself in December 2003. Saddam was found hiding in a spider hole near his hometown, and his arrest brought a symbolic finality by removing the dictator who had loomed over Iraqi affairs for decades. The alliance hailed it as proof of success, yet the insurgency persisted, no longer relying on Saddam's personal leadership. The Iraqi judiciary tried him in a difficult case intended to provide Iraqis with a sense of justice after decades of brutality under Ba'athist rule. Even that high-profile event did little to stop daily violence. For many militants, the conflict had devolved into a struggle against foreign occupation or a new battleground for extremist ideology. Despite the gloom, little pockets of hope appeared. Some communities discovered municipal governments that worked efficiently with coalition soldiers to rebuild roads, reopen marketplaces, and restore a sense of normalcy. Women activists in specific locations have developed networks to advocate for political representation in the following elections. International non-governmental organisations, NGOs, arrived with humanitarian supplies, providing basic medical treatment and training programs. However, each step forward felt risky, as bomb blasts could strike anywhere, from a packed cafe to the courtyard of a Shia mosque at prayer time. By the end of 2004, the term quagmire had crept into discussion, alluding to comparisons with past conflicts in which a swift victory devolved into a lengthy battle. Military units returned home, replaced by new troops who inherited neighbourhoods seething with resentment or dread. Many service personnel grumbled that the purpose wasn't clear. Were they there to rebuild, police, or conduct counter-terror raids? In Washington, officials promised that training Iraqi security forces would reduce the coalition's workload. Indeed, plans were progressed to establish a new Iraqi army and police force. It was unclear if such forces would prove capable or just reflect sectarian loyalties. The Bush administration hailed the first multi-party elections in Iraq since Saddam's fall as evidence of democratic development. Despite concerns of rebel attacks, millions of Iraqis lined up at polling places, soaking their fingers in purple ink to prevent repeat voting. The photographs of proud voters, some dressed in traditional clothing, brought a rare moment of hope. However, the vote was fragmented along ethnic and sectarian lines. Shiite-led blocs dominated, while many Sunnis boycotted, believing the process was rigged or illegitimate under foreign occupation. Still, provisional administration emerged, promising to produce a permanent constitution. International advisors lingered, providing advice on everything from voting rules to judicial reform. However, bringing Shiite, Sunni and Kurdish forces together in a hostile atmosphere was no simple task. Debates emerged about federalism, resource sharing, particularly oil, and the role of Islamic law. Meanwhile, sectarian bloodshed persisted. Disgruntled Sunni populations, feeling neglected, provided fertile ground for insurgency recruitment. Extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda in Iraq took advantage of the vacuum, claiming to defend Sunni interests while imposing ruthless tactics on local communities. The alliance hoped to establish an Iraqi security apparatus capable of operating independently. Training camps produced police and army recruits, while militias infiltrated the ranks. On occasion, newly formed troops broke under pressure, dropping weapons during firefights. In certain locations, police stations were more influenced by local tribal leaders or sectarian militias than by the central government. Coalition commanders recognized that they were dealing with a multifaceted conflict. Building a loyal security force necessitated bridging past rivalries and ensuring that power distribution did not alienate any one party. The Tightrope Act frequently faltered. Sectarian violence erupted in 2006 after the bombing of Samara's Al-Askari Mosque, a venerated Shia shrine. The vengeance was quick and savage. Sunni mosques were targeted in retaliation, triggering a continuing cycle of vengeance. In Baghdad, districts were transformed into enclaves separated by hastily constructed concrete walls. Militias such as the Mahdi Army and the Beda organization established themselves in Shia neighborhoods, while Sunni rebels, Ba'ath loyalists, and Al-Qaeda-affiliated cells dominated other areas. Ethnic cleansing occurred in microcosm. Families abandoned their homes due to threats from competing sects, and the capital's mosaic fractured into enclaves patrolled by armed men of various allegiances. Coalition troops were caught in the crossfire, forcing them into a difficult policing situation. Commanders realized that large-scale sweeps could exacerbate hostility since heavy-handed methods could hurt both civilians and rebels. Meanwhile, political discontent in Washington skyrocketed. Leaders questioned how a war build as swift and decisive had devolved into a grinding sectarian crisis. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld faced criticism, which led to his resignation. The new approach necessitated a more nuanced strategy, which resulted in the 2007 surge led by General David Petraeus, which deployed an additional 20,000-plus American troops with the goal of securing population centers and gaining local trust. The surge's idea is to deploy coalition soldiers alongside Iraqi security personnel in neighborhoods, reconstruct destroyed public services, and support local patrols. It hoped to reduce violence enough to allow political solutions to gain traction. The initial months were violent as rebels tested the new strategy with devastating attacks. However, by late 2007, sectarian killings had decreased, thanks in part to the awakening councils in Sunni districts, when tribal elders rebelled against Al-Qaeda's violence and embraced US backing. This collaboration lowered tensions in particular areas, but opponents claimed it only stalled lines of conflict, leaving larger grievances unresolved. In the midst of these developments, Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki led the Iraqi government by balancing Shia, Sunni, and Kurdish political alliances. The consequences were mixed. Corruption claims plagued ministries, critical services such as power and clean water lagged behind demand, and sporadic bombs reminded everyone of the fragile state of order. However, some signs of normalcy emerged. Coffee shops opened, families went to parks, and shopkeepers in Baghdad's key markets began to see customers again. Diplomats from many countries took cautious moves to reopen embassies. Back home in the United States, war fatigue was obvious. Allies like Britain curtailed their participation, leaving the US contingent as the mainstay. Eager to reallocate resources, Washington's officials insisted that if Iraqis could preserve relative stability, a phased pullout might be possible. Meanwhile, the WMD issue, which had sparked the conflict, had been completely abandoned. No significant stockpiles had ever been located. The official narrative shifted to emphasize promoting democracy and liberation from repression. Opponents said that nation-building was an afterthought added after no prohibited weapons surfaced. By the end of 2008, the US and Iraqi governments had reached a Status of Forces Agreement, SOFA, which outlined a timeline for coalition withdrawal and clarified the legal foundation for foreign forces. Observers saw it as a tentative move towards sovereignty. Nonetheless, pockets of bloodshed persisted. No one felt the war had actually ended. Iraq's future remained uncertain amid sectarian feuds, Islamist infiltration, and unstable administration. The year 2009 marked a significant shift in the course of the Second Gulf War. When Barack Obama took office in the United States, he inherited a war that had claimed thousands of lives and cost billions of dollars. Obama, who campaigned on promises to end the conflict, ordered a gradual withdrawal of American troops. The surge had reduced sectarian bloodshed, but isolated explosions continued to jolt markets and government buildings. Iraqi security forces, while larger in number, were inconsistent in quality and allegiance. Nonetheless, the White House and Baghdad leadership pressed on with the plan to place complete responsibility on Iraqi shoulders. By 2010, the coalition's presence had shrunk dramatically, with US personnel primarily focused on training, advising, and supporting Iraqi troops in specific tasks. The final American combat unit left in August 2010, symbolically ending Operation Iraqi Freedom. However, a group of advise and assist individuals remained. The Iraqi administration attempted to convey confidence by boasting about enhanced readiness, local police units, and army modernization. Observers on the ground, however, warned that progress remained fragile. Tribal rivalries in the countryside persisted, as did underlying tensions between Baghdad's central authority and the Kurdish north over oil wealth and territorial aspirations. The final US forces left Iraq in December 2011, as scheduled by the SOFA. The West shifted its focus to other challenges, including European economic crises, the Arab Spring, and relations with Iran. Meanwhile, in Iraq, Prime Minister al-Maliki adopted a more centralized power approach, which alienated certain Sunni leaders. Demonstrations began to spread in Sunni-majority areas, driven by frustrations about political marginalization and alleged government overreach. Former militants, who had been placated by US brokered accords, felt abandoned or harassed. Unemployed youth, upset by a lack of economic opportunities, became susceptible to extreme preaching once more. Then came the development of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL or ISIS. ISIS sprang from the remains of al-Qaeda in Iraq, capitalizing on the instability of the Syrian civil war to seize territory on both sides of the border. In 2014, ISIS fighters stormed into northern Iraq, conquering Mosul with astonishing speed. Iraqi army battalions, hollowed out by corruption and low morale, abandoned their posts. Extremists gained access to armoured vehicles and weapons designed for national defence. Chaos scenes reminiscent of 2003 resurfaced, but this time the threat was not a foreign invasion, but a radical Islamist organisation declaring a caliphate. Many commentators cited the chaotic aftermath of the Second Gulf War as the foundation for such a nightmare, with central rule never completely entrenched and local militias often overshadowing official authority. ISIS encountered little resistance from Sunni tribes that despised the Baghdad-led government. The impetus for US re-involvement mounted, resulting in bombings and a new coalition operation to help Iraqi and Kurdish forces recapture occupied territory. The 2003 invasion cast a long shadow into a new decade, demonstrating that the initial conflict's aftershocks had yet to be resolved. In Iraq, new political figures rose to prominence. Haider al-Abadi succeeded al-Maliki. Seeking to heal sectarian divisions, he attempted to rebuild the Iraqi military, forming ties with the Kurdish Peshmerga and even certain Sunni tribal groups to combat ISIS. The operation to reclaim cities such as Tikrit and Ramadi moved slowly, culminating in the fierce battle for Mosul in 2016-17. Meanwhile, Iran's influence in Baghdad rose as Iranian-backed militias played key roles in anti-ISIS battles. The United States found itself associated with various forces whose aims did not always align with Western ideals, highlighting the war's complexities. In the Western world, the public discourse surrounding the Second Gulf War remained stagnant. Some claimed the initial invasion was legitimate, despite inaccurate intelligence and insufficient planning. Others portrayed it as a terrible blunder, unleashing sectarian monsters and destroying Iraq's social structure. A generation of veterans returned home dealing with the trauma, moral harm, and bodily wounds. Their accounts influenced new literature, film, and policy discussions about how America handles foreign operations. Politicians from all parties used the Iraq experience to either caution or support future military decisions. As the decade progressed, the conflict's designation, Operation Iraqi Freedom, the Iraq War, or the Second Gulf War, became a source of rhetorical debate. Scholars examined government papers looking for watershed moments such as the disbandment of the Iraqi army, poor post-invasion planning, the implementation of the surge, and the precipitous US pullout. Each decision influenced future crises. Meanwhile, ordinary Iraqis, having survived dictatorship, invasion, civil war, and ISIS horror, faced the challenge of restoring normalcy. Streets that had previously been monitored by foreign forces were now overseen by local police, but scars remained in the damaged urban landscape and in hearts burdened with sorrow. Overall, the Second Gulf War was not a single event that occurred in 2003. Its aftershocks lasted decades, tying together global politics, the emergence of violent extremism, and the sad cost of leaving critical nation-building parts unfinished. When observed from a distance decades later, it serves as a striking reminder of how modern wars can begin with clear goals but devolve into convoluted consequences, as well as a monument to the tenacity of civilizations forced to rebuild against the odds. Reflecting on the Second Gulf War decades after it began in 2003, one may see a rich tapestry of ambition, mistake, courage, and grief. Its origin was based on the post-9/11 mindset, which combined worries of global terrorism with long-standing tensions between Saddam Hussein's administration and the international community. The immediate goal was regime change, couched in terms of eliminating WMDs. Ironically, the war's true impact was less about unearthing hidden stores of chemical or biological weapons, and more about the difficulty of rebuilding a society unmoored from decades of authoritarian leadership. Many veterans of the conflict remember the initial assault as a miracle of military strategy, culminating in Baghdad's swift capture. However, they also describe how the enthusiasm faded as it became evident that removing Saddam would not guarantee a stable democracy. Instead, overlapping insurgencies, widespread corruption, and deep sectarian grudges transformed the occupation into a lengthy quagmire. For soldiers on the ground, it was less about broad strategies and more about building connections with people, diffusing roadside bombs, and determining friend from foe in a sea of misinformation. Iraqi residents, too, carried various stories, ranging from the promise of overthrowing a detested ruler to the horror of street fighting and kidnappings to the tiredness of ongoing blackouts and water shortages. Some families applauded the coalition for deposing a tyrant who had committed widespread brutality against Kurds, Shiites, and political opponents. Others said that foreign forces were insensitive to Iraqi traditions, and that Western-style administration structures overlooked Iraq's social and ethnic diversity. A generation of young people grew up in ruins, their childhood dominated by curfews, the crackle of gunfire at night, and the hum of drones overhead. Internationally, the battle reshaped global alliances and sparked fierce debate. Allies such as Britain experienced internal divisions. Tony Blair's steadfast backing for the invasion shattered his party's unity and harmed his career. France and Germany, who opposed the war, felt justified when no WMD evidence emerged, but their stance sparked resentment among US hawks. Across the Middle East, the conflict fueled anti-Western sentiments in some areas, while others silently celebrated Saddam's demise. That ambivalence continued throughout the 2010s, when the United States faced fresh Middle Eastern concerns, ranging from the Arab Spring to the rise of ISIS. Each new situation seemed to be a footnote to the Second Gulf War's unsolved tensions. In scholarship, a diversity of viewpoints evolved. Some military historians focused on the initial shock and awe campaign, examining how it affected modern concepts of rapid, high-tech warfare. Others researched the insurgency phase, gaining insights into asymmetrical conflict that future counterinsurgency doctrine would attempt to address. Political scientists examined the tumultuous transitional period, using the war as a cautionary tale. Eliminating a dictatorship is only the first step. Establishing governance in a divided land necessitates extensive, culturally informed planning. The failure of improvised governance in 2003 to 2004 became a case study for failed post-conflict stability. Economically, the conflict had far-reaching consequences. Oil prices fluctuated, and billions were spent on reconstruction projects, some of which were mismanaged or fraudulent. Private security firms such as Blackwater became household names, with the Hare Act sparking debate over the commercialization of warfare. Meanwhile, rebuilding Iraq's devastated infrastructure took years. Roads, bridges, hospitals, and power plants all required extensive repairs. The ongoing turmoil hampered foreign investment, restricting job opportunities for Iraqi youngsters. Only in a few enclaves, particularly in the Kurdish region, did real growth and stability appear to be sustainable, thanks to a combination of local governance and smart relationships. In terms of accountability, attempts to hold parties responsible for intelligence failures or human rights violations were intermittent. The legacy of Abu Ghraib remains an indelible stain, overshadowing efforts to portray the war as a moral battle against despotism. War crimes claims against insurgent organisations and sectarian militias were much more savage, albeit they rarely resulted in formal legal consequences. The conflict's complexity, with various actors and fluctuating alliances, rendered clean narrative arcs difficult. Finally, the Second Gulf War demonstrated how modern warfare can begin with widespread national support before devolving into a confusing, multi-layered battle with no abrupt or unambiguous conclusion. By the time American forces withdrew, the character of the fight had shifted so dramatically that it appeared to be an entirely different war than the one that began in March 2003. Historians look back on it as a cautionary tale in early 21st century history, influencing how governments assess intervention, militaries prepare for nation building, and society deals with the psychological toll of prolonged conflict. The war's legacy lives on in the tensions that continue to shape Iraq's political landscape, as well as in the diaspora of Iraqis who have sought safety abroad. It serves as a harsh reminder that even the most powerful invasions can upend old orders without quickly establishing new ones, demonstrating the messy, far-reaching effects of a single, momentous choice to send in the troops. Now, if you will, imagine yourself settling into the most comfortable chair you've ever owned, wrapped in your favourite blanket, with a warm cup of tea steaming gently beside you. That's exactly how the passengers aboard the Titanic felt on that crisp April night in 1912. The ship was like a floating mansion where someone had forgotten to mention the mortgage payments. Everything was paid for, everything was perfect, and everything was about to change in the most dramatic way possible. You're standing on the deck of what people called the unsinkable ship, though that nickname would prove about as accurate as calling a chocolate teapot practical. The Titanic was massive. Imagine 3 football fields lined up end to end, then add a department store on top. She was so big that when you looked from one end to the other, the opposite end seemed to disappear into the evening mist like a mirage. The night air carried a unique chill that comes with being far from land, causing you to tighten your coat and appreciate the warmth of the ship's interior. Inside, the grand staircase, adorned with polished oak and gleaming brass, spiralled upwards like a scene from a fairy tale. The first-class dining room could seat 700 people, which was more than most small towns could manage for Sunday church. But here's where the story gets interesting, and where you might want to adjust your pillow, because this is where everything starts to unravel, like a favourite sweater with a loose thread. Frederick Fleet was up in the crow's nest, which sounds much more adventurous than it actually was. Think of it as the world's coldest, windiest office job, except instead of watching spreadsheets, you're watching for icebergs. Fleet had spent hours squinting into the darkness, and the cold was beginning to cause his eyes to water. The binoculars that were meant to assist him in seeing better were locked away in a cabinet. Someone had locked them away in a cabinet, and no one could locate the key. It was like trying to thread a needle while wearing oven mitts. At 11:40 p.m, Fleet saw something that made his blood run colder than the April air. A dark shape loomed ahead, growing larger by the second. It wasn't the gentle picture postcard iceberg you might imagine. This was a mountain of ice that had been wandering the North Atlantic like a lost tourist, except this tourist weighed about 400,000 tons and had absolutely no interest in getting out of anyone's way. "Iceberg, right ahead," Fleet shouted, ringing the warning bell 3 times. The sound cut through the night like a dinner bell at a monastery. Urgent, clear, and absolutely impossible to ignore. Down in the bridge, First Officer Murdoch received the warning and immediately ordered hard a starboard. Now here's where maritime tradition gets confusing. Hard a starboard actually meant turn the wheel to the left. It's like ordering a pizza with everything on it and getting a salad. The ship began to turn, slowly, majestically, like a dowager duchess attempting to change direction at a tea party. For a moment it looked like the Titanic might slip past the iceberg, like a person squeezing through a crowded elevator. The massive ship was turning, the iceberg was passing by, and you could almost hear the collective sigh of relief from the universe itself. But the ocean, as you'll discover, has a sense of humour about as dark as a moonless night. The iceberg scraped along the ship's starboard side with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, except the chalkboard was made of steel, and the fingernails were made of ice that had been hardening for thousands of years. It wasn't a dramatic crash, it was more like the world's most expensive can opener, working its way along the hull. Most passengers didn't even feel it. Many were already asleep, dreaming of their destinations, their loved ones, or perhaps just dreaming the kind of dreams you have when you're safe and warm and completely unaware that your life is about to become very, very interesting. The slow realization, 12:40 a.m. to 1:40 a.m. You know that feeling when you're lying in bed, half asleep, and you hear a sound that doesn't quite belong. Maybe it's the cat knocking something over, or perhaps the dishwasher making that weird noise again. That's exactly what was happening aboard the Titanic in the first hour after the collision. Most passengers experienced what you might call the gentle awakening of concern, not panic, just a slowly growing awareness that something wasn't quite right in their floating paradise. Captain Edward Smith, who looked exactly like you'd expect a sea captain to look, white beard, serious expression, and the kind of weathered face that suggested he'd seen more than his share of surprises, was awakened by the impact. At 62, he was planning to retire after this voyage, which gives you an idea of just how spectacularly his retirement plans were about to change. The damage assessment began immediately, and it was like watching a doctor examine a patient who insists they feel fine while slowly bleeding to death. They called Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, to survey the damage. Andrews knew the Titanic better than anyone. He designed her compartments, her systems, her every rivet and beam. Watching him examine his wounded creation was like watching a parent tend to an injured child. A mathematician would have wept at what Andrews discovered. The iceberg had opened the ship's first 5 compartments to the sea. Now the Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments. She was like a building designed to withstand a 4-alarm fire, but the reality was a 5-alarm situation. The ship could float with 4 compartments flooded, but 5? That was like trying to carry water in a bucket with 5 holes in the bottom. Andrews did some quick calculations, the kind of math that no one wants to do, and everyone hopes they'll never need to know. He concluded that the ship would sink in about 90 minutes. The ship could sink in as little as 2 hours, if they were extremely fortunate. Meanwhile, passengers were starting to notice that their floating hotel was developing a slight list to starboard. Not enough to spill your tea, but enough to make you wonder if you'd had one too many glasses of wine with dinner. The ship was slowly beginning to tip forward, like a seesaw with an elephant getting on one end. The crew began what might be the most polite emergency response in maritime history. Instead of shouting, "Abandon ship," and causing mass panic, they decided to proceed with what you might call aggressive courtesy. Stewards began knocking on doors, informing passengers that they might want to put on their life jackets and come up to the deck as a precaution. It was like being invited to a surprise party where the surprise was that the party was actually a matter of life and death. Getting passengers to take the situation seriously was like trying to convince someone to leave a warm house, because the weather forecast mentioned possible rain. The ship was still brightly lit, the orchestra was still playing, and the dining rooms were still warm and inviting. Why would anyone want to leave this comfortable floating palace for a cold, dark lifeboat? The wireless operators, meanwhile, were frantically tapping out distress signals. While many operators still preferred the traditional CQD, which stood for Come Quick Distress, many were using the new international distress signal SOS. It was like trying to decide whether to text or call for help while your house is on fire. Ships in the area began receiving these signals with varying degrees of urgency. The Carpathia, about 58 miles away, immediately changed course and began racing toward the Titanic's position. Arthur Ostrom, her captain, was a man who understood trouble without asking twice. He was like a neighbour who brings a ladder before you know you're locked out. But the closest ship, the Californian, sat motionless just a few miles away. The radio operator on the Californian had gone to sleep, and although her crew could see the Titanic's distress rockets, they assumed those were just celebratory fireworks. It was like watching someone wave for help and assuming they're just being friendly. As the first hour passed, the Titanic's situation transformed from minor inconvenience to serious problem to we need to start thinking about those lifeboats. The ship was settling deeper into the water, and even the most optimistic passenger was beginning to realise that their midnight cruise was about to become significantly more eventful than advertised. The lifeboat dilemma. 1:40 a.m. to 2:40 a.m. Imagine trying to convince a theatre full of people to leave in the middle of their favourite show because you've heard rumours that it might rain later. That's essentially what the crew of the Titanic faced as they began the lifeboat loading process. The ship still felt safe, warm, and stable. Well, mostly stable, and the lifeboats looked about as inviting as a park bench in a snowstorm. The mathematics of survival were becoming increasingly grim, though most passengers didn't realise it yet. The Titanic carried lifeboats for 1,178 people, but there were over 2,200 souls aboard. It was like having a dinner party for 20 people with only 10 chairs. Someone was going to be left standing, and in this case, standing meant something far more permanent than social awkwardness. The women and children first protocol began, though it was implemented with the kind of British politeness that makes you wonder if they were organising a queue for tea rather than a desperate evacuation. Officers helped ladies in the boats as if they were assisting them in carriages for an afternoon drive. The whole scene had an air of surreal courtesy, like a disaster movie directed by someone who'd studied etiquette manuals. You have to understand that these lifeboats were not the enclosed modern safety vessels you might imagine. They were open wooden boats, hanging 70 feet above the dark Atlantic, which looked about as welcoming as a basement full of spiders. The calmness of the ocean, almost eerie, contrasted with its near-freezing temperature. Getting into one of these boats meant trading the warm, familiar safety of the ship for a cold, uncertain future bobbing around in the darkness. Many of the lifeboats were launched only half full, which sounds like poor planning, but was actually human nature in action. The crew wasn't entirely sure the boats could hold their full capacity of 65 people, and passengers were understandably reluctant to leave what still felt like safety. It was like choosing between staying in a house that might have a small fire somewhere versus jumping into a swimming pool that might be full of piranhas. The ship's orchestra, led by Wallace Hartley, continued playing throughout the evacuation. They'd moved from the first-class lounge to the boat deck, providing what might be history's most poignant soundtrack to disaster. Picture your favourite band playing a concert while the venue slowly sinks into the ground. That's essentially what was happening, except with more violins and considerably higher stakes. Stories from this period read like a collection of small miracles and heartbreaking decisions. The lifeboat offered Ida Strauss, the wife of Macy's department store owner Isidore Strauss, a seat, but she refused to leave her husband. "We have lived together for 40 years, she said, "and where you go, I go." It was the kind of love story that would make Hollywood screenwriters weep with envy, except the story wasn't fiction. Captain Smith moved through the ship like a ghost, checking compartments, ensuring protocol was followed, and slowly coming to terms with the fact that his final voyage was going to be exactly that. Final. He'd spent his entire career avoiding this exact scenario, and now he was living through every sea captain's worst nightmare with the dignity of someone who'd spent decades preparing for a moment he hoped would never come. The ship's tilt was becoming more pronounced now, though it was still subtle enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge wave. Water was beginning to reach the ship's name on the bow, which was a bit like watching your bathtub slowly overflow while you're still sitting in it. The Titanic was settling by the head, maritime terminology for "the front is going down first," which sounds much more civilized than "we're sinking nose first." As the second hour of the crisis passed, the situation shifted from organised evacuation to increasingly urgent departure. The lifeboats were being loaded and lowered with growing efficiency, though efficiency is a relative term when you're trying to save over 2,000 people, with equipment designed for about half that number. It was like trying to evacuate a small city using only golf carts, possible in theory, but requiring a level of patience that the Atlantic Ocean wasn't particularly inclined to provide. The passengers still aboard were beginning to realise that their floating palace was becoming something more like a floating deadline, and the deadline was approaching faster than anyone wanted to admit. The orchestra plays on, 2:40 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. There's something profoundly human about the way people respond to crisis. Some panic, some freeze, some become incredibly practical, and some, like the Titanic's orchestra, decide that if the world is ending, it might as well end with wonderful music. Wallace Hartley and his 7 bandmates could either try to get into the lifeboats or comfort the hundreds of people who were starting to realise their night was not going as planned. They chose music, which tells you everything you need to know about the kind of people they were. The ship was now noticeably listing, and the deck was beginning to feel like a gently sloping hillside rather than the flat, stable surface it had been just hours earlier. You could still walk normally, but there was a subtle sense that gravity was developing opinions about which direction was truly down. The Titanic was settling deeper into the water, and the ocean was beginning to creep up the ship's sides like a very patient, chilly visitor who had no intention of leaving. By this point, the lifeboat loading had taken on a more urgent character. The crew was no longer merely suggesting that passengers consider getting into the boats. Instead, they were strongly encouraging immediate departure. It was like the difference between a gentle reminder that dinner is ready and someone yelling, "The kitchen is on fire!" The remaining passengers were beginning to display the full range of human behaviour under extreme stress. Some maintained an almost supernatural calm, helping others and making jokes to ease the tension. Others became increasingly agitated, though the British tendency toward politeness meant that even panic was expressed with a certain decorum. It was like watching a very well-mannered apocalypse. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, was seen throughout this period with a life jacket under his arm, not wearing it, just carrying it, as if he couldn't quite decide whether the situation warranted putting it on. He was like someone holding an umbrella while insisting it's not really raining yet. Andrews knew better than anyone that the ship was doomed, but he seemed caught between his professional knowledge and his emotional inability to accept that his unsinkable creation was doing exactly what he'd designed it not to do. The wireless operators were still frantically sending distress signals, though by now they were becoming increasingly specific about their situation. The messages went from "we have struck an iceberg" to "we are sinking fast" to "come as quickly as possible." It was like watching someone's text messages become increasingly urgent, running a bit late to "stuck in traffic" to "please send help immediately." The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but she was at least 2 hours away, which in rescue terms might as well have been 2 days. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship beyond her normal limits, but even mechanical sympathy couldn't make the laws of physics bend to accommodate human desperation. Inside the ship, the reality of the situation was becoming impossible to ignore. The forward compartments were flooding, and the water was beginning to reach areas where passengers could see it. It was no longer a theoretical problem happening somewhere else in the ship. It was becoming a very visible, very wet reminder that the Atlantic Ocean was slowly but inexorably claiming its newest real estate. The remaining passengers were facing a choice that no one should have to make: stay with the warm, familiar, slowly sinking ship, or trust their lives to small wooden boats floating in the middle of the ocean on a night so cold that your breath formed clouds in the air. It was like choosing between a comfortable bed that's slowly sliding toward a cliff and a tent that might protect you from the fall. Some families were being separated as women, and children were helped into the boats while men were asked to wait. These weren't dramatic Hollywood partings. They were quiet, desperate moments between people who loved each other and who were beginning to realise that their goodbyes might be more final than anyone wanted to admit. The ship's lights were still blazing, which created an almost surreal atmosphere. Here was this massive, brilliantly lit palace slowly sinking into the dark ocean, like a chandelier slowly disappearing into black water. The contrast between the ship's artificial brightness and the surrounding darkness was becoming more pronounced as the Titanic settled deeper, as if the ocean was slowly swallowing a piece of the modern world. As the third hour of the crisis passed, the situation aboard the Titanic had transformed from emergency to catastrophe, and everyone aboard was beginning to understand that they were no longer passengers on a luxury liner. They were survivors of a disaster that was still unfolding. The final preparations, 3:40 a.m. to 4:40 a.m. Have you ever experienced the moment when you attempt to fix something that is clearly beyond repair, yet you persist in your efforts, because stopping would mean acknowledging that the situation is truly hopeless. That's where the Titanic found herself in the early morning hours of April 15th. The ship was now clearly sinking, but the crew continued their duties with the kind of professional dedication that would make you proud to be human if the circumstances weren't so heartbreaking. The ship's list was becoming more pronounced, though it was still gradual enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge swell. The forward decks were awash now, which meant that the ocean was no longer content to stay outside the ship where it belonged. Water was beginning to slosh around areas where passengers had been walking just hours earlier, turning familiar corridors into something that resembled a very expensive frigid swimming pool. The last of the lifeboats were being loaded and lowered, though loaded is perhaps too generous a term for what was becoming an increasingly desperate process. The remaining passengers were beginning to understand that the supply of lifeboats was not going to meet the demand for survival, which is the kind of mathematics that makes everyone suddenly very interested in alternative solutions. Some passengers were constructing makeshift flotation devices from deck chairs and life jackets, which sounds resourceful until you realise they were essentially building furniture boats to float in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It was like trying to cross a river using a coffee table as a raft. Theoretically possible, but requiring a level of optimism that bordered on the supernatural. The ship's crew was displaying the kind of professional competence that makes you understand why going down with the ship became such a respected tradition. They weren't heroes in the dramatic sense. They were just people doing their jobs under circumstances that had moved far beyond anyone's job description. It was like watching teachers continue to teach during a fire drill, except the fire drill was real, and the fire was made of ice-cold ocean water. Captain Smith was seen throughout this period ensuring that protocol was followed, that passengers were helped, and that the ship's final moments maintained some semblance of dignity. He was like a host at a dinner party that had gone spectacularly wrong, still trying to ensure that his guests were comfortable even as the dining room slowly filled with water. The ship's power was still functioning, which meant that the lights remained on and the wireless continued to work. The operators were still sending distress signals, though by now they were essentially providing a running commentary on the disaster. Engine room flooded, ships sinking by the head, women and children in boats. It was like live tweeting the apocalypse, except with Morse code and considerably higher stakes. The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but distance and time were proving to be enemies that couldn't be overcome by good intentions or skilled seamanship. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship to its limits, but even the fastest ship in the world couldn't outrun the clock that was counting down the Titanic's remaining time. The band was still playing, though they'd moved to the boat deck to be closer to the remaining passengers. Their music had evolved from dinner entertainment to something more profound, a soundtrack for people facing the unthinkable. They were providing comfort in the way that only music can, creating a small island of familiar sound in an ocean of uncertainty. The remaining passengers were beginning to face the reality that their time aboard the Titanic was measured in minutes rather than hours. Some were writing letters, as if they could somehow send final messages to loved ones through sheer determination. Others were praying, which seemed entirely appropriate given that they were in a situation where only divine intervention could provide a happy ending. The ship's structure was beginning to show signs of strain. The Titanic was never designed to be a submarine, and the ocean was beginning to exert pressures on the hull that exceeded the original engineering specifications. It was like watching a building slowly collapse, except it was floating and there was nowhere else to go. As the fourth hour of the crisis passed, everyone aboard the Titanic understood that they were no longer dealing with a sinking ship. They were dealing with a ship that was going to sink, and the only remaining question was whether they would be on it or off it when that moment arrived. The final hour, 4:40 a.m. to 5:40 a.m. There are moments in life when time seems to slow down, when every second stretches like taffy, and when you become acutely aware of every sound, every sensation, and every breath. The final hour aboard the Titanic was exactly such a moment, except multiplied by over 1,000 people who were all experiencing the same impossible situation simultaneously. The ship was now listing severely enough that walking required conscious effort, like trying to navigate a house where all the floors had been tilted at increasingly creative angles. The forward part of the ship was completely submerged, and the ocean was steadily encroaching on the bridge, devouring the vessel with an unwavering patience. They had lowered the last lifeboat, but several collapsible boats remained, a situation that seemed more hopeful than it actually was. These collapsible boats were like emergency parachutes. theoretically helpful but requiring a level of expertise and luck that most people didn't possess. Getting them launched and functional was like trying to assemble furniture during an earthquake while wearing mittens. The ship's lights were still blazing, creating an increasingly surreal scene. Here was this massive ocean liner, tilted at an impossible angle, slowly disappearing into the dark water while still lit up like a Christmas tree. It was like watching a skyscraper slowly sink into the ground while all the office lights remained on. Beautiful, terrible, and completely unforgettable. The remaining passengers were clustered on the stern, which was now the highest point of the ship. They were like people crowding onto the roof of a flooding building, except the roof was slowly tilting toward the flood. Some were still remarkably calm, others were praying, and a few were making peace with their situation in the quiet, dignified way that people do when they realise that certain outcomes are inevitable. The ship's band played until the very end, though what they played in those final moments has been debated by historians for over a century. Some say it was "Nearer My God to Thee," others claim it was Autumn, and still others insist it was Song of Autumn. What they played is irrelevant. What matters is that they played at all, giving comfort and dignity to those who needed it. At approximately 2:05 a.m. ship's time, the Titanic's lights flickered and went out, plunging the scene into darkness, broken only by the stars above and the lights from the distant lifeboats. It was like someone had suddenly turned off all the lights in a theatre, except the theatre was sinking, and the audience was still inside. The ship's structure was now under stresses that no engineer had ever calculated. The Titanic was designed to float, not to act as a massive lever with the ocean as its fulcrum. The sounds coming from deep within the ship were unlike anything anyone had ever heard. Groaning, creaking, and snapping noises that suggested the very bones of the vessel were breaking. At 2:17 a.m. the ship's stern rose high into the air, creating a scene that defied both physics and imagination. The massive propellers designed to push the ship through water were now spinning uselessly in the cold night air. It was like watching a giant metal whale performing its final impossible dance with the ocean. Then, at 2:20 a.m, the Titanic broke apart. The ship that had been called unsinkable split in two, the forward section disappearing immediately while the stern section lingered for a moment, as if reluctant to follow. It was like watching a massive cathedral collapse in slow motion, except the cathedral was floating and taking people with it. The stern section sank quickly, disappearing into the dark water with a sound that survivors would remember for the rest of their lives. In less than 3 minutes, the largest moving object ever created by humans had vanished completely, leaving only debris, lifeboats, and the kinds of memories that change people forever. The ocean closed over the Titanic as if the ship had never existed, returning to the same deadly calm that had characterized the entire night. The water was like black glass, reflecting the stars and giving no indication that it had just claimed one of humanity's greatest achievements and over 1,500 lives. Silence has a weight to it, and the silence that followed the Titanic's sinking was heavier than anything those survivors would ever experience again. Think of the quietest moment you've ever had, then multiply it by the absence of something huge that should be there. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, as calm and indifferent as it had been all night, offering no evidence of the tragedy that had just occurred. The lifeboats were scattered across several miles of ocean, like leaves blown by a wind that had suddenly stopped. In these small wooden vessels, about 700 people huddled together, sharing body heat and wondering if they would live to see another sunset. The boats were designed for short-term use, not for spending hours in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on a night when the air temperature was below freezing and the water temperature was even colder. Some boats were organised and well supplied, with competent crew members who knew how to row and navigate. Others were essentially floating accidentally, filled with people who had never been in a rowboat before and were now responsible for their survival, in conditions that would challenge experienced sailors. It was like being asked to perform surgery after reading a first aid manual. Possible in theory, but requiring a level of skill that most people simply didn't possess. The survivors in the water faced an entirely different kind of challenge. The ocean temperature was about 28 degrees Fahrenheit, which means it was cold enough to kill in minutes rather than hours. Most people who ended up in the water had perhaps 10 to 15 minutes before hypothermia would make survival impossible. It was like being thrown into a freezer that was also trying to drown you. The sounds from the water were perhaps the most haunting part of the entire experience. Hundreds of people were calling for help, crying out for lifeboats to return, pleading for rescue that most of them knew wasn't coming. The survivors in the boats faced an impossible choice: return to help people in the water and risk swamping their boats, or stay safe and listen to the cries gradually fade into silence. Most boats chose safety, which sounds heartless, but was actually the mathematics of survival. The lifeboats were already crowded, sitting low in the water, and attempting to pull people from the ocean would likely have resulted in even more deaths. It was like being asked to save someone from drowning when you're barely keeping your head above water. The cries from the water lasted for about an hour before gradually fading to silence. Such noise wasn't because people were being rescued. It was because the ocean was claiming the last of those who hadn't made it to the boats. The silence that followed was more profound than any sound, a quiet that seemed to spread across the water like a blanket made of stars and sorrow. As dawn approached, the survivors began to see each other more clearly. They were no longer anonymous passengers on a luxury liner. They were individuals who had shared an experience that would define the rest of their lives. Some were still in evening dress, others were in night clothes, and a few were wearing the kind of mismatched clothing that suggested they dressed quickly in the dark while their world was ending. At about 4 a.m, the survivors spotted lights on the horizon. The Carpathia had arrived, appearing like a small miracle on the vast ocean. Captain Rostron had pushed his ship beyond her limits, arriving just as the survivors were beginning to wonder if rescue would come at all. Seeing the Carpathia was akin to spotting a lighthouse while lost at sea, with the difference being that it was actively moving towards you. The rescue operation took hours, as each lifeboat had to be located, approached and unloaded. The survivors were brought aboard the Carpathia to begin the long journey back to New York, though they were returning as fundamentally different people than they had been when they left. They were no longer passengers. They were survivors, carrying memories and stories that would stay with them forever. The Titanic disaster changed everything about ocean travel, maritime safety, and humanity's relationship with technology. New regulations were established, more lifeboats were required, and the idea that any ship could be unsinkable was abandoned forever. It was like learning that your house isn't actually fireproof by watching it burn down, a lesson that was both devastating and necessary. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Titanic isn't the technical improvements or the safety regulations. It's the stories of ordinary people who faced extraordinary circumstances and chose to act with courage, dignity, and grace. The memories that matter include the band that played until the end, the passengers who helped others before themselves, and the crew who maintained protocol even as their world was literally sinking. The sun rose on April 15th, 1912, over an ocean that looked exactly as it had the day before, giving no indication that it had just witnessed one of the most significant maritime disasters in history. The Titanic was gone, but the stories of that night would continue forever, reminding us that even in our darkest moments, we have the capacity to choose how we face the impossible, and that, perhaps, is the most human story of all. You know that feeling when you wake up without an alarm, naturally stirring just as the first light creeps through your bedroom window? That's actually your body remembering something incredibly ancient. Your ancestors didn't need smartphones buzzing at 6:30 a.m. because they had something far more reliable, the sun itself and a deep understanding of how the world moves around them. Picture yourself living 5,000 years ago. Imagine a world without clocks ticking on walls, digital displays glowing in the dark, or scheduling apps reminding you about meetings. Instead, you would awaken to the sound of the rooster's crow, a reminder that people actually kept roosters as their own personal alarm clocks. The internal timing system of these birds is so precise that they would crow at nearly the same time every morning, within a few minutes variation. But here's where it gets interesting. You wouldn't think, oh, it's 6:15 a.m. You'd think, the sun is one hand's width above the horizon, or the shadows are 3 times longer than my height. Ancient people measured time by observing the world around them, and they became incredibly skilled at reading these natural signals. In ancient Egypt, priests would watch for the moment when certain stars appeared on the horizon just before dawn. They called these deacon stars, and they divided the night into segments based on which stars were visible. It wasn't just about knowing when to wake up, it was about understanding the rhythm of the universe itself. Your ancestors, approximately 200 generations back, had to be time experts out of necessity. Farmers needed to know when to plant and harvest. Sailors needed to navigate by the stars. Religious ceremonies had to happen at specific moments. Missing the right time could mean the difference between a successful harvest and starvation, or between safely reaching port and becoming lost at sea. The funny thing is, they were probably better at telling time than you are right now. Without a watch, could you tell if it's closer to 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. just by looking around? Ancient people could estimate time within minutes, just by glancing at shadows or noticing which birds were singing. They didn't just track hours, they understood seasons with incredible precision. They knew that when the Pleiades star cluster appeared at a certain angle, it was time to start preparing for winter. When specific flowers bloomed, it meant the rains would come in exactly 3 weeks. Such information wasn't superstition, it was accumulated knowledge passed down through generations of careful observation. Imagine living so connected to natural rhythms that you could sense time in your bones. You'd wake up naturally before dawn, work during the productive hours when light was good, rest during the heat of midday, and settle into evening activities as the sun began to set. Your body would be synchronized with the Earth's rotation in a way that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient Chinese divided day and night into 12 periods, each lasting about 2 hours, but instead of numbers they named these periods after animals. The hour of the rat, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the hour of the ox, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., and so on. Each animal represented the time when that creature was most active. It's practical and poetic at the same time, very different from our cold, numerical approach to time. What strikes you most about ancient timekeeping isn't just how they did it, but how relaxed they were about precision. If someone said, "Meet me when the sun is halfway to its highest point," everyone understood this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season, the weather, or simply how carefully you were paying attention. Time was fluid, natural, and forgiving. The system wasn't primitive. It was sophisticated in ways we've forgotten. They built entire civilizations using nothing but careful observation of natural patterns, and somehow they managed to coordinate complex societies, plan elaborate constructions, and maintain religious calendars that were accurate across centuries. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that has guided humans for thousands of years. Your body knows it's time to rest, just as it has always known. Let's talk about the most obvious timekeeper your ancestors used, the sun. But they didn't just notice that it rose and set. They became experts at reading the sun's position, understanding its moods, and predicting its behaviour with startling accuracy. You've probably noticed that the sun doesn't rise in exactly the same spot every day. During the summer, it rises further north and travels high across the sky. In winter, it rises further south and stays lower. Ancient people not only noticed this, they used it as a sophisticated calendar system. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the sun's annual journey. They knew that when the sun rose at its northernmost point, the Nile River would flood in exactly 60 days. This wasn't magic. It was careful observation refined over centuries. They could predict the flooding so accurately that they planned their entire agricultural year around it. But here's what's really clever. They didn't just watch where the sun rose, they watched shadows. You know how your shadow is short at noon and long in the morning and evening? Ancient people turned this practice into a precise timekeeping system. They'd place a stick in the ground and mark where its shadow fell throughout the day. After doing this for just a few days, they could tell time by glancing at the shadow's length and direction. The Babylonians enthusiastically adopted this concept. They created the first sundials around 3500 BCE, but these weren't the fancy sundials you might see in gardens today. They were simple stones with lines marked around them. The shadow of a central stick would fall across different lines as the day progressed. It was like having a clock that worked perfectly as long as the sun was shining. What's amusing is that different cultures developed completely different ways of dividing daylight. The Egyptians divided the day into 12 parts, but these weren't equal hours. Summer hours were longer than winter hours, because there was more daylight to divide. Imagine if your workday was naturally longer in summer and shorter in winter. Actually, that sounds rather nice. Ancient people in northern climates had to be even more creative. During their long winter nights, the sun barely appeared above the horizon. They learned to read the quality of light with incredible subtlety. They could tell the difference between first light, when the sky begins to lighten, sunrise, when the sun's edge appears, and sun clear, when the full sun is visible. Each of these moments happened at predictable intervals, giving them a natural morning schedule. The ancient Greeks made a fascinating discovery about shadows and time. They learned that your noon shadow could tell you the date. During the summer solstice, your noon shadow is shortest. During the winter solstice, it's longest. Every day in between, your shadows are slightly different length. They essentially turned their bodies into calendar systems. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were obsessed with finding true north. They understood that true north was crucial for precise timekeeping, not because they possessed compasses. They'd spend hours observing the stars, noting where the sun rose and set, and finding that perfect north-south line. Once they had it, they could create timekeeping systems that worked year-round. The ancient Indians developed something called Gatika time, where each day was divided into 60 parts. But instead of using mechanical devices, they used water. They'd float a small bowl with a hole in the bottom in a larger container of water. The small bowl would sink after exactly one Gatika, about 24 minutes. It was simple, accurate, and worked regardless of weather. Sun-based timekeeping wasn't just practical, it was deeply spiritual for many cultures. The ancient Persians believed that observing the sun's daily journey was a form of prayer. They'd perform specific rituals at sunrise, noon, and sunset, turning timekeeping into a religious practice. Time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about connecting with the divine rhythm of the universe. You have to admire their patience and attention to detail. They'd spend years carefully observing how shadows moved, how light changed, and how the sun's path shifted through the seasons. They created amazingly accurate systems using nothing but careful observation and simple tools. No batteries required, no digital displays, no software updates, just the eternal dance between earth and sun. Once the sun set, your ancestors didn't just give up on timekeeping. They looked up at the night sky and saw the most magnificent clock face ever created. The stars became their nighttime timepiece, and they developed ways of reading stellar time that would impress modern astronomers. You probably know the North Star, but did you know that ancient people used it as the centre of a giant cosmic clock? They noticed that all the other stars seemed to rotate around this one fixed point. By watching how far the Big Dipper had rotated around the North Star, they could tell exactly what time it was during the night. It was like having hour markers painted across the entire sky. The ancient Egyptians were particularly skilled at stellar timekeeping. They identified 36 special stars that they called deacons. These stars would rise just before dawn in a predictable sequence throughout the year. By knowing which deacon star was rising, they could tell not just the time of night, but also what day of the year it was. Imagine being able to look up and instantly know both the time and the date. But here's where it gets really interesting. Different cultures saw completely different patterns in the same stars. The ancient Chinese didn't see a Big Dipper. They saw a northern dipper that was part of a larger pattern called the Black Tortoise of the North. The ancient Arabs observed mourners following a coffin. The ancient Greeks divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its own story and timing significance. The ancient Greeks took star watching to almost obsessive levels. They divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its story and timing significance. They knew that when Orion was directly overhead, it was the middle of winter. When Scorpius dominated the sky, summer was at its peak. They essentially turned mythology into a calendar system. Here's something that might amaze you. Ancient people could predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, sometimes centuries in advance. They didn't understand the scientific reasons behind eclipses, but they recognized the patterns. They knew that if there was a lunar eclipse on a certain date, the next one would occur exactly 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours later. The ancient Babylonians discovered this period, known as a Saros cycle, around 2000 BCE. The ancient Polynesians developed perhaps the most sophisticated stellar navigation system ever created. They could sail across thousands of miles of open ocean using nothing but the stars, ocean swells, and wind patterns. They knew hundreds of star names, and could tell their exact position on the Pacific Ocean by identifying which stars were directly overhead. These weren't just sailors, they were living star charts. What's fascinating is how they dealt with cloudy nights. Ancient people in cloudy climates developed backup systems for stellar timekeeping. They'd listen to the sounds of nocturnal animals, which tend to be active at specific times of night. They'd observe the behaviour of their domestic animals, which often have predictable nighttime routines. They'd even notice subtle changes in air temperature and humidity that occur at regular intervals throughout the night. The ancient Mayans built entire cities aligned with stellar events. They knew that Venus appears as both a morning star and an evening star in a predictable 584-day cycle. They used this cycle to plan wars, ceremonies, and agricultural activities. Their calendar was so accurate that it's only off by about 2 minutes per year, more precise than the calendar we use today. Ancient people also noticed that the stars change position throughout the year. The constellation visible at midnight in January would be completely different from the one visible at midnight in July. They used this stellar seasonal change as a long-term calendar. Farmers would know to plant crops when certain stars appeared at dusk and harvest, when those same stars appeared at dawn. The ancient Chinese developed a system where they divided the sky into 28 mansions, each representing a different day of their lunar month. As the moon moved through these stellar mansions, it provided a natural calendar that combined timekeeping with astronomical observation. They could tell you the date and the moon's phase next week. Perhaps most remarkably, ancient people understood that the stars themselves were slowly moving. They realised that the North Star wouldn't always be the North Star, and that the constellation patterns were gradually shifting. This knowledge, called precession, shows just how carefully they were observing the night sky over generations. When clouds covered the sun and stars, your ancestors didn't just shrug and give up on timekeeping. They got creative. They discovered that time could be measured by watching water drip, sand fall, or even by observing how long it took certain things to burn. These inventions were the world's first truly portable clocks. The water clock, or clepsydra, was probably the most ingenious timekeeping device of the ancient world. Picture a large container with a small hole in the bottom. Water would drip out at a steady rate, and you could tell time by seeing how much water remained. The ancient Egyptians used these as early as 3400 BCE, and they were surprisingly accurate. The trick was getting the hole exactly the right size. Too big, and the water rushed out; too small, and it barely dripped. But here's what's clever. They realised that water flows faster when there's more pressure, which means a full container would empty faster than a nearly empty one. So they designed containers with special shapes that compensated for this. Some were shaped like flower pots, wider at the top than the bottom. Others had complex internal mechanisms that kept the water pressure constant. These weren't just functional, they were works of art decorated with intricate carvings and religious symbols. The ancient Babylonians advanced water clocks significantly. They created elaborate systems with multiple containers, floating indicators, and even alarm mechanisms. Some could track not just hours, but also days and weeks. They'd set up a series of containers that would empty into each other in sequence, creating a kind of liquid calendar system. Sand clocks, or hourglasses, came later, but were incredibly practical. Unlike water, sand flows at a completely consistent rate, regardless of temperature or humidity. Ancient people discovered that by using very fine sand and carefully calibrated openings, they could create remarkably accurate timing devices. The sand had to be perfectly dry and uniform. They'd sometimes spend hours sifting sand through increasingly fine meshes to get the right consistency. Different cultures developed unique approaches to sand timekeeping. The ancient Chinese used not just sand, but also powdered marble, crushed eggshells, and even finely ground tea leaves. Each material had different flow characteristics, allowing them to create timers for different purposes. A tea timer might run for exactly the time needed to properly steep leaves, while a marble timer might track longer periods. Here's something that might amuse you. The ancient Romans used candle clocks for nighttime timekeeping. They'd mark regular intervals on candles, and as the wax burned down, they could tell how much time had passed. But they quickly discovered that candles burn at different rates depending on air currents, temperature, and the quality of the wax. So they created elaborate candle holders that protected the flame from drafts and kept the burning rate consistent. The ancient Chinese refined candle timekeeping into a sophisticated art. They created special incense sticks that burned at precisely controlled rates. Some were designed to burn for exactly 2 hours, others for 12 hours. They'd embed small bells or chimes in the incense sticks, so when the incense burned down to a certain point, the bell would drop and create an alarm. Imagine waking up to the gentle chime of a bell that had been timed by the slow burning of fragrant incense. Ancient people also used their bodies as timing devices. They knew that a healthy person's pulse beats at a fairly consistent rate, so they could estimate short periods of time by counting heartbeats. They discovered that it takes about the same amount of time to recite certain prayers or poems, so religious texts became timing tools. A priest might know that a particular chant lasted exactly long enough for a water clock to empty one level. The ancient Indians developed something called ghati measurements using floating bowls. They'd place a metal bowl with a tiny hole in the bottom into a larger container of water. The bowl would slowly fill and sink, taking exactly 24 minutes, one ghati. By using multiple bowls of different sizes, they could create complex timing systems that tracked everything from minutes to months. What's remarkable is how accurate these ancient timing devices were. Modern tests of reconstructed ancient water clocks show that they were often accurate to within a few minutes over a 12-hour period. That's impressive precision for devices made with simple tools and materials. They achieved this accuracy through careful experimentation, precise craftsmanship, and generations of refinement. Ancient people also understood that different situations required different timing tools. Water clocks were perfect for daytime use but could freeze in winter. Although they functioned in all weather conditions, sand clocks were delicate and susceptible to humidity fluctuations. Candle clocks, while effective at night, proved ineffective in windy conditions, so they developed multiple systems and used whichever worked best for their immediate needs. Your ancestors understood something that modern people often forget. Time isn't just about hours and minutes. It encompasses the concepts of seasons, cycles, and the perpetual rotation of the year. They developed sophisticated ways of tracking long-term time that connected daily life with the grand patterns of nature. The ancient Celts did not perceive time as a linear progression from the past to the future. They saw it as a spiral, where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. They divided their year into 8 major festivals, each marking an important shift in the natural world. Samhain marked the beginning of winter, Imbolc celebrated the first stirrings of spring, Beltane welcomed the fertility of early summer, and so on. These weren't just parties, they were precise markers in a complex calendar system. Ancient people became experts at reading the subtle signs that told them where they were in the seasonal cycle. They knew that when oak leaves were the size of mouse ears, it was time to plant corn. When the first crickets started chirping, summer was exactly 6 weeks away. When certain birds began their migration, winter would arrive in precisely 43 days. Such knowledge wasn't folklore. It was accumulated scientific observation passed down through generations. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the annual flooding of the Nile River. They knew that when the star Sirius appeared just before dawn, the flood would begin in exactly 70 days. They could predict the flood's timing, height, duration, and receding time. This knowledge was so valuable that the priests who maintained the calendar were among the most powerful people in Egyptian society. Here's something fascinating. Ancient people understood that the length of daylight changes throughout the year, but they used this change as a precise timing mechanism. They knew that on the summer solstice, the day would be exactly 14 hours and 52 minutes long at their latitude. On the winter solstice, it would be 9 hours and 8 minutes. Every day in between, the length of daylight changed by a predictable amount. They could tell you the exact date just by measuring how long the sun was visible. The ancient Chinese developed the most complex calendar system in human history. They combined solar observations, lunar phases, and star positions into a calendar that tracked not just days and years, but also 60-year cycles, and even longer periods. They believed that time moved in nested cycles, days within months, months within years, years within decades, decades within centuries, and so on. The calendar was so sophisticated that it's still used today for determining traditional Chinese holidays. Ancient people also understood that different activities should happen at different times of year. The ancient Greeks knew that certain crops should be planted when specific stars appeared, that wine should be made when the moon was in a particular phase, and that important decisions should be made during certain seasons. They didn't just track time, they used it to optimize their daily lives. The ancient Mayans created a calendar system that was more accurate than anything Europeans had at the time. They calculated that a year was 365.2420 days long, remarkably close to the modern measurement of 365.2422 days. They could predict eclipses hundreds of years in advance, and knew exactly when Venus would appear as a morning star or evening star. Their calendar was so precise that it's off by only about 1 day every 5,000 years. What's remarkable is how they coordinated these complex timing systems across entire civilizations. The ancient Romans had officials called pontifices, whose job was to maintain the calendar and announce important dates. They'd travel throughout the empire, ensuring that everyone was celebrating festivals on the same days and planting crops at the optimal times. This required incredible organisation and communication across vast distances. Ancient people also used recurring natural events as long-term timing markers. They knew that certain comets appeared every 76 years, that particular meteor showers happened annually on specific dates, and that unusual weather patterns followed predictable cycles. The ancient Babylonians kept detailed records of these events, creating databases that helped them predict future occurrences. The ancient Indians developed the concept of yugas, vast cycles of time that lasted thousands of years. They believed that time moved in great epochs, each with its characteristics and duration. While such an approach might seem impractical, it actually helped them understand long-term climate patterns, population cycles, and agricultural trends. They were thinking about time on scales that modern people rarely consider. Perhaps most importantly, ancient people understood that time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about meaning. They knew that certain times were auspicious for beginning new projects, that other times were better for reflection and rest, and that the timing of events could influence their outcomes. They lived in harmony with temporal rhythms that connected their daily lives with the cosmos itself. Long before anyone understood circadian rhythms or hormone cycles, your ancestors knew something profound. Your body is a living clock. They developed sophisticated ways of reading internal biological signals to track time, and they understood that humans are naturally synchronized with the rhythms of the earth. Ancient people noticed that they naturally felt hungry at certain times of day, grew sleepy at predictable intervals, and experienced peak energy at specific hours. They didn't just accept these patterns, they used them as timing devices. The ancient Romans divided their day around meal times. Prima hora was the first hour after sunrise, sexta hora was midday when they ate their main meal, and vesper was evening when they had a light supper. Their entire schedule revolved around when their bodies naturally wanted to eat. The ancient Chinese took this idea even further. They believed that different organs in the body had peak energy at different times of day. The liver was most active from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the lungs from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., the large intestine from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., 7 a.m., and so on. They used this organ clock not just for medical treatment, but also for daily scheduling. They'd plan different activities for times when the relevant organs were at peak function. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were incredibly skilled at estimating times through physical activities. They knew that it took exactly the same amount of time to walk from their home to the well each morning, to milk a cow, or to prepare a simple meal. They turned routine activities into timing devices. A weaver might know that it took exactly 2 hours to complete a certain pattern, or a blacksmith might time his work by how long it took to forge a particular tool. Ancient people also understood that children's bodies change at predictable rates, and they used this information as a long-term timing system. They knew that a child's first tooth would appear at about 6 months, that they'd start walking around their first birthday, and that they'd reach certain developmental milestones at specific ages. Parents could estimate a child's age even without formal birth records by observing these natural developmental markers. The ancient Egyptians noticed that pregnant women experienced predictable changes at specific intervals. They could determine how far along a pregnancy was by observing certain physical signs, and they knew that labour would begin when the woman's body showed particular signals. Midwives became skilled at reading these biological clocks to predict exactly when births would occur. Ancient people were also fascinated by the connection between human rhythms and lunar cycles. They observed that women's menstrual cycles often synchronized with the moon's phases, and they used this connection for both timekeeping and health monitoring. They noticed that many people slept differently during full moons, that certain illnesses followed lunar patterns, and that emotional states seemed to fluctuate with the moon's position. Here's what's really interesting. Ancient people understood that the aging process itself was a kind of slow clock. They could estimate someone's age by observing subtle changes in skin texture, hair colour, posture, and movement patterns. Experienced elders could look at a person and tell you not just their approximate age, but also what season they were born in, what kind of work they did, and even what foods they typically ate. The ancient Indians developed detailed knowledge about how the body's energy levels changed throughout the day. They identified specific times when people were naturally more alert, more creative, or more physically capable. They scheduled important activities during these peak periods and reserved rest times for when the body naturally wanted to slow down. This wasn't just practical, it was a sophisticated understanding of human biology. Ancient people also used sleep patterns as timing devices. They knew that healthy people naturally went through predictable sleep cycles, and they could estimate how long someone had been asleep by observing their breathing patterns, body position, and eye movements. They didn't understand REM sleep scientifically, but they knew when someone was dreaming and when they were in deep sleep. The ancient Greeks noticed that people's body temperatures changed throughout the day in predictable patterns. They could tell what time it was by feeling someone's forehead or observing whether they seemed naturally warm or cool. They understood that these temperature changes were connected to energy levels, hunger, and sleep patterns. Ancient people were also skilled at reading the subtle signs that indicated someone's overall health and vitality. They knew that certain physical changes meant someone was getting sick, that other changes indicated recovery, and that some patterns showed long-term health trends. They essentially used the human body as a diagnostic instrument that could reveal information about both time and health. What's remarkable is how accurately ancient people could estimate time using only their bodies and natural observations. Modern studies show that people who live without clocks often develop incredibly precise internal timing. They can wake up at specific times, know when to eat, and coordinate complex activities using only their internal biological rhythms. As you settle into sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that guided humans for thousands of years, before electric lights and digital clocks changed everything. Your ancestors weren't just getting by without modern timekeeping, they were living in harmony with natural rhythms that connected them to the earth, the sky, and their own bodies in ways that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient timekeepers understood something profound. Time isn't just about measurement, it's about meaning, rhythm, and connection. They didn't just track hours and minutes, they lived within the great cycles of day and night, seasons and years, and birth and death. Their timekeeping systems weren't just practical tools, they were ways of understanding their place in the universe. Think about how different their relationship with time must have been. They couldn't rush through their days checking phones every few minutes. They couldn't stay up all night working under artificial lights. They couldn't schedule back-to-back meetings or eat lunch at their desks. Instead, they lived according to natural rhythms that their bodies understood instinctively. The ancient Egyptians had a beautiful concept called ma'at, which meant living in harmony with the natural order of things. This included living in harmony with natural time, waking with the sun, eating when hungry, working when energy was high, and resting when the body needed rest. They believed that fighting against natural rhythms was not just impractical, but actually harmful to physical and spiritual health. Ancient people also understood that different types of time required different approaches. They had practical time for daily activities, seasonal time for agricultural planning, ceremonial time for religious observances, and sacred time for connecting with the divine. They didn't expect one system to handle all these different needs. They developed multiple overlapping ways of understanding and measuring time. Here's something that might make you smile. Ancient people were probably less stressed about time than we are today. They couldn't be precisely punctual in the modern sense, so they developed social customs that accommodated natural variations in timing. If you arranged to meet someone when the sun is halfway to its highest point, everyone understood that this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season and weather. Flexibility was built into their social systems. The ancient Chinese had a saying, "The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now." They understood that time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about understanding the right moment for different activities. They developed sophisticated knowledge about timing that went far beyond simple measurement to include wisdom about when to act, when to wait, and when to rest. Ancient timekeepers also understood something that modern people often forget. Time is cyclical, not linear. Days repeat, seasons return, and patterns recur. They didn't think of time as a straight line moving from past to future, but as a spiral where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. This gave them a sense of continuity and connection, that helped them navigate uncertainty. What's most remarkable is how much ancient people could accomplish using only natural timekeeping methods. They built magnificent structures aligned with celestial events, coordinated complex civilizations across vast distances, and maintained accurate calendars for centuries. They did all this without any mechanical devices, using only careful observation, accumulated knowledge, and deep understanding of natural patterns. The ancient timekeepers left us more than just historical curiosities. They left us a different way of thinking about time, one that's more natural, more connected, and perhaps more human. They remind us that time isn't just about productivity and efficiency. It's about rhythm, meaning, and living in harmony with the world around us. As you close your eyes tonight, you're following a pattern that connects you to every human who has ever lived. Your body knows it's time to sleep, just as it has always known. Your internal clock, refined over thousands of years of evolution, is still keeping perfect time. In a world of digital displays and constant connectivity, you still carry within you the ancient wisdom of natural timekeeping. The next time you wake up naturally, just as the first light appears, remember that you're experiencing something timeless. You're participating in the same daily miracle that guided your ancestors for millennia. You're proof that even in our modern world, the ancient rhythms still pulse within us, connecting us to the eternal dance of earth and sky, day and night, rest and waking. Sleep well, knowing that your body's own ancient clock will wake you exactly when you need to wake, just as it always has. You're settling in for the night, probably checking your phone one last time, adjusting your pillow just so, maybe wondering if you remembered to set your alarm. But imagine for a moment that you're living 4,000 years ago, and your bedroom is a cramped wooden hut that smells like smoke and wet wool. Your bed, a pile of straw that's seen better days, and your alarm clock is the rooster next door who apparently never learned the concept of sleeping in. Welcome to the Bronze Age, when getting a good night's sleep was about as reliable as your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm. You'd think that after a long day of hacking away at copper veins deep underground, these ancient miners would collapse into bed like exhausted teenagers. But here's where things get interesting, and a little weird. These weren't your typical 9-to-5 workers. They had developed sleep patterns that would make a modern sleep specialist scratch their head and possibly recommend therapy. Picture this. You're a Bronze Age miner named, well, let's call you Copper Arm. Names were simpler back then. You've just spent 12 hours underground in what can only be described as a very expensive cave, breathing air that would make a coal plant jealous, and your back feels like you've been carrying a mammoth uphill. Naturally, you'd want to sleep for about 14 hours straight, but instead, you're lying on your straw bed staring at the ceiling, which is probably just more straw, completely unable to drift off. Your mind is racing with thoughts like, did I remember to shore up that tunnel? And was that creaking sound the mine settling? Or is it about to become my tomb? These weren't exactly the kind of counting sheep thoughts that lead to peaceful slumber. The Bronze Age mining communities had discovered something that modern science is only now catching up to. When your daily survival depends on not being crushed by tons of rock, your brain doesn't exactly embrace the concept of letting its guard down. Sleep became this strange dance between exhaustion and hypervigilance, like trying to nap while riding a roller coaster. What's fascinating is how these ancient miners adapted. They didn't have sleep studies or melatonin supplements, or those white noise machines that sound like gentle rain but somehow cost more than your monthly coffee budget. Instead, they developed their own peculiar strategies that were part practical, part superstitious, and entirely human. Some miners would sleep in shifts, not because they were working around the clock, but because they'd discovered that sleeping alone made every little sound feel like impending doom. So they'd rotate who was on watch, even while sleeping, taking turns being the designated light sleeper. It was like having a buddy system for unconsciousness. Others developed what we might call preparation rituals that would make your bedtime routine look minimalist. They'd spend an hour arranging their tools in specific patterns around their sleeping area, not for easy access, but because the familiar ritual helped calm their overactive minds. Imagine explaining to your spouse that you need to arrange your laptop, coffee mug, and reading glasses in a perfect triangle before you can possibly fall asleep. But perhaps the most intriguing adaptation was how these miners learned to embrace what we'd now call fragmented sleep. Instead of fighting their tendency to wake up every few hours in a panic, they built their rest around it. They'd sleep for a few hours, wake up naturally, usually convinced something terrible was about to happen, spend an hour or two doing quiet activities like mending tools or planning the next day's work, then settle back down for another sleep cycle. This wasn't insomnia, it was evolution in action. Their bodies and minds were adapting to a lifestyle that required constant alertness, even during rest. They were literally rewiring their sleep patterns to match their dangerous profession, creating a survival strategy disguised as a sleep disorder. And you thought your habit of checking your phone at 2 a.m. was problematic. Now here's where the story takes a turn that would make your afternoon coffee break look like child's play. You see, these Bronze Age miners had discovered something that modern workplace efficiency experts are still trying to figure out: the strategic underground nap. Picture yourself back in Copper Arm's well-worn boots, deep in a mine shaft that's lit by oil lamps that flicker more than your grandmother's old television. The air is thick, your muscles ache, and you've been swinging that bronze pickaxe for hours. Logic would suggest that the last thing you'd want to do is fall asleep surrounded by unstable rock walls and toxic fumes. But logic, as you're about to discover, wasn't exactly the miner's strong suit. These crafty underground workers had figured out that a well-timed 20-minute nap in the depths of the mine could be the difference between productive afternoon digging and accidentally pickaxing your own foot. But here's the catch, and this is where things get delightfully weird. They couldn't just curl up anywhere. Oh no, that would be too easy. Underground napping had rules, serious rules. The kind of rules that would make your office handbook look like a grocery list. First, you had to find what they called a singing spot, a place in the mine where the acoustics were just right. Not too echoey, which meant unstable rock, not too muffled, which could mean dangerous gas pockets, but just right, like some sort of geological Goldilocks situation. These spots were highly coveted, and miners would actually trade shifts and rations for access to the premium napping locations. Imagine the workplace politics. Listen, Tinbeard, I'll give you my extra bread ration and cover your morning shift if you let me have the Tuesday 2 p.m. slot in the good sleeping alcove. It was like booking a conference room, except the stakes were your sanity, and the conference room could potentially collapse on you. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. These miners had developed a buddy system for underground napping that was part safety protocol, part superstition. One person would sleep while another kept watch, not for cave-ins or dangerous gases, but for what they called the dream thieves. Now, before you start picturing some sort of Bronze Age sleep bandits sneaking around stealing dreams, let me explain. The miners believed that sleeping underground could lead to prophetic dreams about the location of rich ore veins. These dreams were considered so valuable that there were actual cases of miners trying to steal each other's sleeping spots to intercept these geological visions. It was like corporate espionage, but with more dirt and fewer PowerPoint presentations. The watching partner had a specific job. If the sleeping miner started mumbling about copper or tin or gold in their sleep, the watcher was supposed to memorize every word. Some watchers even developed their own shorthand for recording these drowsy proclamations. Imagine waking up from your nap to find your coworker frantically scribbling notes about your sleep-talking session. You said something about shiny veins near the singing water, the partner would whisper urgently. Do you remember what that means? And you'd be standing there, still groggy, trying to figure out if you'd just solved the mine's productivity problems or if you'd simply been dreaming about your lunch again. The really fascinating part is that this system actually worked, not because the dreams were genuinely prophetic, but because the process of sleeping underground had actually trained these miners to be incredibly observant about subtle geological signs. Their subconscious minds were processing details they'd noticed during their waking hours: slight changes in rock colour, variations in airflow, unusual sounds or echoes. So when they dreamed about promising locations, they were actually accessing a kind of intuitive knowledge they'd built up through months or years of underground experience. It was like having a geological GPS system powered by REM sleep and Bronze Age intuition. But here's the mildly stressful part that would keep you on edge. Not everyone's dreams were welcome. If a miner's underground naps consistently led to dry holes or dangerous cave-ins, they'd be banned from the good sleeping spots. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your dream quality could affect your career prospects. Performance reviews were literally based on your subconscious performance. Sorry, Copperarm, but your last 3 dream tips led us to solid rock and a small flood. You're relegated to the noisy alcove near the ventilation shaft until further notice. It was like being demoted for your sleep performance. Talk about workplace stress following you into your dreams. You'd think that people who spent their days in near total darkness would relish the opportunity to sleep in actual comfortable darkness. But Bronze Age miners, as you're beginning to understand, weren't exactly conventional in their approach to rest and relaxation. Instead of embracing the darkness, they turned bedtime into what can only be described as a competitive sport. And like most competitive sports, it was simultaneously ridiculous and intensely serious. Picture this. You're back in your straw-filled hut after another day of underground adventures, and instead of simply lying down and closing your eyes like a reasonable person, you're participating in what the mining community called darkness challenges. These weren't official competitions with prizes and ceremonies. They were the kind of informal contests that emerge when people have too much time, too much stress, and not nearly enough entertainment options. The basic concept was simple. See who could fall asleep fastest in complete darkness. But like everything else in Bronze Age mining culture, the execution was wonderfully complicated. First, there were the preparation rituals. Each miner had their own pre-sleep routine that they swore was the key to rapid unconsciousness. Some would count their breathing in specific patterns, not the gentle 4-7-8 breathing you might have learned in yoga class, but intense mathematical sequences that would make your high school algebra teacher proud. Others would mentally catalogue every tool in their collection, every support beam in their section of the mine, every pebble in their daily path. One popular technique involved what they called reverse mining, mentally digging their way out of the mine tunnel by tunnel from their deepest point to the surface. It was like counting sheep, except the sheep were geological formations and the counting could take hours. But here's where the competitive element kicked in. Miners would actually time each other's descent into sleep. They'd use water clocks, basically ancient hourglasses filled with water instead of sand, to measure who could achieve unconsciousness most efficiently. The current record holder in most communities was usually treated with the kind of respect we might reserve for Olympic athletes. Did you hear? Stonejaw fell asleep in under 3 drips last night. 3 drips. I can barely get comfortable in under 10. This timing system led to all sorts of creative strategies. Some miners would deliberately exhaust themselves during the day, performing extra tasks or taking on additional shifts, thinking that extreme fatigue would guarantee rapid sleep. Others went the opposite direction, trying to achieve the perfect balance of tiredness without crossing into that overtired zone where your brain starts acting like a caffeinated squirrel. The really dedicated competitors developed what we might recognise as early meditation techniques. They'd spend their evening hours practicing what they called mind darkening, essentially training their thoughts to slow down and fade to black on command. It was mindfulness meditation disguised as a sleep competition, and it actually worked surprisingly well. But then there were the cheaters. Oh yes, even Bronze Age sleeping competitions had their scandals. Some miners would secretly consume fermented beverages before the challenge, figuring that alcohol-induced drowsiness should count as legitimate sleep speed. Others would claim they'd fallen asleep when they were actually just lying very still with their eyes closed, hoping the timekeeper wouldn't notice the difference. There were heated debates about whether these tactics were within the spirit of the competition. That's not real sleep, Copper Arm. Real sleep means dream activity. You were just pretending. Prove it, Bronzetooth. You can't measure dreams with a water clock. These arguments would sometimes go on for hours, which kind of defeated the entire purpose of a rapid sleep competition. The most elaborate cheating scheme involved miners who would practice falling asleep during their lunch breaks, essentially training for the evening competitions like athletes preparing for the Olympics. They'd find quiet spots in the mine, set up their own timing systems, and work on perfecting their sleep onset technique during work hours. This led to the somewhat stressful situation where supervisors had to watch for miners who were too good at falling asleep. If you could doze off too quickly during the day, you might be suspected of practicing for the evening competitions instead of focusing on your actual job. Why were you able to fall asleep so fast during lunch break, Tin Hand? Are you training for tonight's darkness challenge when you should be thinking about copper extraction? Imagine having to defend your natural sleepiness as evidence that you weren't being competitive about bedtime. It was like being too good at relaxation for your own good. The competitions also created an unexpected side effect. Miners became incredibly sensitive to sleep disruption. A snoring neighbour, a creaking roof beam, or an unusually active mouse could completely ruin your competitive sleep time. This led to elaborate pre-competition rituals involving soundproofing attempts, neighbour negotiations, and what can only be described as Bronze Age white noise machines, usually involving controlled water dripping or rhythmic tool tapping. And just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, the communities started developing seasonal variations of the challenges, with different rules for winter sleeping versus summer sleeping, new moon versus full moon nights, and pre-mining versus post-mining sleep sessions. It was the kind of thing that started as simple fun and evolved into a complex subculture with its own rules, strategies, and social hierarchies. Because apparently, even sleep needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency and competitive advantage. Who knew Bronze Age miners were the original life hackers? Just when you thought Bronze Age sleep habits couldn't get any stranger, we encounter what might be the most peculiar phenomenon of all, the singing sleepers. And no, this isn't about miners who hummed lullabies to help themselves drift off, though that would be charmingly normal compared to what actually happened. You're lying in your Bronze Age bed. Remember, it's still that pile of straw that's definitely seen better days. And from somewhere in the darkness comes a sound that's part melody, part moan, and entirely mysterious. It's your neighbour, Bronzebeard, engaging in what the mining community called sleep singing, a phenomenon that was part medical condition, part social ritual, and entirely fascinating to everyone who witnessed it. Sleep singing wasn't like the occasional snoring or sleep talking that you might be familiar with. These weren't random mumbles or unconscious vocalizations. The singing sleepers produced elaborate melodic compositions while completely unconscious, often lasting for hours and featuring complex harmonies that they couldn't reproduce while awake. The weird part, as if it wasn't weird enough already. The songs seemed to follow the rhythm of mining. The melodies matched the tempo of pickaxe swings. The harmonies echoed the sounds of copper being separated from stone, and the overall compositions had a distinctly geological quality that somehow made perfect sense if you'd spent enough time underground. Imagine trying to explain this to your modern sleep specialist. Well, doctor, I seem to be composing symphonies in my sleep, but only ones that sound like mining equipment, and I can't remember any of it when I wake up. The mining communities didn't treat this as a medical oddity to be cured. They embraced it as a form of entertainment and in some cases divine communication. Families would actually adjust their sleeping arrangements to be closer to their household sleep singer, and neighbours would sometimes request specific songs by leaving symbolic objects near the singer's bed. Want to hear the copper vein discovery song? Leave a small piece of copper ore by the sleeper's head, hoping for the safe journey underground melody. A mining tool placed just so might do the trick. It was like having a prehistoric jukebox that operated on unconscious request fulfillment. But here's where things got mildly stressful for the sleep singers themselves. They started feeling performance pressure even while unconscious. Some singers reported anxiety dreams about not producing good enough nocturnal concerts, or nightmares about forgetting the melodies their communities had come to expect. Bronzebeard might wake up feeling exhausted, not from physical labour, but from the psychological pressure of being the neighbourhood's primary source of nighttime entertainment. Imagine the responsibility of knowing that your sleep quality directly affected everyone else's enjoyment of their evening. Did you hear Bronzebeard's performance last night? Usually his underground flooding song is much more dramatic. I hope he's not coming down with something. The phenomenon created its own social dynamics. Sleep singers became informal community leaders, their unconscious musical choices influencing group decisions about mining locations, safety protocols, and even interpersonal conflicts. If the sleep song featured harmonies about avoiding a particular tunnel, the mining crew might genuinely consider changing their plans. It was like having a focus group that operated entirely through dream state musical compositions. The practical challenges were considerable. Sleep singers couldn't control their nocturnal performances, which meant they might launch into a rousing mining anthem, just when everyone else was trying to fall asleep. This led to the development of singer schedules, informal agreements about when different sleep singers would be allowed to perform. Bronzebeard gets the first part of the night, Copper Voice takes the middle shift, and Tin Throat handles the pre-dawn slot. That way everyone gets some quiet sleep time and some musical entertainment. But scheduling unconscious performers is about as reliable as predicting the weather using tea leaves. Singers would sometimes sleep through their designated performance windows, leaving their audiences disappointed. Other times they'd have particularly energetic nights and sing right through someone else's scheduled quiet time. The communities developed surprisingly sophisticated ways to manage these challenges. Some groups appointed sleep conductors, People whose job was to gently influence the singer's performances through subtle, environmental cues. They'd adjust the temperature, introduce specific scents, or create gentle background sounds that might encourage certain types of songs. It was like being a DJ for unconscious performers, trying to create the right atmosphere for the kind of musical dreaming that would benefit the entire community. The most talented sleep conductors could allegedly influence not just the style of the songs, but their content. Want songs about successful mining ventures? Create an environment that feels prosperous and secure. Need melodies that would calm pre-mining anxiety. Focus on comfort and safety cues. Of course, this system was about as reliable as you'd expect when dealing with unconscious minds, environmental manipulation, and Bronze Age technology. Sleep conductors would spend hours preparing the perfect conditions for inspiring mining-themed lullabies, only to have their featured singer produce 3 hours of what sounded like rocks falling down a mountain. I specifically arranged everything to encourage the peaceful underground journey composition, and instead we got 4 hours of avalanche in a copper mine. What am I doing wrong? The pressure on both singers and conductors led to the development of backup entertainment systems, storytellers, musicians and other performers who could fill in when the sleep singing didn't meet community expectations. Because apparently even unconscious entertainment needed understudies. By now, you've probably realised that Bronze Age miners had turned sleep into something resembling a complex logistical operation. But just when you think you've got a handle on their nocturnal peculiarities, we encounter what might be their most ambitious sleep-related innovation, the Great Sleep Migration. Picture this, your copper arm again, and you've just discovered that your usual sleeping spot, that carefully chosen corner of your hut where the straw is just the right density and the roof doesn't leak too much, is no longer providing quality rest. Maybe the sleep-singing neighbour has changed their repertoire to something that sounds like rocks having an argument. Maybe the local mouse population has decided your sleeping area is prime real estate. Or maybe you've simply outgrown your current sleep environment the way you might outgrow a favourite coffee shop that suddenly starts playing music that makes your teeth hurt. The logical solution would be to adjust your sleeping arrangements within your existing space. Add more straw, negotiate with the neighbour, declare war on the mice. But Bronze Age miners, as you've learned, weren't particularly interested in logical solutions when creative ones were available. Instead, they developed a system of seasonal sleep migration that would make modern minimalists weep with envy and digital nomads nod with understanding. The concept was beautifully simple. Instead of trying to perfect one sleeping location, why not rotate through multiple sleeping spots throughout the year, following optimal sleep conditions the way birds follow favourable weather patterns? This wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The miners had observed that different sleeping locations seemed to produce different types of dreams, different quality of rest, and different levels of preparation for the next day's underground work. Some places were better for deep restorative sleep. Others seemed to encourage the kind of light, alert rest that kept you ready for unexpected mine emergencies. Migration routes weren't random. Mining communities developed elaborate maps of optimal sleeping locations, complete with seasonal ratings, dream quality assessments, and detailed notes about environmental factors that affected rest quality. The sleeping alcove behind Stonejaw's hut is excellent for deep winter rest, but avoid it during the rainy season unless you enjoy the sound of water dripping directly onto your forehead every 37 seconds. The elevated platform near the mine entrance provides superior ventilation for summer sleeping, but the sunrise light makes it unsuitable for anyone who values sleeping past dawn. These sleep migration maps became highly valued community resources, passed down through families and traded between mining settlements like precious commodities. A detailed sleep location guide could be worth several days' wages, and experienced sleep migrants were consulted like travel advisors. I'm thinking of trying the rocky outcrop near the eastern mine shaft for my autumn sleep rotation. What's your assessment of the wind patterns and rodent activity in that area? The migration system created its own social dynamics. Popular sleeping spots would become overcrowded during peak seasons, leading to reservation systems and waiting lists. Prime locations might be booked months in advance, with miners planning their sleep schedules around availability rather than personal preference. Some entrepreneurs, yes, Bronze Age miners had entrepreneurs, started offering sleeping location rental services. They'd scout new spots, test them for optimal sleep conditions, and then lease them to other miners for premium rates during high demand periods. For just 3 extra copper pieces per moon cycle, you can have guaranteed access to the sheltered grove with a natural sound dampening and built-in morning sun alarm. No mice, no leaks, no snoring neighbours. Premium sleep location with a satisfaction guarantee. But the migration system also created unexpected challenges. Miners would sometimes get so attached to particular seasonal sleeping spots that they'd refuse to migrate when conditions changed. They'd stubbornly remain in summer locations well into winter, suffering through cold and discomfort rather than give up their favourite sleep environment. This led to the development of migration counsellors, community members who specialised in helping miners make healthy transitions between seasonal sleeping locations. They'd provide emotional support for miners who are having trouble letting go of unsuitable sleeping spots, and practical advice for adapting to new sleep environments. I understand your attachment to the moss-covered boulder formation, Tintooth, but it's been flooding regularly for 3 weeks now. Perhaps it's time to consider the elevated platform option we discussed. The most dedicated sleep migrants would maintain detailed journals documenting their experiences in different locations, noting factors like dream quality, morning energy levels, and overall satisfaction ratings. These journals became valuable references for future migration planning and were sometimes shared with other miners seeking optimal sleep solutions. According to my records, the Hollow Tree sleeping spot provides excellent dream recall but poor neck support. The cave entrance location offers superior protection from weather but tends to produce anxiety dreams about cave-ins. The meadow area is perfect for summer but becomes completely unsuitable once the seasonal flooding begins. Some miners took the migration concept so seriously that they'd spend more time travelling between sleeping locations than actually sleeping in them. They'd become so focused on finding the perfect sleep environment that they'd exhaust themselves with constant relocation logistics. The communities eventually had to establish migration limits to prevent miners from wearing themselves out with excessive sleep location optimization. Too much time spent searching for perfect rest could actually cause worse sleep quality than just settling for good enough. It was like the Bronze Age version of analysis paralysis, except instead of endless research about mattress types and thread counts, it involved geographical surveys and seasonal weather pattern analysis. And just when the system seemed to be working smoothly, some innovative miners started experimenting with micro-migrations, changing sleeping locations multiple times within a single night to optimize different phases of their sleep cycles. Because apparently even migration needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency. Now we're approaching what might be the most extraordinary aspect of Bronze Age mining sleep culture, the systematic attempt to industrialize dreaming. Yes, you read that correctly. These ancient miners tried to transform their dream lives into a kind of underground think tank, and the results were equal parts brilliant and completely bonkers. You're settling into your current migration location. Let's say it's the early autumn rotation, so you're probably in that nice spot near the stream with the natural windbreak, and instead of simply hoping for good dreams, you're participating in what the mining community called dream crafting. This wasn't just about encouraging helpful dreams, it was about manufacturing specific types of dreams for specific purposes. The concept emerged from the observation that miners who dreamed about their work often came up with creative solutions to underground challenges. Someone might dream about a new way to shore up unstable tunnels, or visualize a more efficient method for extracting ore from difficult veins. These work-related dreams seem to access a kind of problem-solving capability that conscious minds couldn't always achieve. Naturally, mining communities decided to systematize this process. Dream crafting involves elaborate pre-sleep preparation rituals designed to encourage specific types of dreams. Want to dream about finding new copper deposits? Spend your evening handling copper samples, studying geological formations, and mentally rehearsing successful mining scenarios. Hoping for dreams that would solve structural engineering problems? Focus your pre-sleep attention on support beams, tunnel design, and architectural challenges. It was like programming your unconscious mind to work on specific projects while you slept. The communities developed specialized roles for dream crafting support. Dream preparers would help miners set up their pre-sleep environments with appropriate visual, tactile, and olfactory cues. Dream recorders would be standing by when miners woke up, ready to capture and document any potentially useful dream content before it faded from memory. Quick, copper arm. You're mumbling something about twisted metal bindings and spiral support structures. Can you remember any details about the dream? And you'd be lying there, still half asleep, trying to reconstruct a complex engineering vision while someone frantically takes notes about your drowsy mumbling. The most ambitious dream crafting experiments involved group dreaming sessions. Multiple miners would prepare to sleep together, focusing on the same challenges and hoping to generate complementary dreams that could be combined into comprehensive solutions. It was like forming a dream-based research and development team. Tonight we're all going to focus on the flooding problem in the eastern tunnels. Bronzebeard, you concentrate on drainage solutions. Tin Hand, focus on waterproofing materials. Stonejaw, see if you can dream up some kind of early warning system for water detection. The success rate for these group dreaming projects was about what you'd expect when trying to coordinate unconscious minds working on complex technical problems. Occasionally the miners would awaken with innovative, complementary solutions that seamlessly blended together like a puzzle. More often, they'd produce a collection of unrelated dreams about fish, childhood memories, and that embarrassing incident with the pickaxe from 3 summers ago. But the occasional successes were impressive enough to keep the system going, and some mining communities became quite sophisticated in their dream crafting techniques. They developed what we might recognise as early versions of lucid dreaming training, teaching miners to recognise when they were dreaming and to maintain some level of conscious control over their dream narratives. The goal was to stay focused on work-related problem solving even while asleep. Remember, when you realise you're dreaming, don't get distracted by flying or other dream nonsense. Focus on the tunnel ventilation challenge. Use your dream state to visualise solutions that might not occur to your waking mind. This created some mildly stressful situations where miners felt pressure to be productive even while unconscious. Imagine the anxiety of knowing that your sleep performance was being evaluated not just for rest quality, but for creative problem-solving output. Sorry everyone, my dreams last night were completely useless. I spent the whole time dreaming about a giant copper-coloured rabbit that kept giving me mining advice that made no sense. I don't think we can use dig tunnels like carrot burrows as a viable engineering strategy. The communities eventually had to establish dream failure forgiveness policies to prevent miners from developing sleep anxiety that would actually reduce their dream productivity. Some of the most dedicated dream crafters started keeping detailed dream journals, documenting not just the content of their dreams, but the pre-sleep preparation techniques that seemed to produce the most useful results. These journals became valuable community resources, like recipe books for generating specific types of dreams. For dreams about ore quality assessment, I recommend spending the evening examining different metal samples while thinking about colour variations and density testing. Avoid eating fermented foods before sleep, as they seem to introduce random elements that distract from metallurgical focus. The most successful dream crafters developed personal specializations, becoming known for their ability to generate specific types of problem-solving dreams. Some became specialists in structural engineering dreams, others focused on geological survey dreams, and a few became known for their uncanny ability to dream about workplace safety solutions. These specialists would sometimes be consulted by other mining communities facing similar challenges. They'd travel to different settlements, learn about local mining problems, and then attempt to dream up solutions that could be implemented by the visiting community. It was like having Bronze Age consulting services powered by REM sleep and unconscious creativity. But the system also produced some wonderfully unexpected results. Miners who were trying to dream about technical solutions would sometimes come up with innovations in completely unrelated areas. Someone focusing on tunnel support might dream up new food preservation techniques. A miner concentrating on ore extraction might wake up with ideas for improved textile manufacturing. The community started maintaining unexpected innovation logs to capture these accidental discoveries, leading to a kind of Bronze Age cross-pollination of ideas between different industries and crafts. And just when the dream crafting system seemed to be reaching peak sophistication, some innovative miners started experimenting with dream trading, attempting to share their dreams with other people through detailed storytelling and visualization exercises. This suggests that even unconscious creativity required optimization for maximum distribution and collaborative efficiency. As you're drifting towards sleep in your modern bed, with your climate control and blackout curtains and probably a dozen different apps designed to optimize your rest, it's worth considering what happened to all this Bronze Age sleep innovation. Did these elaborate systems simply disappear when mining techniques evolved, or did they leave traces that still influence how we think about rest and dreams? The answer, as you might expect, is wonderfully complicated. Some of the Bronze Age sleep practices evolved into traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The concept of sleep migration, for instance, influenced the development of seasonal living patterns in many cultures. The idea that different environments produce different qualities of rest became embedded in various folk wisdom traditions about optimal sleeping conditions. Dream crafting techniques found their way into religious and spiritual practices where directed dreaming became associated with divine communication and prophetic vision. The systematic approach to dream incubation that Bronze Age miners developed can be traced through various mystery traditions, shamanic practices, and even early medical applications where dreams were used for diagnostic purposes. The competitive aspects of Bronze Age sleep culture evolved into more formal sleep-related customs and ceremonies. Various cultures developed rituals around bedtime, sleep quality assessment, and dream sharing that echo the miners' systematic approach to rest optimization. But perhaps the most significant legacy was the fundamental idea that sleep could be actively managed and optimized rather than simply endured. Bronze Age miners were among the first people to treat sleep as a skill that could be developed, a resource that could be managed, and a tool that could be used for specific purposes. This conceptual framework laid the groundwork for later developments in sleep medicine, dream research, and what we now call sleep hygiene. The miners recognized that environmental factors, social dynamics, and psychological preparation could dramatically affect sleep quality, which was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Their understanding that different types of rest served different purposes, that deep sleep, light sleep, and various dreaming states each had distinct benefits, predated modern sleep science by thousands of years. They were essentially conducting primitive sleep studies, using themselves as test subjects and developing practical applications for their discoveries. The social aspects of their sleep innovations were equally influential. The idea that individual sleep quality could affect community well-being, that sleep patterns could be coordinated for group benefit, and that sleep-related skills could be shared and taught became embedded in many cultures' approaches to rest and community living. Even some of their more unusual practices left lasting influences. The concept of sleep singing evolved into various traditional lullaby practices and bedtime musical customs. The idea of sleep location optimization influenced architectural approaches to bedroom design and the development of sleeping spaces in different cultures. Their systematic approach to managing sleep-related anxiety, recognizing that worry about sleep quality could actually interfere with rest, became a cornerstone of later therapeutic approaches to sleep disorders. Bronze Age miners were essentially practicing primitive cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep problems, but perhaps most importantly, they established the precedent that sleep was worth paying attention to, worth investing effort in, and worth treating as a serious aspect of human health and productivity. This wasn't just about getting enough rest, it was about getting the right kind of rest, in the right environment, with the right preparation and support systems. Modern sleep research continues to confirm many intuitive findings. We now know that sleep environments do significantly affect rest quality, that social factors can influence sleep patterns, that pre-sleep routines can improve sleep onset and quality, and that different types of sleep serve different physiological and psychological functions. The contemporary interest in sleep optimization, sleep tracking, and sleep-related wellness products reflects the same basic impulse that drove Bronze Age miners to develop their elaborate sleep management systems. We're still trying to solve the same fundamental challenge: how to get the kind of rest that sustains our demanding, often stressful lives. Of course, we have advantages that Bronze Age miners couldn't have imagined. We understand sleep physiology, we have effective treatments for sleep disorders, and we can create sleep environments that are safer and more comfortable than anything available 4,000 years ago. But we may have lost some of their wisdom about the social and psychological aspects of sleep. Their recognition that rest is not just an individual activity, but a community resource, that sleep quality affects not just personal performance but group well-being, and that the journey towards sleep can be as important as the sleep itself, offers insights that remain relevant today. As you settle into your sleep routine tonight, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those ancient copper miners who refused to accept poor sleep as an inevitable part of difficult work. They understood something that we're still learning: that good sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a passive experience but an active skill, and not just about rest but about preparing for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. their legacy lives on in every person who takes time to create a comfortable sleep environment, who develops bedtime routines that work for their individual needs, and who recognises that rest is an investment in productivity and well-being, rather than time lost from more important activities. So tonight, as you adjust your pillow and settle into your carefully chosen sleep position, you're honouring thousands of years of human innovation in the art of rest. You're the beneficiary of countless generations of people who refused to accept that sleep was simply something that happened to them, rather than something they could actively improve. Your memory foam mattress and your smartphone sleep tracking apps would probably amaze the Bronze Age miners, but they'd immediately understand your desire to optimise your rest for tomorrow's challenges. They'd recognise the familiar human impulse to turn even unconsciousness into an opportunity for improvement and innovation. And maybe, in their honour, you could take a moment to appreciate not just the sleep you're about to enjoy, but all the creativity, experimentation, and stubborn determination that made it possible. From their underground napping experiments to your white noise machine by the bed, it's all part of the same ongoing human project, the quest for rest that truly restores. Sweet dreams. The Bronze Age miners would be proud of how far we've come and how much we still have in common with those ancient seekers of perfect sleep. After all, some things never change. We all just want to wake up feeling like we can face whatever the day might throw at us, whether it's a dangerous mine shaft or a challenging Monday morning. And in that universal desire for restorative rest, we're connected across thousands of years to those ingenious, sleep-obsessed miners who turned bedtime into an art form and dreaming into a collaborative enterprise. Rest well, knowing you're part of a very long tradition of people who take their sleep seriously and aren't afraid to get creative about it. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople, and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the Grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer. Cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realize that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the peace of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the west. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions, and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science, and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists, and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence, now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains.